Eh, Adi, halo Adi. Ada. Nggak ngapa-ngapain sebenarnya. Nggak tahu mau ngapain. Well, tadi abis live stream, but welcome Adi. What you doing? What you doing? Kita nonton basket aja lah. Basket and so. Tadi sebenarnya udah live, cuma hari ini tuh I feel energized because I drink 2 cups of coffee. Ini gelas ketiga. Yes, too sweet. Well, that's the sugar. The boy in the box. What should... Mau ngapain jam segini? I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna watch something or playing something. But hey, actually I just woke up around 4 or 3 p.m. So which is I'm still not sleepy yet. You might be a demon, but demon can sleep too. I know, right? Demon needs sleep, but I feel energized because I drink 2 cups of coffee and now it's third. This is my third coffee. Wow, hi Ruix! Welcome back. I don't know what should I watch this day. Oh, Unsolved Season 4 True Crime Marathon. Should we watch this? Or are we gonna react the true crime? No, not a true crime. Like psychology crime documentary. Nah, hello Rand, welcome. Okay, so I watched this Jennifer Solution. Ada yang tahu tentang ini nggak? Jadi ini dia yang menceritakan anaknya yang bunuh 2 orang tuanya. I like this. Wait. We gonna watch. There's something about this. Let's watch this.
Most of you will already be aware of who 2-year-old Kaylee Anthony was. The majority will know that she sadly passed away at some point between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. on June 16, 2008. Her death is undoubtedly the most heartbreaking part of this story, and we only need a single word to epitomize her short life: tragic. But the primary subject of this video is not about the life nor the death of Kaylee Marie Anthony. It is in fact about the psychological constitution of her mother, 22-year-old Casey Marie Anthony. So rather than tragic, you'll find the words disturbing and perplexing to be far better suited to the theme of this video. One of the many reasons this case is exceptional is how the present day's topic of discussion has little to do with the actual occurrences of the crime, but in fact the subsequent developments that followed. People are no longer talking about how or even why Kaylee Anthony passed away. They are instead talking about the manner in which a mother responded to her daughter's death. Given all the acquired information we now have, even if we afford this person the most morally acceptable possibility of what occurred, her manner of conduct was still unimaginably cold-blooded. This is driven home by the fact she was evaluated by 2 clinical psychologists during her time in custody, and not a single abnormality was discovered with relation to her psychological state. In other words, there were no signs of mental illness whatsoever. And this makes the character study of Casey Anthony just as fascinating as it is terrifying. A human being's state of mind is something most accurately assessed with the full capacity of hindsight. So before we evaluate our first segment of raw footage, here's a quick rundown of each of the essential moments that will give you a broader understanding of what we're actually dealing with. On the 15th of July, 2008, Orlando police received a call from Cindy Anthony, the grandmother of the victim.
911, what's your emergency? I called a little bit ago, the deputy sheriff. I found out my granddaughter has been taken. She has been missing for a month. We're talking about a 3-year-old little girl. My daughter finally admitted that the baby's in the store. I need to find her. Your daughter admitted that the baby is where? That the babysitter took her months ago.
Welcome, guys.
I told you my daughter was missing for a month. I just found her today, but I can't find my granddaughter. She just admitted to me that she's been trying to find her herself. There's something wrong. I found my daughter's car today, and it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car.
Okay, what is the 3-year-old's name?
Kaylee. Caylee. Anthony.
Kaylee Anthony?
Yes.
How long has she been missing for?
I have not seen her since the 7th of June.
Guys, you need sleep. Don't watch me. I'm just bored.
They want to talk to you. Answer the question. Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you tell me what's going on a little bit?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell me a little bit what's going on?
My daughter's been missing for the last 31 days.
Dari suaranya aja dia nggak panik.
Who has her?
What the
I know
heck?
who has her. I've tried to contact her. I actually received a phone call today, now from a number that is no longer in service. I did get to speak to my daughter for about a minute.
Who has her? Do you have a name?
Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
To give some context to this bizarre phone call, Casey Anthony had left the family home with her daughter a month earlier, stating that she had a work assignment in Tampa and would be traveling the entire time. Kaylee's grandparents would ask repeatedly over the following month to see, or at least speak to their granddaughter, but Casey claimed each and every time that she was too busy with work and that Kaylee was with a nanny who went by the name Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez, or Zanny for short. On July 15th, exactly 6 weeks after Kaylee was last seen by her grandparents, George Anthony received a phone call that the family car was at the impound lot. This immediately alerted suspicion, as it was the same car Casey had supposedly been traveling with for work. Suspicion turned into panic once they picked up the vehicle, and George discovered a strong odor emanating from the trunk, one that he recognized from his years as a police officer, and found comparable to that of human decomposition. Through contacting one of Casey's friends, her parents managed to track her down at her boyfriend's house in Orlando, where they were found smoking marijuana and watching TV. When inquired over the whereabouts of her daughter, Casey stated that she had been kidnapped 31 days before by the supposed babysitter. It was at that moment Cindy Anthony called 911.
911, what's your emergency? Who has her? Do you have a name?
Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
Tapi dia kenapa nggak panik, anjir?
She's been my nanny for about a year and a half, almost 2 years.
Why are you calling now? Why didn't you call 31 days ago?
That's the
I've
point.
been looking for her and have gone through other resources to try to...
Live stream lagi, Nami. Ya, karena aku nggak bisa tidur karena aku habis minum 2 kopi dan sekarang nambah 1. So yeah, I'm just stream again. Karena hari ini juga nggak ada stream kan, hari Rabu. So I'm gonna use it sekarang. And I'm watching the psychology crime documentary. Kok Rai nggak bobo? What's wrong? So I'm watching this.
I think the officers are here.
The officers are there?
Yes.
Now let's indulge in the world of fantasy for just a moment and pretend all of what Casey had just stated was true. She had indeed been working, and her daughter was in fact kidnapped by the babysitter a month earlier. The immediate premise most would gather would be that
Hati-hati
Casey
na,
had no
nanti kena
regard for
kopi
her daughter
kanan.
whatsoever. In the
Ini nggak akan
911
aku
call,
ini
there was
kok.
no urgency
Nggak
nor
akan aku
concern in
publish
her
juga.
voice, and rather than her volunteering information, which most parents
Gas
would
sampai
do in
pagi,
a frantic
gas.
manner, it had to be acquired by the dispatcher through repeated
Well, I think
inquisition.
it's okay
All you have
if
to do
we
is compare
doing
Casey's
watch this
dialogue to that
and
of her
we gonna
mother's
talk
in the
about
same
it
phone call. One was indifferent, while the other was distraught.
I will put
Police
down.
would have picked up on this immediately.
I
Even
will put
without
the
the
links
bizarre phone
down
call,
below.
the circumstances alone would make Casey the prime suspect in her daughter's disappearance. She was immediately interviewed as a witness, which, unbeknownst to her, was the detective's first step in locking her into as many lies as possible.
The day right now is July 16, 2008. The time right now is 04:11 hours. I'm Detective Mellish with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I am with Casey Anthony, is that correct?
Yes.
Casey, you understand this to be...
Bentar, kalian sus gak sih? Anaknya hilang 31 hari yang lalu, tapi dia nggak ngelapor. Malah yang ngelapor emaknya si Casey. Like,
yes.
what the fuck?
No.
It's fucking sus.
Casey, I got called here in reference to a missing child. You took Casey to a babysitter's house.
Yes.
And who was this babysitter?
Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
Okay. How long had you known Zenaida?
Almost 4 years. It'll be 4 years Christmas this year.
And where did you meet her? Who did you meet her through?
A mutual friend. His name is Jeffrey Michael Hopkins. I met him at Nickelodeon at Universal, and I met her through him. She was his son's nanny at the time.
Does Jeffrey still work at Universal?
No, he does not.
How long has it been since he left?
About
Kalian kenapa belum tidur, hey?
give or take. He moved up to North Carolina for a short time and moved down to Jacksonville within the last 3 months.
How would you characterize your relationship with Miss Anthony?
More or less acquaintances.
Weren't very good friends?
Not very good friends.
Did you ever work at Universal Studios?
I did.
When did you work at Universal Studios?
Approximately 2002.
How long did you work there for?
1 year.
Did you ever work there at the same time that Casey Anthony worked there?
I don't think so.
You don't recall ever seeing her there?
Never.
Did you ever introduce Casey Anthony to a woman by the name of Zenaida Gonzalez?
I did not.
Did you ever use Zenaida Gonzalez as a nanny?
No, sir.
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
Have you lived in the Orlando area consistently since 2002?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever lived
Hai,
in Jacksonville?
Lur.
No, sir.
Have you
Pak
ever lived in
Lur.
North Carolina?
No, sir.
Well, kita lagi nontonin psychology crime documentary, but aku suka tentang beginian. So, let's see.
Did you see Casey Anthony in the month of June of 2008?
No, sir.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
About a week and a half ago.
Do you know a telephone number for him?
Ooh, such a liar.
A number for him. I don't know a number offhand. No, I do not.
So you met Zenaida through Jeffrey Hopkins.
I did.
And his son Zach Hopkins, I guess. Zenaida used to watch over Zach?
Yes.
And when did she start watching over your child?
It's been within the last year
Such
and a half,
bad
2 years
liar,
since she
though.
started watching Casey.
How would you normally drop off, or how would you normally do the exchange with your child?
Ternyata suka nonton sidang yang ini,
I
betul.
would usually drop her off.
Well, sebenarnya ini tuh gimana ya? Bukan dari sidangnya sih, tapi dari kayak misalnya psikologi pelakunya, gimana cara dia ngebohong, gimana cara dia bikin cerita untuk menutupi kesalahannya. And I like about that. Like, udah ketahuan sas di kalau bohong tuh nge-build cerita. Thank you. And thank you for the traktir. Thank you, Raimun. But Rai, I will call you Rai. Dan ini seru banget. Aku suka karena kita bisa tahu gitu loh psychology tentang psychology crime gitu.
To drop off Kaylee. That's where Zenaida would go to watch both of the kids.
Yung
A nice centralized area. He had a decent sized house. It was a good room for the two of them.
Go back to your statement. You dropped off Kaylee June 9th.
I know it's for some people it's freaking boring, but for me it's freaking good. I like it.
Got off of work, left Universal, driving back to pick up Kaylee like a normal day, and knock on the door, nobody answers. So I call Zenaida's cell phone and it's out of service. Didn't really want to come home. I wasn't sure what I'd say. hoping that I would get a call or, find out that Kaylee was coming back so that I could go get her. And I
Hi, Ota!
to
Welcome,
my friend
welcome.
Anthony's house. He lives in Sutton Place.
Oh.
Did you talk to Anthony about what happened with Kaylee?
No, I did not.
Oh.
Have you talked to anyone about Kaylee or Kaylee? Or the fact that she's missing?
A couple people, a couple mutual friends.
Who did you talk to about it?
I talked to Jeffrey Hopkins. I talked to Juliette Lewis. She's one of my coworkers at Universal.
Thank you. Sedot terus. Sorry, go back.
She's also an event.
Right, thank you for the Earl Grey milk
Juliette
tea.
Lewis doesn't exist. Casey had briefly worked at Universal, but hadn't been employed there for over 2 years prior to this interview. And she wasn't an event coordinator. She stood behind a kiosk and sold photos of people after they had been on the Incredible Hulk ride.
Ooh, look at that. She's a liar. Bohong anjir dia, bohongnya. Bodoh.
Is she in your SIM card?
No, she's not. Some of the more recent numbers, her number did change because
She's fucking stupid.
Within the last 2 months, has finished moving up to New York. She's subleasing her apartment.
So Juliette doesn't work at Universal anymore?
No, she does not.
No,
What's
you're
the
fucking
reason,
stupid.
I asked you this before, and I'll ask you just for the record. What's the reason you didn't call the police before?
Bodoh banget ya ngebohongnya.
Part of me was naive enough to think that I could handle this myself, which obviously I couldn't. And
jadi gini Nami sayang, Lagan. Hi Lagan. Welcome.
The authorities or got the media involved. Just fear of the unknown, fear of the potential of Kaylee getting hurt, of not seeing my daughter again.
I'm gonna like this.
I asked this to Beyonce and asked her before we went on tape, and I'll ask you again just to make sure we're clear. Is there anything about this story that you're telling me that is untrue, or is there anything that you want to change or divert from what you've already told me?
No, sir.
Sumpah, orang ini sangatlah bodoh untuk berbohong. Like,
did you cause any injury to your child?
Gila, dia kalau main Amogus bodoh sih.
Wah,
Nahi Naruto.
No, sir.
And you're telling me that Zenaida took your child without your permission and hasn't returned her?
The last person that I've seen with my daughter, yes.
Is she Puerto Rican? Is she Dominican? Is she white?
She's mixed. She's black and Puerto Rican.
Is there any underlying cause to why Zenaida would have taken your child?
Nothing that...
Did she ever make any statements to you about...
Only how much she loves Kaylee and how great of a kid she is.
And when you talked to Jeffrey afterwards, I'm assuming that Jeffrey's child...
Nami gabut ya. Yes, betul.
So Zenaida had family up in New England, up in New York or something?
Yes, she has family down south. Her mother, her sister, her brother's in New York. She's originally from New York. Pretty much grew up there, moved down here, went to the University of Florida.
Why is she so
Zenaida,
stupid?
the nanny, doesn't exist. Casey
Right?
never had a babysitter. Being the retrospective viewer, we have the benefit of knowing these are outright fabrications, and these meticulous details are a textbook sign of a pathological liar. She speaks eloquently and naturally, as if her dialogue is a reflex response to the questions she's being asked, when in reality, each of these minor details are calculated and deliberately placed for the purpose of deception, and the nonchalant, easygoing tone she employs is used to camouflage anxiety. Casey has not only become accustomed to manipulation, she has become extremely skilled in how to use it effectively. It takes us to the concept of nurture and how it most likely had a significant impact on her current circumstances. If we go through what we know about Casey's domestic history, there are numerous occasions where she had gotten away with things that most would not, simply due to the fact that she was able to continuously lie without conscience. A prime example could be when she was 18 years old and stopped attending class midway through her senior year. She literally skipped the entire second half of her final year to go hang out with her older boyfriend. Her parents became suspicious on several occasions, yet each and every time, Casey had some whimsical excuse to which she was given the benefit of the doubt. Then just days before graduation, her parents were informed by the school of her truancy and that she would not be graduating. When confronted, Casey's excuse was that her timetable was mixed up by the school, causing her to miss classes through no fault of her own. This is obviously a completely baffling excuse excuse that no sane person would ever believe. Yet whether it be through denial or an overprotective nature, Casey's parents not only took her at her word, but even shielded her from the consequences of her actions. They lied to all their family friends that she graduated with honors, and even threw her an extravagant graduation party the day after. This is just one of the many occurrences where Casey faced no ramifications for misconduct. It seemed to give her the belief that no matter what she did, as long as she could spin one lie after another, or at least drag a lie out for as long as possible, everything would work itself out. The truth is that everything did work itself out when she was dealing with her parents, and she evidently thought the same rules applied with regard to national law and a missing child's investigation. After
Sumpah ya, orang ini emang manipulatif. Dia jago pakai bahasa, cuma it's tough karena kayak kebaca gitu loh.
Statement you just heard. Casey was asked if she could take police to all places of interest. She happily obliged, and then proceeded to lead them to a multitude of fake addresses which she had nothing to do with. She then took them to her supposed office at Universal Studios and literally led 3 senior investigators to the very end of the building, taking over 25 minutes to walk to, before she finally turned around, put her hands in her back pockets, laughed, and admitted that she didn't work there. Completely dumbfounded, the detectives placed her under arrest and took her to a conference room in the building for what was essentially an interrogation.
Since I left you this morning, I've gone
Dia
through
gila
everything
ya.
you told me. I came over here, I've already talked to all the employees. I found out all these names that you're giving me are people that either never worked here or have been fired here for a long time ago. Okay, so where we are right now is in a position that doesn't look very good for you. Because obviously, I know, and you know, that everything you told me is a lie, correct?
Not everything that I told you.
Pretty much everything that you've told me, including where Kaylee is right now.
That I don't know where she is.
Sure you do. And here's,
absolutely
listen,
do not know where she is.
let me explain something. Looking at you, I know that everything that you've told me is a lie. I am very confident, just by having talked to you this short period of time, that you know where she is.
I legitimately
Yes,
have
that's
not
true.
seen my daughter in 5 weeks. I didn't let anything happen to her, except I trusted her with somebody that had been taking care of her.
Kalau misalnya dia nyari anaknya, pasti dari since day one tuh pasti dicariin. Ini sampai sebulan loh, sebulan lebih, 5 weeks dia bilang. What kind of mother are you, bitch?
That had been taking good care of her. Someone that she was comfortable with. That I was
Stupid.
What about Jeff? Is Jeff worked here?
So stupid, these people. Oh my
he
god.
hasn't worked here for quite a
10
while.
months? How long?
At least.
He got fired.
Hi Jordan.
He hasn't been an employee since 2002.
Tapi kalau gabut elit banget, nggak elit. Bentar. Nih. Ini bukan sidang, ini lebih ke psychology crime documentary. Jadi di sini kita belajar kalau bohong harus pinter. Kalau pinter, iya benar, kalau bohong harus pinter. Begitu guys. Tapi jangan ya, please jangan. Tidak menyarankan untuk berbohong. Tapi serius, ini seru banget loh. Bentar, kalau Nanami neraca persidangan semua bakal masuk penjara. Why? It's freaking seru.
Our purpose in coming here was to do what?
I'm trying to think of places where I know she's been.
You're not answering my question. Do you want us to help?
Yeah,
you want to find your daughter?
I do want you to
Well,
help.
good starting point would be to answer the questions. Okay? If I say to you, we're here because, and then you just ignore that like I never asked it, and go off in some other direction, is that answering the question?
No.
Okay. Let's go through this again. We're here because.
Gimana? Jadi intinya jangan berbohong ya. Berbohong sama dengan koruptor. Actually bohong nggak selalu koruptor, sama dengan koruptor sih. Bohong bisa terjadi di mana saja. Dan ini salah satunya. So it's about ini anak kecil yang hilang. Jadi buat yang baru datang, ini aku jelasin dulu ya. Ini ceritanya tentang seorang, jadi ada ibu sama anak nih. Anaknya itu hilang selama 31 hari. Dan mamanya tuh nggak nyariin. Dan yang nyari ini tuh, yang sampai nelfon polisi itu neneknya, which is Casey's mom kan. Like, ya udah obvious banget gak sih who's the ini. Tapi kalau kamu suka nonton begini, kayaknya kamu pasti bakal suka game Phoenix Wright. Yes, I love it so much. Aku suka banget. Objection. Aku suka banget, sangat suka. Cuma ya gimana ya, aku pengen banget mainin, but ya nanti dulu lah ya. Nanti kapan-kapan kita mainin ya. Nanti aku stream sambil mainin, oke? Okay? Okay, let's go. Next.
Because I lied, because I brought you up here, and honestly, I was reaching for
No, stop
another
right there.
avenue.
I want you to tell me how lying to us is going to help us find your daughter.
It's not going to.
Well, then if the main thing you want to do is find your daughter, and you don't think lying to us is going to help us find her, why would you do that?
Because I'm scared, and I know I'm running out of options. It's been a month.
What are you scared of?
I'm scared of not seeing my daughter ever again.
I'm a parent too. I would have been beside myself.
I have been.
I would have called the police immediately, and that's the part that I just don't
That's the
understand.
point.
We've got so many resources out there that we could help on day one.
Sumpah.
You didn't know what to do.
Guys.
I didn't know what to do. At that point, I'm thinking,
Guys.
okay, you haven't been gone
Ini
for
Casey ini terlalu bodoh anjir. Gue suka sebel gitu kayak. Bisa nggak sih bohongnya pintaran dikit? Oke, Imon, thank you ya. Ini stream gabut sih sebenarnya. Tapi terima kasih. Sleep well. Anak lu hilang nih. Mohon maaf ya. Anak lu hilang. Since day one. Terus lu nggak nyariin. What kind of parents are you? Astaga, ini neraka nih penuhnya sama orang-orang begini nih. Astaga, Tuhan.
Maybe I can find them. Maybe I can track them down.
We're not stupid, okay? And what you're doing right now is you're treating us like we're stupid. Everything that's coming out of your mouth is a lie. Everything. Either you gave Kaylee to someone and you don't want anyone to find out because you think.
Jadi ini ngeliatin apa? Psychology crime documentary.
You're a bad mom, or something happened to Kaylee and Kaylee's buried somewhere or in a trash can somewhere, and you had something to do with it. Either way, right now, it's not a very pretty picture to be painting. You're painting yourself as a very bad person.
Yes.
This needs to end.
The truthful thing is that I have not seen my daughter. The last time that I saw her was on the 9th of June.
Remember we had those two people that we were talking about, the person who had an accident and a person who's just a cold-blooded, callous monster? That's telling me that you are the second person, this cold-blooded, callous monster who doesn't care and doesn't want to help because she's afraid that something so heinous happened that everyone's going to look at her and say, she's a monster, she deserves to go away, she deserves to never see the light of day, this bad thing should happen to her. I don't want to believe that right now, but you're giving me no choice. Tell us what happened to Kaylee. Tell us what happened to Kaylee.
Dropped off Kaylee.
Ingat ketika orang udah kepepet ke pojok, disitulah skill bohongnya kena nerf. Betul. Tapi kalau orang udah panik, udah kepepet ke pojok, terus dia nge-build cerita tentang ngebohong, itu makin banyak celahnya. Dan jadi kemarin aku nonton yang cerita tentang siapa ya namanya ya? Jadi itu dia build cerita, dan ceritanya itu make sense, but there's a lot of hole. Dan untungnya yang detektifnya itu sangat-sangat pinter. Dia cari celah, akhirnya tuh numpuk tuh kebohongan, akhirnya ketahuan. Like, shit, I wanna be that person. Like, orang ngebohong tapi bisa tahu celah-celahnya, like, is fucking super ini anjir, super power. Dokumenter ya, iya, betul. I like to watch this with my best friend, of course.
No, you didn't.
That's exactly
No,
what I
you
dropped
didn't.
her off.
Did you just think that one day she's just going to show up at your house?
No, I sat around yesterday trying to figure out what to do. I'm glad that I ended up seeing my mom, that all of that stuff happened. happened for a reason. Because
you're glad you saw your mom. You could have saw your mom 5 weeks ago and said, Mom, I don't know what.
I saw my mom's
That's
reaction
true.
right off the bat, and it would have been the same from the get-go.
So wait a minute, you're more afraid of your mom's reaction than you are if you ever see your daughter again?
No, I'm absolutely petrified. Absolutely petrified.
For
I know
5
my mom
weeks,
will never
bitch.
forgive me. I'm never gonna forgive myself.
Is it that there's some other thing more important in your life right now that you just weren't really focused on what you were saying when you told us? So you kind of just accidentally told us you had an office here and we needed to be here, or did you purposely mislead us? Which of those two is it?
Purposely.
Okay, so you purposely misled us. This was all an attempt to help find your daughter, right? That makes sense to you, correct?
In a backwards sort of way, yes.
Backwards sort
I'm
of way.
coming back to places that are familiar to me, that I know are familiar to her. Familiar situations that
What did you think?
just maybe
How old is she?
would help. She's almost 3.
She's almost 3. What do you think, she's going to take a cab here? I mean,
I know
how did
she's
you
not.
think she's going to get here?
Because she's with someone else.
She's with someone else who's hid her from
Bodoh
you for
banget
5
anjir,
weeks.
gue malu banget sih sama Casey.
Why would a
Bohongnya
person who has
terlalu
hid
banyak
your daughter
celah.
from you for 5
Stupid.
weeks, okay,
You're so fucking
bring her
stupid.
to the building that you used to work at?
I don't know what else to do anymore. If I knew where she was, if something
Well, let me
would have
ask you
happened,
this.
I would have admitted that a long time ago.
Do you believe picking up more lies to tell us what office?
She's with someone that I absolutely do not trust, and that I'm absolutely scared.
That you don't trust yet was babysitting your daughter for a year.
I don't trust her now because of what happened.
Who did you call
No,
first?
she's fucking
Who did you
stupid.
go to for help first to help try to find her?
Oh, sorry,
Oh, no,
sorry.
okay, all right.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we got that straightened out.
Udah Casey,
Casey
mending
was
kamu
then
jadi yatim
taken to
piatu
the county
aja.
jail,
That's
where
true.
she in the evening hours was able to make a phone call and
That's
just
true.
happened to see her mother on the local news moments before speaking to her.
Casey? Mom. Hey, sweetie. Oh, I just saw your nice little cameo on TV.
Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
Which one? I did 4 different ones, and I don't know. I haven't seen them all. I've only seen 1 or 2 so far.
You don't know what my involvement is and stuff?
Casey.
Mom.
What?
No.
I don't know what your involvement is, sweetheart. You're not telling me where she's at.
Because I don't f***ing know where she's at. Are you kidding me?
Casey, don't waste your call to
No.
scream and holler at me.
Waste my call sitting in the jail?
Whose fault is you sitting in the jail? You're blaming me that you're sitting in the jail?
Not
Blame
my
yourself
fault.
for telling lies. It's not your fault. What do you mean it's not your fault, sweetheart? If
I stand for
lied,
Cassie's
everything
mom.
wouldn't-
Do me a favor, just tell me what Tony's number is. I don't want to talk to you right now.
I don't have his number.
We'll get it from Lee because I know Lee's at the house. Get Tony's number for me.
Banget anjing nyuri-nyuri.
Hey, can you give me Tony's number?
I can do that. I don't know what real good it's going to be at this point.
Well, I'd like to talk to him anyway.
Nami belum bobo belum. Aku habis minum kopi and this is my third coffee.
By the way, I don't want any of you coming up here when I have my first hearing for baby and everything else. Like, don't even waste your time coming up here.
You're making it real tough for anybody to want to try to... I'm not going around and around with you. That's pretty pointless. Christina would love to talk to you because she thinks that you will tell her what's going on. Frankly, we're going to find out.
I have no clue where Kaylee is. If I knew where Kaylee was, do you think any of this would be happening? No.
Anyway, you only got a couple minutes with us, so I'm not going to let you completely waste it. Here's Christina. She thinks she can get through.
No, I want Tony's number. I'm not talking to anybody else.
Hello?
Hi, I'm glad everybody's at my house. Do me a favor, get my brother back because I need Tony's number.
Does Tony have anything to do with Kaylee?
No, nothing.
Okay, so why do you want to talk to Tony?
He's my boyfriend and I want to actually try to sit and talk to him because I didn't get a chance to talk to him.
Iya, kasusnya anak hilang, betul. Dan anaknya itu hilang selama 5 minggu dan mamanya nggak nyariin. Yang baru diketahuin sama neneknya, which is Casey's mom, setelah sebulan lebih lamanya. Like, what the fuck? Udah ketahuan banget kan, udah pasti banget kan tertuju ke siapa. Dan selama 5 minggu, selama 1 minggu itu dia nggak nyari anaknya, like nggak telepon polisi satupun. Bodoh banget sih. Ini si ibunya literally ibu kandung apa ibu kandung? Nonton apa nih? Nonton psychology crime documentary, Maca. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Oh my god, calling you guys? A waste. Huge waste.
Casey appeared in the court the next morning and was initially denied bail by the judge. He cited his reason as her undeniable disregard for the welfare of her own child. She was kept in protective custody, and it would be 9 days until she received her first visit from her parents.
Hi. Sweetie, we've been watching you for so long.
Like what?
Yeah,
She's
I love you. I love you too. Hi. We've been seeing you sitting down. We forgive anything that you've said. Or done. Hold on. Can we turn the volume down? Yeah, you can probably hear it. My head's gonna explode. What's that T-shirt? I didn't get a chance to ask him. Other things. Kaylee's picture's on the back. Is it? Can Dad show me the shirt? Yeah. Turn around so she can see. It's the Never Lose Hope Foundation. Do you see it? I can see part of it. Yeah. Have you seen me? And then it has the information on how to contact. Okay. Casey, you don't realize the whole United States is looking for our Kaylee. I know that, Mom. Her cover's going to be on People magazine in a few days. Okay.
With a readership of over 46 million adults in America, having your missing child on the front cover of People magazine would seem as a godsend to most. Yet Casey's response is almost as if it's a lost cause.
Everybody is looking for her. Good. Everybody is looking for her. Are we going to be able to find her?
Such a bad acting, Cassie. Such a bad acting.
No, I didn't get a chance to look. Can you look up a little bit more? Raise your eyes up a little bit. There you go. So now, look straight up so I can look into your eyes, darling. Thank you. I need to do that. It's okay to cry, Casey. It's all right, love. We've all been crying.
Setting aside morality and ethics for just a moment, Casey at this point would be emotionally exhausted. She had been sitting in an isolated jail cell for almost 2 weeks as the entire world was turning against her. Anyone in her position, guilty or otherwise, would be at near breaking point, and her composed exterior now finally slips. She, for a brief moment, allows herself to be vulnerable, and for perhaps the first time, expresses the pain of her situation. This is one of the few moments where Casey's true self is on display. Of itself, it's a touching moment between a mother and daughter. Yet if we add in the context of the surrounding elements, she is only expressing this pain for herself. Just a moment ago, when she saw her deceased daughter's face on her father's shirt, none of this emotion came out.
Casey, I want to ask you just a couple questions. Good.
The rest of the visit is extremely bizarre. Casey's parents try to extract any information they can about Kaylee's possible whereabouts, and each time are essentially dismissed by Casey as if they're asking pointless and irritating questions.
Do we have any pictures of Sandy's apartment?
Lee and I already talked about this. I don't know. It could be on the disc at home. I don't know.
What is your
Denial
get into your
one
I gave
point.
Lee everything already. I gave Lee all of the passwords, everything we could possibly think of all over again.
I want to get some video clips off of Kaylee because the video clip with Grandpa is really helping people. Still pictures don't show.
No, they don't show her personality.
Right.
Emotion fades when speaking of her daughter. Look at that. Dan dia juga kayak nolak pertanyaan dari mamanya kan, yang benar-benar menuju ngomongin anaknya. Kayak dia denial banget gak sih kalau ngomongin anaknya? Kayak nganggap anaknya sumber kesialan atau mau ngambil jatah warisan, apalagi yang nyari malah neneknya. Sebenarnya bisa jadi, atau enggak anaknya ini nggak diharapkan, ngerti gak sih? Like nggak diharapkan gitu loh.
Password. Yeah. I gave Lee the password.
Please look up, sweetheart. I need to see your eyes.
I want to be able to look at you guys too. I can't look at
Thank you. Thank you for the donation.
Okay. You're sitting
right. Thank you, Rai.
The
Are you
exchange
still
switches
watching?
back and forth from
Thank
inquisitive
you.
and challenging to sympathetic and loving, and every time her parents stop inquiring over the case and show that they still care about Casey herself is when the tears come out.
Do you want to speak to your father now?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, gorgeous, how you doing?
I look like hell.
Well, you know something?
Yes, you are.
You really need to keep your spirit high for all this.
I haven't been crying while I've been in here.
Well, you know
Trying
something?
to read books and do other things to keep my mind off of stuff.
Well, you know, I want to be able to reach out and hug you and give you the big Papa Joe hug.
Well, there's a real parents,
But
know.
you know, we got to get that little girl back any way we can, and we're
Dad,
doing everything we can.
My only concern. I gave Lee a statement. I want him to speak to whoever in the media, give them a statement specifically from me, and he's going to give them an exact quote.
Every time Casey's parents mention that people are willing to help with the search, Casey dismisses their credibility and even attacks some of their characters while she's at it.
Tara from Michigan.
You mean Mark's
ASMR. Hi, Dewa.
Listen.
Oh, sorry.
People like Tara, people like Jesse who are maybe trying to help, even Christina, God bless her, don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I want you to know, I want to take your pain away from you. So, you know, you can tell me anything.
I know that, Dad.
I miss you, sweetie.
I know that. I miss you too.
I wish I could have been a better dad and better grandpa, you know?
Secara nggak langsung dia cuma mikirin dirinya sendiri gak sih? Di sini kelihatan banget dia mikirin sendiri, tapi anaknya enggak. Ketika dia ngebahas anaknya, dia nggak sedih, nggak seemosi, nggak seemosional ini. Bullshit.
You know, it goes without saying, you know, that our house is empty without both of you there. It's empty. All the little things we took for granted, we miss them so much.
Ugh.
Exactly how I feel.
All your little things and her little things. We're not there. Mom and I are just going through the motions, you know?
I ate coleslaw today. Tell him I ate coleslaw.
Well, you probably eat a lot of things you never used to eat before because when you're hungry, you'll eat.
I hated bologna. I've been eating bologna and cheese on occasion. Grits. I don't do grits at all. It's terrible.
Well, you know what? You're going to eat what's in front of you.
We get another glimpse at Casey's skill in fabricating information and her ability to intertwine specific details to afford her lies some credibility. These minor intricacies are what would make her extremely convincing if we didn't happen to know otherwise.
They never searched by her full name. They searched by Zenaida Fernandez, whereas Zenaida Gonzalez never by her full name.
And it's Z-E-N.
Z-E-N-A-I-D-A. I don't think she has a middle name. There was never a middle name on anything that I remember seeing. And I know she went by both last names. She always has. Since she was younger, since her mom remarried.
Flores Gonzalez. And you don't know what her stepdad.
Fernandez Gonzalez.
Kemenangis.
Fernandez Gonzalez.
I think her dad's first name was Victor. Her stepdad, or that could be her real dad. But I remember her saying Victor. Victor and Gloria were her parents.
Dari sini udah mulai curiga sih, like too detail gak sih? Terlalu detail banget.
That was her stepdad. But I know she has a lot of money. That's where she got the car from.
I only get one or two.
Too detail, honey. Detail.
You know, that are not nice phone calls, but I get many, many, many phone calls and many people reaching out that just believe in you. They believe in us finding Kaylee. Okay.
Anaknya mati nggak sih? Mati lah ya.
But if you think of anything that could help, don't be afraid.
Oh, I won't hesitate to let you guys know.
You have to keep things positive. Positive feelings, Casey.
Oh, I know. I have been. I've been staying as positive as I can.
But do you think after this long she'd still be local?
There's a possibility.
What's your gut telling you right now?
My gut's telling me
Well, you have the time that she's okay.
She's hiding.
She's not far. I know in my heart she's not far. I can feel it.
This was perhaps the first time Casey told the truth when speaking of her daughter's whereabouts, as she indeed wasn't that far away. Her attorney, Jose Baez, eventually managed to get her bail, and Casey was fitted with an electronic monitoring device and released on August 21st. She had spent just over 1 month in custody. 2 months later, police were granted permission to arrest Casey on the charge of first-degree murder. She was taken in for interrogation, but immediately requested her right to counsel. She was kept in the interview room while awaiting her attorney, and the released footage of that period is so bizarre to the point where it's almost comical. The detectives give off a passive yet glaringly obvious vibe that lets Casey know exactly what they think, being that she is guilty of her daughter's probable death and a fundamentally terrible human being on every imaginable level. Casey's response to this is to essentially ignore it and act as if the discourse between them and the situation itself is an everyday occurrence, one that perhaps doesn't concern the disappearance of her daughter, for which she is being charged for. You'll notice that she effortlessly maintains the same confident and talkative disposition that she had in her previous interviews with police. It's almost surreal to watch given the circumstance, and the visual element adds an entire new level to the absurdity.
Okay. This is it.
The first segment of footage shows the arresting officer waiting with Casey for the lead investigator to arrive. He initiates the conversation by bringing up the subject of Casey's parents. He asserts that he's worried about them, but the actual message he's putting across is that he essentially knows Casey is guilty and that she isn't fooling anyone. It's an indirect yet obvious accusation.
I was afraid that some of what I said to them probably offended them because I told them that if I find out something that you don't want to hear, I'm going to tell you anyway.
Well, honestly, they'll respect that. That's just, the type of people that they are in the same way.
I know they are. It was never my intention to piss anybody in your family off. I'm not in it to get a conviction. I get nothing out of it. I get zero.
Exactly. You have a job you're trying to do.
I've found a few, and I've not found a few, and it sucks both ways.
Yeah, I agree.
It is what it is.
Mari kita lihat gerak-geriknya, guys.
Where I get sideways with people tends to be when
Hi, John. Hello.
They don't like attorneys very
Welcome.
I have many family members that are attorneys. I have no problems with attorneys. What I have problems with are, at some point, we have to set aside the rules, and we have to find kids. And you know what? So be it. That's why I told you in the car. If you tell me anything now, I'll get up and say, yep, I heard it. And
Ini nonton kasus apa? Kasus ibu.
That's just the way it is. That's all it is.
Kasus anak hilang.
The detective here has essentially just asked Casey for the information he knows she has about her missing child. Rather than retaliate and refute the blatant accusation, Casey continues with her sharp responses of accordance as if to say she agrees and knows exactly where the detective is coming from. Yet although she apparently agrees, she offers no information or follow-up dialogue thereafter. It's so incredibly awkward, yet equally intriguing to watch.
When we did another case that I was involved in, they lost a confession. And I sat there and I looked right at the guys that we worked with. I said,
that's not what's important.
Ini ceritanya ngapain? Jadi ini lagi interogasi seorang ibu yang kehilangan anaknya selama sebulan lebih. Tapi ibu ini nggak telepon polisi selama itu. Yang telepon polisi adalah mamanya si orang ini, si cewek ini. Gak tahu anaknya hilang atau udah meninggoy ya. Kita masih ngelihat di sini masih hidup atau enggak. Bukan kasus anak hilang, ini mah kasus pembunuhan berencana. Maybe, cause we didn't. Thank you. No, I mean kamu ngapain thank you, Rai, for the donation. Lagi bosen, so I watched this psychology crime documentary. So yeah.
It may not be comfortable for everybody. I've done things that if I get caught for, not going to be comfortable, I can tell you that. It's just the way life is. You know, but it's not the end of the world either. And that's what we have to keep in mind. It's not the end of the world.
Casey then casually brings up the topic of the grand jury and the media surrounding her murder trial. She raises the questions as if she's talking about her favorite daytime TV show.
Yeah, but if the subpoena itself is just a regular federal or grand jury subpoena, that's public record. It doesn't say what it's for. It doesn't say what case it's in. It doesn't. It just says you're subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury.
Well, with them announcing that there's going to be a grand jury, and obviously my name was thrown out, they knew who the grand jury was for.
Who threw your name out?
All of the media said that it was from an inside source, meaning from here. So that's where they all say is.
I can tell you what I think of the media and what I think of people who accept the media.
I think it's garbage. Yeah, but I agree. That's the next
that doesn't make it any.
How can she talk so casually? Even she's guilty, huh?
We don't find a quarter of the kids that we.
Oh, I agree. It helps. The exposure has helped bring in so many tips for my daughter.
But at the same time, what it creates is it creates a monster that otherwise isn't necessary.
Exactly.
The tips are what the tips are. If it was a local media only, it would be much easier to work.
Yeah.
When you make it the national media, and you come up with.
You get the Nancy Grace.
Well, you get tips also that come from Hawaii that say, I saw Katie. Really?
Oopsie,
okay,
sorry.
let me call Hawaii and let me send them out. Let me do that.
Ones that are a little bit
those are what I consider local. Because the local stations are going to cover that. That's contiguous to the state of Florida. That's not.
When people are only getting their information from the Nancy Graces or from Globe magazine or People or stuff like that. Are you kidding me?
You're not gonna break bad, right? You can call me on my cell phone.
Okay. I know this is. Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Go back there. Just slide your hands out. No, I'll forget
I honestly can't. So they're a little tight.
Thanks for entertaining us.
Hi, Buggy.
Actually, if I could, I would have done that for you.
Do you know Baez's phone number off the top of your head?
No, I do not.
How can you get the cell number?
I know his office number.
What is that?
407.
I've identified myself. You know why you're in custody.
Yes.
And you signed this. You want me to make present.
Yes. Hey, it's Casey. I'm with Corporal Edwards. I need the last name. Sorry. I'm at the sheriff's department. If you'd like to come down and meet with us, thank you. Yes. And to answer your other question, from that picture, I cut my hair. It was really short even last year. I just started growing it back out this year, so. That's about that.
Oh shit, I forgot to charge my
How's that
Pi.
this morning?
Chutamate.
In our time.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I only saw from the media and got a chance to hear him talking to my mom. I spoke to him last night and this morning for just a quick second before he left, so.
Yeah, I talked to him this morning for a little bit. He was with Mark, and he was really struggling. I mean, you can imagine he having a hard time. He was being called in to essentially.
Jordan mulai emosi. Run! Welcome, Run!
And I felt bad for him, to be honest with you. I truly did.
I told him last night. I know he was subpoenaed and under the law he had to answer whatever questions were asked him, and I told him to do what he had to do.
Imagine you were Casey, but void of any wrongdoing whatsoever. Your daughter was kidnapped 5 weeks ago, and now a detective who thinks you're the culprit is relaying the agonizing moments of your father providing information for your arrest. No matter how stoic or self-controlled your nature, you would most likely be in tears or completely enraged at the overwhelming unjustness of the situation.
You anxious about today at all?
I have been. I mean, this is something honestly we've been preparing for.
That's true.
Just because of words that were directly spoken from your knowledge and also from Sergeant Allen. They were saying that this is what they were planning on doing from the very beginning.
Bentar ya guys. Nanami live-nya malam lagi ya. Tadi aku jam 8 udah live. But at this hour, cause I drank 2 cups of coffee and now this is my third coffee. Aku ngerasa kayak energized gitu, so I did the live stream again. Karena gabut aja sih sebenarnya, dan nggak tahu mau ngapain. Mau main game, lagi males main game. Jadi so I'm watching the psychology criminal documentary. Nggak rajin sih, karena gabut.
So they wrote me off within the first couple hours. That was the only time they ever made any effort to try to talk to me one-on-one. And
no, it was kind of difficult.
It was kind of difficult considering.
Well, considering, obviously, in light of everything that's going on and the fact that you've been arrested for other things, makes it a little more difficult to sit down and even talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that we haven't wanted to.
Yeah. But I do have counsel, and that's something that, my attorney's always been a phone call away.
Has your attorney ever told you that we would like to speak to you?
And we had agreed, him and I together, that we would all sit down together, him and I, and you guys, and, we entertain whatever questions you have, and
There is no possible way that a defense attorney would actually sit down and, as Casey states, entertain any question the police have for them. Yet if we weren't paying close attention, we would take her at her word due to the eloquence of her dialogue and not realize everything she's saying is complete nonsense.
I actually thought that we made it pretty clear that, we wanted to talk.
Manipulatif.
We can't come to you.
Ako duluan ya BTW. Oke, Rune, thank you for Rune, thank you for coming. Astaga. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Rune, sudah datang.
I know it goes both ways on that, and I guess it would have needed to come from me. I should have been the one to
have a nice sleep.
I guess come forward with it, but we did open up that door to law enforcement before. When Sergeant Allen was making a big deal saying, well, we want to talk to her. When can we talk to her? And he's saying, well, the door's open.
I don't believe he ever told us the door's open.
What's fascinating is how instinctive and confident her assertions are. In any other circumstance, or even without the knowledge we have now, you would have no reason not to believe everything she's saying.
I've heard the words come out of his mouth, even myself, directed to other people that maybe didn't either relay the message or took it a different way, so I don't know. I think the lack of communication has put people in opposite corners when everybody has the same goal, is to find Kaylee. We all still feel, I as a mom, I know in my gut, there's the feeling as a parent, you know certain things about your child, you can feel that connection, and I still have that feeling, that presence. I know that she's alive. Whether you have a bucket load of evidence downstairs that contradicts that and says otherwise, or all you have is speculation.
Dari cara ngomongnya dia meyakinkan.
Or nothing at all. I mean,
but we know.
Speculation.
As every tip and
that's
every lead followed up
directly.
Yeah.
That we have more than speculation. We have a lot. How could we be to this point? A lot.
This was essentially a direct confrontation. The detective has just told Casey they have sufficient evidence to prove her guilt. Casey doesn't refute or even respond to the accusation. She instead falls back to her ridiculous dialogue once again, hoping the confidence in her voice will mask the absurdity of what she's actually saying.
That's true.
I said the same thing to them, that they said that we're at the end of a hallway.
Orang panik pasti megang-megang ragu. Cause aku kayak gitu. If I'm panic,
the final step is
I will hold my hair.
Those issues are gone, okay? And when we refer to we're at the end of the hallway, I think you are well aware of what hallway we're talking about. Do you understand that?
Well, so there's no question, I guess. You can specify that at this point. Or what your perspective is on that.
You have a second?
Absolutely.
Can we come right back?
Yeah, that's fine.
You plan on running off?
I'm not going anywhere.
I gotta stretch out a little bit. I'm not as young as I used to be.
It's unfortunate that right when the pressure was starting to build, the second detective interrupts the exchange and they both leave the room soon after. Casey waits alone for roughly 40 minutes before her attorney shows up.
He's gonna ask you a question. You don't say anything else other than
Ternyata nonton Jack Cycle juga. Ah, Zeta nonton juga kah?
Casey, based on our conversation today, and I read you that form.
Yes, I love watching this. Yes, I love watching this. But I never subscribe. Soalnya seru banget.
Correct? Yes. Okay. Now, based on your request for us to call him and bring him here, he's here. So what we're going to try to do is give you
Oh, by the way, welcome Zetya.
No secrets, I told you. This room's recorded. I have to be able to approach my chain and explain why.
The detective now guilefully takes Casey up on her previous offer, where she insisted they were willing to sit down with police and answer questions.
But first, I needed you to tell him, in your own words, if you will, that you'd like to take the opportunity to deal with us like you've made that request in the past. So, is that something you want to tell him?
I told him the same thing we talked about before, that we would entertain any questions that they have. We would listen and discuss it, and if we have something to respond, we'll respond.
Do you want to speak to me in private?
Yes.
So we can clarify this?
Yes.
It would come as no surprise that no conference was to be had. Casey was instead taken to the county jail, where she would remain for 2.5 years awaiting trial. Once this footage was released to the public domain, the consensus was that Casey at best was a cold-hearted mother, and at worst, a hideous, despicable murderer. But what's curious is that although these opinions may be accurate, they came from a completely misguided notion, being that her behavior in the footage was entirely genuine. Casey was in all likelihood being completely fake this entire time. So you might be curious as to why a person would actually fake such a poised temperament, when it would be far more fitting to fake sadness and despair. We all have aspects to ourselves that are ungenuine to a certain degree. How we act at a business dinner won't be the way we are at home with our close friends or family. The more comfortable the setting, the more we can be ourselves. Those educated on Casey's past would assert that she was rarely sad, rarely angry, but always this bubbly and agreeable personality, even when it didn't suit the situation. She was one of those people where something just seemed off, but you couldn't quite put your finger on it. The evidence put forward suggests that Casey was fake in every single setting and with every single person all of the time, a trait that might go unnoticed in everyday life, yet would clearly stand out when shown under the microscope of a criminal case study. Casey had become so accustomed to this fraudulent way of being that it even came as a natural behavior to her in the extraordinary setting we see here. And the assertion is that because Casey knew just how well she could fabricate this character, she thought she could use it to mask her anxiety and thus conceal guilty behavior. Casey, in all likelihood, had little to no regard for her daughter. That's not even an argument anymore. But her true temperament here would likely be far more apprehensive due to the concern over her own welfare. Every time the detective insinuated an accusation, Casey kept the same tone, same demeanor, and same confident, lighthearted disposition. If you took her out of this interrogative setting and placed her in the mall with her friends, it would seem completely normal. She would be faking her personality in both environments, yet we are only able to realize it in one. This type of mindset is linked to sociopathy. Whatever the situation or circumstance, they need to have an advantage over you. So how do they do this? They lie, and also calculate how they are going to feel and react to a certain situation before it occurs. The entirety of her focus was on making herself look good rather than being worried about the actual quality of her character. Casey, in a nutshell, was an inauthentic person, long before she ever gave birth to her ill-fated daughter. And her skill at deception alongside her manufactured personality is arguably the most terrifying part of this entire case. On December 11th, 2008, just under 5 months since she was reported missing, Kaylee's skeletal remains were discovered in a swamp less than a mile away from the Anthony household. She was wrapped in a Winnie the Pooh blanket and then placed in a canvas laundry bag. Duct tape was discovered around the nose and mouth area of the skull, and her death was ruled a homicide. Prosecutors in the case then announced they would be seeking the death penalty. There were a multitude of discoveries made in the lead-up to the trial, and many believed it to be an open and shut case due to the damnatory nature of the evidence. On the last day Kaylee was seen alive by anyone other than her mother, and the day many believed she was murdered, Casey Anthony made the following internet searches.
Suffocation, full Proof suffocation.
At 7:54 p.m. that same evening, Casey and her boyfriend Tony were seen in a Blockbuster video store. Kaylee was nowhere in sight, and many presume she was already dead and decomposing in Casey's trunk at this point. In the following weeks, Casey went out partying most nights. Just 3 days after her daughter's supposed abduction, she was captured in various photos participating in a hot body contest. 12 days after, she got a tattoo on her back saying Bella Vita, an Italian motto that translates beautiful life. She also made an entry in her diary around the same time which read, "I completely trust my own judgment, and I knew that I made the right decision. This is the happiest that I have been in a very long time. I hope that my happiness will continue to grow." The trial commenced on May 24, 2011. The gist of the prosecution's argument was that Casey suffocated her daughter with duct tape and then placed her in the trunk for a few days before disposing of her body in the swamp. The motive for the murder was the primary focus during their opening statement.
This isn't just a case about Casey
Yes.
Anthony. It's a story about Kaylee Anthony as well. Kaylee Anthony was born on August 9th of 2005. It was a Tuesday. And Kaylee lived nearly every day of her life on a quiet residential street in Orlando called Hope Spring Drive. Casey Anthony, Kaylee's mother, appeared to all outward observers to be what her parents thought she was. A loving mother working hard to provide support for her daughter. But as the evidence in this case and the investigation into the background of Casey Anthony will show, that was an illusion. On Monday, June 16th, Cindy Anthony goes to work, as I've described, sometime between 7 and 8 a.m., and is out of the house until the late evening. George Anthony specifically recalls that at 12:50 p.m. on June 16th of 2008, his daughter Casey left the residence
Iya, Jordan, I'd say so.
with Kaylee Marie Anthony.
Well, I'd say so though.
Was wearing a pink shirt, jean shorts, sunglasses, and a backpack.
Okay, Hidenaruto, thank you for coming.
And Jojo Anthony
George
kissed his granddaughter goodbye and never saw her again. In fact, no one but Casey Anthony ever saw Kaylee Marie Anthony alive again. The evidence in this case will establish that there is no other reason for the placement of multiple pieces of duct tape on this child's face, mouth, and nose other than the specific intent to end that child's life. No one but Casey Anthony had access to all the pieces.
Thank you, Ken, for the several gray milk
The
tea.
duct tape, the laundry bag, the blanket, the shorts, the shirt, the car. No one else lied to their friends, to their family, to investigators. No one else benefited from the death of Kaylee Marie Anthony. Kaylee's death allowed Casey Anthony to live the good life, at least for those 31 days.
Although there was a lack of direct physical evidence tying the defendant to her daughter's death, the evidence the state actually had still seemed overwhelming, and they understandably thought relying on the facts alone would easily secure a conviction. The defense, on the other hand, were up against it. So not only did they use charm and appeal to sway the jury's attention away from the evidence, they dropped an absolute bombshell in their opening statements to create as much doubt as humanly possible.
On behalf of the defense,
Betul
I
banget.
thank you for the sacrifice that you've made in your
Bentar.
jury service and coming here. and helping us see justice.
Gila sih.
We know it's no easy task.
Sumpah
And
stupid.
we intend, I'm sure, both sides on getting you home as quickly as possible once you have all of the information that you need. Everyone wants to know what happened.
Hi, Oji-san.
How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before ever reporting her child missing?
See?
It's insane.
Yes, that's true.
It's bizarre.
It's insane. It's
Something's
bizarre.
just not right about that.
That's true.
Well, the answer is actually relatively simple. She never was missing. Kaylee Anthony died on June 16, 2008, when she drowned in her family's swimming pool. The reason we're all here is because not of the commonality of this tragedy, but of the uniqueness of the family that it happened to. You will hear about ugly things, secret things, things that people don't speak about, things that Casey never spoke about. On June 16, 2008, after Kaylee died, Casey did what she's been doing all her life, or for most of it, hiding her pain. Going into that dark corner.
Jadi artinya
and pretending that she does not live in the situation that she's living in.
Sama sekali enggak, Jafar.
Must keep its secrets quiet.
Punta baby girl, Momski. Welcome, Momski.
When Casey was 8 years old
Welcome back.
and her father came into her room and began to touch her inappropriately. This
Wait,
child,
what?
who at 8 years old learned to lie immediately. She could be 13 years old, have her father's penis in her mouth, and then go to school and play with the other kids as if nothing ever happened.
Wait,
that
what?
will help you understand why no one knew that her child was dead.
The trial would go on to last 6 weeks, with the prosecution exposing the truly dark and deceptive nature.
Wait a minute. Hah? Gue gak salah baca kan? Selamat pagi Kanami, lagi nonton apa nih Kak? Hai Rize, aku lagi nonton psychology crime documentary.
Casey Anthony had access to all the pieces of evidence.
Thank you.
The duct tape, the laundry bag.
Thank
the
you,
blanket,
Rai,
the shorts,
for
the shirt,
Earl Grey-nya.
The car.
Ini bentar, lagi ngulang nih, lagi ulang ya. Wait. This one.
Doubt as humanly possible.
On behalf of the defense, I want to thank you for the sacrifice that you've made in your jury service and coming here and helping us.
Kita baca lagi ya, nih.
We know it's no easy task, and we intend, I'm sure, both sides on getting you home as quickly as possible once you have all of the information that you need.
Kita ulang lagi ya.
How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before ever reporting her child missing? It's insane.
Betul.
It's bizarre. Something's just not right about that. Well, the answer is actually relatively simple.
Aku begadang.
She never was missing. Kaylee Anthony died on June 16, 2008, when she drowned in her family's swimming pool.
When she drowned.
Well, the reason we're all here is because
Dia meninggal
not of
karena
the commonality of this tragedy, but of the uniqueness of the family that it happened to. You will hear about ugly things, secret things, things that people don't speak about, things that Casey never spoke about. On June 16, 2008, after Kaylee died, Casey did what she's been doing all her life, or for most of it, hiding her pain. Going into that dark corner and pretending that she does not live in the situation that she's living in. This family must keep its secrets quiet. And it all began when Casey was 8 years old and her father came into her room.
Wait. Jadi ini ngeceritain tentang throwback ceritanya si Casey, which daddy he's talking about the George.
and began to touch her inappropriately. This child, who at 8 years old, learned to lie immediately. She could be 13 years old, have her father's penis in her mouth, and then go to school and play with the other kids as if nothing ever happened. That will help you understand why no one knew that her child was dead.
The trial would go on to last 6 weeks, with the prosecution exposing the truly dark and deceptive nature of Casey's character. While the state relied on fact, the defense clung on to theory and proposed every conspiracy under the sun in the hope they would create enough skepticism and confusion. One of the more noted details of the trial was the courtroom presence of Jose Baez. He had an exceptional ability of narrative control and storytelling, and his capacity to create a connection with the jury seemed far more adequate than that of the state. This was recognized and mentioned multiple times in the media, yet the overwhelming majority of those following the case were almost certain that it wouldn't be enough to save the defendant. Closing arguments were put forward on Sunday, the 3rd of July.
When you have a child, that child becomes your life.
That's true.
This case is about the clash between that responsibility and the expectations that go with it and the life that Casey Anthony wanted to have. Casey meets Tony.
Bentar ya, kita nanti akan ada conclusion about this.
He's free. He's a club promoter.
Ooh, okay.
He's out there at night with the loud music and dancing, and it's a great free life. So she has a choice. A life tethered to a child, or a life free to be 22. And as hard as it is for anyone to imagine, she had to choose between sacrificing two things.
Yes, that's true.
The first was her dreams and the life she wanted. And the second was her child.
And he sacrificed, and she, I mean,
shows
she's
that the choice she made was her child.
Yes!
Here we are at the end of our journey. And I have to tell you that I probably think you have more questions than you have answers. And if you recall at opening statements, the final thing that I told you, at the end of the day, when everything is said and done, the one question will never be answered. The key question in this case will never be answered.
It's a fucking answer!
And that is, how did Kaylee die? I'm going to start with my biggest fear. I'm going to tell you right up front what I fear may happen in this case. And I want to talk to you about it and explain why I feel that way. This case deals with so much emotion. I know that there were times
you built too
every
much
single
story,
person in
sir.
here felt something deep down inside. Your rules of deliberation, what the law is that this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone.
You'll notice that Mr. Baez locks the jury's focus on this while subtly concealing this. He presents the argument that the prosecution has purposely got the jury emotionally invested in the case in the hope it would push them towards a guilty verdict. Yet in this exact same statement, he himself is getting them emotionally invested for the exact opposite reason. While refuting the prosecution's supposed attempt to entice anger, he subtly attempts to evoke empathy. Say what you want about this attorney and the ethics of his conduct, but what you are about to witness is expertly done, and what many believe to be what saved Casey Anthony's life.
And that's because, obviously, we want you to base your verdict on the evidence, not on emotion. And it's my biggest fear because it's such a difficult thing for you to push aside. Kaylee Anthony was a beautiful, sweet, innocent child who died far too soon. There's no doubt about it, and that is not disputed by anyone. But to parade her up here, to invoke your emotion, would be improper. It's improper under the law, and it's improper as to the rules of your deliberation. He went on for a great length of time talking about this beautiful child. Not on his evidence, not on the evidence that was presented before you. It was to set up the emotion for what was to come. And that is exactly how this case was presented. They didn't come right out the gate and show you the evidence. They gave you 2 weeks of testimony that was completely irrelevant and served only one purpose. And that was to paint Casey Anthony as a slut, as a party girl, as a girl who lies, and has absolutely nothing to do with how Kaylee died. And this prosecution was geared in such a manner that it was deliberate, it was methodical, it was thorough.
Just look at this face.
Mr. Baez then focuses on the fact that the state has the burden of proof, and thereafter continues to intertwine the two essential features of his argument, empathy and doubt.
Don't speculate. Don't guess. It has to be proven to you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. If you don't know what happened,
I will say objection.
It wasn't proven. We don't want you to tell us what you think happened. We want you to tell us what was proven happened.
My neck.
And that's the difference here. Because you know what? We can go on and speculate all day long as to the different theories that were posed before you, as to the different possibilities. But the truth of the matter is it must be what was proven. There are no mysteries to solve here. There should be no mystery before you right now. If you have questions, then it was not proven. And that's as simple as it goes.
Gila sih, gue kesel banget anjir.
Back to what I was saying with their initial setup.
Gue kesel anjing.
The way the case was presented, the first couple of weeks. You see, the strategy behind that is if you hate her, if you think she's a lying, no-good slut, then you'll start to look at this evidence in a different light. You'll start to, wait a minute. Maybe I'm seeing something that's not there. And start to actually discriminate against her rather than give her the standard that is afforded to each and every citizen in our country. And that is that the state, that the government come in here and prove their case beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt.
Sumpah, gue kesel parah. It's a fucking fact. It's a fucking fact. Wah, anjing. Anjing. Gini. Gini ya, conclusionnya ya. Dari detik pertama nih. Di berapa menit lagi sih? Kelar 4 menit lagi ya? Gini. Gue emosi anjing ya. Ibu mana nih? Gue tanya nih. Seorang ibu nih. Anak lo hilang sebulan. Bukan seminggu, sebulan. Nggak dicariin. Coba gue tanya. Terus dengan enaknya dia ngomong, if you have, kalau lu benci dia, dan dia adalah such a liar, she's a fucking liar. Dari awal dia udah bohong. Dia nggak kerja di Universal Studio. Dia nyangkut-nyangkutin orang yang kerja di Universal Studio. Padahal mereka tuh kayak nggak pernah ngomong gitu loh. Kayak, ih anjing, gue gila ya. Ini juga pengacaranya tolol anjing. Goblok sia. Terus gini, katanya anaknya tenggelam. Tapi ditemukan ada duct tape, which is kayak lakban lah ya. Lakban di mukanya, di seluruh mukanya. Itu apakah namanya tenggelam, gue tanya. Astaga, gue emosi anjing. Gue emosi, bangke. Ntar kita kelarin dulu ya. Gini nih, si bapak ini, dia bilang sebelumnya itu judges katanya nge-build empati segala macam gini-gini. Katanya kalian harus menjauhkan simpati, empati segala macam. Tapi dia sendiri nge-build empati itu sendiri. Nge-build empati para pendengarnya untuk ke si siapa namanya, si Casey. Like, sir, excuse me sir, you did wrong. Anda ngomongin Anda sendiri, hah? Asu. Loh kok beda? Nah itu dia, pembelaannya terlalu bodoh.
You've labored tremendously over this journey.
Nanti ya, kita tunggu sampai kelar dulu nih.
To render a verdict of not guilty on these charges because they simply were not proven.
It's a fucking proven, bitch.
Not true.
For the 9th Judicial Circuit in and for Orange County, Florida. State of Florida versus Casey Marie Anthony. As to case number 2008 CF 15606-0. As to the charge of first-degree murder, verdict as to count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge of aggravated child abuse, verdict as to count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge of aggravated manslaughter of a child, verdict as to count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. And juror number 12, were these your true and correct verdicts? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Well, counsel and the
Wait, what?
Podium.
Well, I hope that this is a lesson to those of you who have indulged in assassination for 3 years, bias and prejudice, and incompetent talking heads saying what would be and how to be.
What?
I'm disgusted by some of the lawyers that have done this, and I can tell you that my colleagues from coast to coast and border to border have condemned this whole process of lawyers getting on television and talking about cases that they don't know a damn thing about and don't have the experience to back up their words or the law to do it. Now you've learned a lesson. We appreciate the jury. Those of you that have been objective and professional, we like it. Others, we're going to be talking to again. Thank you very much.
Casey did not murder Kaylee. It's that simple. And today, our system of justice has not dishonored her memory by a false conviction.
Wait, what? Huh? Huh? Anjing, gue speechless sih. Asli gue speechless banget kayak. Enggak salah. Dibebasin gitu aja. Like, pening gak sih lu? Gue nggak tahu ya. Gini. Gue bukan anak hukum. Jadi gue masih nggak gitu tahu ya tentang hukum-hukum yang berlaku pada tahun tersebut, apalagi di Amerika gitu kan. Tapi setahu gue nih, gue speechless banget. Gue speechless anjing, sumpah. Not guilty. Lu bayangin not guilty. Gini ya. Nih. Gak usah not guilty gini loh. Pengen ngomong kasar gue. Gini. Defendernya jago sih, berarti dia menangin Casey yang jelas-jelas guilty. Itu dia. Padahal buktinya tuh bener-bener udah ada gitu loh. Wah, kacau anjing. Enggak deh, gini. Pikirannya gini aja nih. Pertama, dia selama 30 hari, di mana anaknya hilang selama 30 hari, dia nggak telepon polisi. Which is, menurut gue ya, itu bisa masuk ke hukum karena menelantarkan anak sendiri. Bener gak? Setahu gue di Amerika itu ada hukumnya yang menelantarkan anak. Ya gak sih? Correct me if I'm wrong ya. Anjing, gue kesel banget loh. Anjing, gue emosi bangke. Terus si siapa? Pengacaranya si Cassie, dia bilang dia nge-build dia nyalahin yang sebelumnya itu, yang apa sih, yang nyalahin si Cassie, yang bikin Cassie jadi jadi pelaku itu. Dia bilang mereka menyeret audiens untuk simpati dan empati, padahal kebalikannya gak sih? Karena ya anjing, gue kesel banget sumpah. Karena dia, si yang ngebelain si Casey ini, ngungkit-ngungkit masa lalunya si Casey. Padahal di sini urusannya itu tentang keluarganya Casey, keluarga kecilnya Casey, which is si Casey sama anaknya, ya kan? Oh shit, gue emosi parah ini. Ini kalau di Indonesia udah dikupas habis-habisnya sama Kak Seto. Bukan Kak Seto aja, gue rasa banyak, sumpah banyak banget. Ini, wah gila sih. Bisa gak sih di open case lagi? Gila sih. Anjing. Gue masih gak terima, sumpah. Gue masih gak terima, sumpah. Dan secara psikologi ya, tadi kan dijelasin kan, kalau misalnya umur si Cassie itu sekitaran 20 tahunan, 22 tahun ya. 22 tahun dan punya anak di luar nikah. Ya gak usah jauh-jauh deh ngomongin umur 20-an gitu ya. 20-an kan pasti maunya happy-happy, ya gak sih? Kita maunya happy-happy, kita maunya tuh apa sih? Ya pokoknya hidup seneng lah ya, party all night long kalau bisa gitu kan. Terus tapi dia ya begituan, ternyata punya anak di luar nikah gitu. Otomatis waktunya dia itu terenggut kan sama anak ini. Well, I can tell gitu loh, kalau misalnya dia pengen seneng-seneng tapi dia mengorbankan anaknya akhirnya. Ngerti gak? Gila, semudah itu loh. Like, dan evidence-nya tuh udah ada semua tapi dimenangin. Like, anjing. Gila. Ternyata hukum tahun segitu tuh belum gitu kenceng di Amerika. Ya gak sih? Padahal udah ketahuan jelas loh. Dia berbohong, memberikan kesaksian bohong ibaratnya. Itu udah harusnya udah kena hukuman loh. Balik ke tujuan definisi, kalau emang tujuannya emang buat menangin Casey, berarti sukses dia. Gila ya. Tahun 2008 loh case-nya. 2008 sampai 2011. Gila. Gue sih kasihan banget sama anaknya. Umur 3 tahun. 3 tahun loh. Gue sebagai iblis aja sedih anjing ngeliatnya. Astaga Tuhan. Jauhkanlah hamba dari orang-orang seperti itu. Gila sih, gue kecewa berat parah. Gue kecewa parah anjing. Aduh, ini chatboxnya pinggirin dulu. Maaf ya guys, baru dibenerin. Baru ngeh gue. Chatboxnya hilang. Sampai chat. Aku mah mikirnya kurang orang Amerika gak gampang keluar sama fake emotional. Gue yakin Dajjal lihat beginian gak jadi turun ke bumi. Ini tuh malaikat sama Dajjal tuh pasti bingung anjing mau nyatetnya gimana. Sumpah, gue kasihan banget sama anaknya si Kylie. Anjing. Sebenarnya pelajaran yang harus kita tangkap itu adalah kalau lu masih pengen happy, gak usah punya anak deh. Ngerti gak sih? Ya I know, kita bisa happy sama anak kita. Cuma balik lagi kayak lu harus tahu prioritas lu apa, ya gak sih? Anjing, gue emosi, sumpah. Pengen marah gue anjing. Aduh, ayo kita lihat apa ini. What pretending to be crazy look alike? Haruskah kita nonton ini? Kayaknya ini seru. Hai Puhen, ada apa baru keluar dari gue ini? Kita habis nontonin sesuatu yang menyebalkan ya. Ya sulit sih kalau emang juri udah ketok palu mau gimana lagi. Masih reopen case terus gelut lagi. Ini berarti kasusnya udah 10 tahun yang lalu ya. Ini loh, reopen case gitu ada batas waktunya kan? Setahu gue. Kita butuh anak hukum nih, tolong nih anak hukum. Kita mau nontonin yang ini nggak? What pretending to be crazy look alike? Seru gak nih? Kayaknya seru. Nonton nggak? Nonton lah. Subscribe and like.
This is 26-year-old Dawson McGee, sitting in a police interrogation room in the early hours of a Tuesday morning. The Monday night before, he stabbed his own mother to death for asking him to move out of the house and get a job. Dawson is unaware that he is being recorded on a hidden camera. In 3 seconds from now, he will hear the sound of the door being opened by a detective. And at that exact moment, you will see a remarkably noticeable switch in his demeanor.
Oh.
There's definitely something I want to talk to you about. I want to talk to you about what happened to your mom.
What happened to my mom?
Well, you tell me.
People call me and said something happened at home to mom. They were very bad.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to my mom?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Oh. Busted.
I'm waiting for my brother and sister to tell me.
Okay. Well, so,
Busted anjing.
Was your sister home this weekend?
Wait, I'm supposed to have an attorney?
Astaga.
If you want one.
Am I supposed to have an attorney?
Apakah dia nggak tahu ya kalau lagi direkam?
Well,
kalau lagi kayak gini kan semua direkam.
Enggak sih? I mean, we'd like to talk to you. You want to ask for an attorney?
How did you...
It would come as no surprise that a judge deemed him fit to stand trial. A jury then found him legally sane, and he was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his mother, all of which was in spite of a continuous charade of mental illness similar to the one you see here. Dawson clearly believed that his passage through the legal system would somehow be easier if he were presumed insane, which is a naive yet somewhat common misconception that many suspects make when facing serious charges. They have this notion that a plea of insanity would either lower the severity of their punishment or liberate them from it altogether. That instead of being sent to prison, they would simply be released back into society, perhaps with a free psychotherapeutic program to attend on the weekends. This is, of course, a far cry from reality. In the United States, if you're found responsible for a serious offense, but also found not guilty of the crime by reason of insanity, you will be institutionalized at a high-security psychiatric facility. These institutions are without question some of the darkest and most disturbing places in the system. And if you're not actually suffering from the crippling effects of mental illness, living in this type of environment will be a mentally agonizing experience. The foresight of what occurs inside these units would make the majority wish to avoid them. But once you are in, it is very hard to get out, and you will have to serve the same, if not a greater amount of time than you would have had to serve at a regular prison. So to put it briefly, if you commit a serious offense and then pretend to be crazy in order to get away with it, your life from that point forward will be an extremely dark and uncomfortable existence, whether you manage to fool the system or not. But
nih, bukan mabuk, jadi tuh dia pura-pura gila biar masa tahanannya itu dipermudah, ngerti gak? Jadi itu ada keringanan lah maksudnya. Jadi setahu gue ya, jadi tuh kalau misalnya saya bukan pembunuhan, maksudnya kayak pokoknya ada satu kejahatan tapi dilakukan oleh orang yang memiliki mental illness, itu bakal ada keringanan tapi dimasukin ke RSJ setahu gue ya. Nah, orang ini padahal waras, tapi dia tuh pura-pura gila biar dia dikasih keringanan, tapi ternyata rumah sakit jiwa lebih gitu loh, ngerti kan nih maksudnya gimana nih? Diringanin sih beberapa bulan, cuma Anda di rumah sakit jiwong gimana nih, Chin?
There is one benefit, which is the elimination of capital punishment. The United States cannot execute someone deemed insane during the time of their offense, which is the only conceivable reason a defendant would cling to this narrative even after knowing what lies ahead should it succeed. And this happens to be a notion that ties in closely to the primary subject of this video. It will focus on one particular individual whose interrogation footage is so fraught with blatant trickery that most of the segments presented to you won't even need suggestive commentary. You can simply observe and judge for yourself whether you see authentic behavior or not. But before showing you what pretending to be crazy looks like, we'll briefly show you a genuine case of the criminally insane, or at least a far more convincing one. This is 18-year-old Jared Murray, a freshman at East Central University in Oklahoma. On a Wednesday evening in December, he asked fellow student Gennaro Sanchez for a ride to Walmart. Once they got there, Murray pulled out a handgun and made Gennaro drive to an isolated country road where he shot him twice in the head. He then attempted to hitchhike to Canada, but was soon apprehended by police on the side of the road. He immediately confessed to the crime once apprehended, and was then interrogated by the arresting officer.
I went down to his dorm room and asked
ini kalau nggak salah yang benar-benar gila. Kaget tadi apaan? Jump scare.
Yes, sir.
And did you both go in?
No, we did not go in, sir.
Okay, and why not?
We pulled into the parking lot, then I pulled the weapon on him and demanded that he take me to Asher, Oklahoma.
Thank you. Thank you, Pilia. Pilia. Welcome, Pilia. Why you don't show up?
Because I was planning to take him out into the country and kill him.
Oke. Jadi orang ini benar-benar gila ya guys. Tadi ada disclaimer, orang ini benar-benar gila dan dia admit kalau dia itu bunuh orang itu. And for Pilia, thank you banget, thank you so much. Oke, kita balik lagi ya.
He panicked, wanted to pull out his phone. I yanked the phone out of his hand, and then he panicked some more. Kept telling me not to kill him. To make him feel more comfortable, I unloaded the clip, unloaded the bullet from the chamber, handed them over to him, and that eased his nerves a little. Then I pulled a second clip out of my pocket and set it on my lap.
And so you're driving east, and so I guess at some point, did you decide now was the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what happened?
I loaded the gun quickly, chambered the round quickly, shot once, missed, shot a second time, hit, jumped out of the car, went around. He was driving 10, 15 miles an hour, so it was rather slow. Ran around the hood of the car, and of course it was slow when he wasn't purposefully driving. Tried to pull him out, couldn't get him out until he already had hit the tree.
Iya bener, kayak pura-pura stroke, kayak orang stroke.
Before I dumped him into the ditch, I heard him gurgling. I'm not sure if that was a physiological or physical process after death, but I thought that he might have still lived through that somehow.
Believe it or not, orang gila, kita nggak boleh sebut orang gila ya, yang kena mental illness, itu pintar gak sih? Like, otaknya jalan, cerdas loh sebenarnya mereka. Mereka tuh cerdas, cuma I thought that autism or something like that, ya you know lah ya, maksudnya. Dia pintar loh ngejelasin. Maksudnya dia ngejelasin, dia bilang tadi, gue nggak tahu itu adalah physical orang sebelum mati atau dia itu masih hidup atau enggak. I'm impressed.
Because he was gurgling, so I shot him again and then shoved him down in the ditch.
He makes a half-hearted attempt to conceal the body with a handful of leaves and a stick. He then walks in the direction of the highway.
Did you get back on the highway?
Yes, sir.
And which way did you go?
North, sir.
And what were your intentions? You were walking north.
Canada, sir.
You was going to Canada?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He states that his plan was to escape into Canada, but he had nothing to escape with, not even a passport.
I had tried hitchhiking most of the way
He's
because the only way
freaking
this was going
smart.
to work, factoring in my belief that y'all found a crime scene, is if someone were to give me a ride there and then. And then whenever your patrol car was pulling up behind me, I didn't know it was a patrol car. I stuck my thumb out and you was there for the rest.
Jared, I want to ask you just point blank, because I mean you sat here and confessed to
Betul banget.
my mind, and I think you might agree with me, just cold.
Dan dia langsung cerita semuanya gitu loh.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever killed anybody else?
No, sir.
You will now see the detective attempt to establish a motive for the crime.
I guess I'm having a hard time understanding what you got out of it. Can you help me?
I don't really get anything out of it.
Do you feel any remorse?
I'm sad that I got caught so quickly.
Tell me why.
Aduh, polos banget anjir.
This was going to be one person.
I'm sorry.
From your
Sorry.
consequences of killing.
You have no reason to believe me, sir.
I guess I'm just still having a real hard time understanding why.
The detective fails to establish a solid motive for a further 2 minutes. The discussion eventually lands on the victim's long-term girlfriend.
You don't think she's going to be...
Oh, jadi ganti topik ya?
I think she will be, sir.
How did that make you feel?
No different, sir.
Okay. I think you've been honest with me. I think you told me just straight up, right out of the book, what happened.
Yes, sir.
But, you know, you've done a terrible thing tonight.
Yes, sir.
You killed a young man.
Yes, sir.
Just for the simple fact of, I guess pretty much this is safe for you.
Yes, sir.
And what do you think should happen to you?
Death sentence, sir.
And why do you think you deserve a death sentence?
An eye for an eye, sir.
Ooh.
Do you believe an eye for an eye?
Yes, sir.
Wait, what?
Jared Murray was found not guilty by reason of insanity. He was committed to a high-security mental facility where he is to remain indefinitely.
Anything to say for yourself today?
No, ma'am.
Any reason why you might have done this to this young man?
No, ma'am.
No reason.
No, ma'am.
You have nothing to say for yourself.
No, ma'am.
You want to tell the community anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you confess to police?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you proud of what you've done?
No, ma'am.
Do you have remorse for what you've done?
No, ma'am.
He appears completely void of human emotion. No regret, remorse, shame, nor fear. He had both taken a life and destroyed his own, yet seems indifferent to the circumstances. With respect to his interrogation footage, the most conspicuous element was the complete lack of self-preservation. He didn't once attempt to deflect blame, nor afford himself any type of justification for his actions. He simply spoke in a factual, non-biased manner, impartial to how his words may have been taken or even twisted to be used against him. There was no calculated structure to his behavior whatsoever. So with this notion in mind, let's move on to the primary subject of this video.
I'm agree about that. Like, guys, lihat orang gila aja jujur. Orang yang mental illness aja jujur. Tolong. Like straight away, gitu deh, right away gitu. Gila, yang waras kalah anjir. No offense, but look at that. Look at that, guys. Tapi emang sih. Well, kita nggak boleh ketawa. It's kind of hurting, but yeah, it's fun to watch. Yang gila malah lebih proper daripada yang pura-pura betul. Gue malah lebih simpati ke orang mental illness yang ini. Gue sebagai orang waras merasa kena mental lihat kasus satu ini. Sih, ya dia jujur karena dia ngerasa nggak salah gak sih? Betul, bener. Dia ngerasa ya kenapa emangnya, tapi dia baca kan tadi dia bilang apa, eye for an eye gitu loh. Dan dia tahu kalau dia tuh udah ngebunuh orang, ya hukuman yang pantas buat dia apa selain mati juga gitu loh. Kalau ya waras kan dia tahu kayak shoot this is ya bye. Jadi harus bohong, ya betul. Dan secara nggak langsung psikologinya kita itu kalau misalnya kita di pojokan gitu, kita bukan dipojokin, maksudnya ya dipojokin gitu, kita pasti kasih defense gitu kan. It's a natural thing. Mau digedein kah? Gak usah lah ya. Natural thingy about human ya gitu. Kita defense diri kita sendiri. Oh, ini yang pura-pura gila ya.
Put your hands up a little bit. Have a seat.
Karena rasa kenapa belum mereka takut kenapa orang gila jujur ya.
Do not think about getting up, right, buddy?
This is 19-year-old Nicholas Cruz, who 3 hours and 55 minutes prior to this moment murdered 17 people at his former high school in Parkland, Florida. Among the dead were 3 teachers and 14 students, the majority of whom were 14 years old. A further 17 students were seriously wounded during the massacre. The gunman dropped his rifle 7 minutes into the rampage and then blended in with the crowd as he ran out of the building. He was at large for 1 hour and 20 minutes, during which time he stopped off at a Subway and then a McDonald's, where he sat down and casually spoke to one of the victim's brothers. The student was unaware that his older sister had just been shot through the chest by the man sitting across the table. The description of the shooter was transmitted by police over the radio, which led to an officer identifying and arresting him on a street just 2 miles away from the school. He was taken to the nearest hospital and examined by a doctor for roughly 1 hour and 45 minutes. He was medically cleared and then transferred to the local sheriff's office where he was subjected to interrogation.
Do not think about getting up, right, buddy?
From the moment the subject entered the room, his eyes have been fixed upon nothing but the floor. He's held on to this downward-facing gaze as if he's either in a state of shock or disconnected from the moment.
Nembak. Ini nih guys. Ini kalau Indonesia juga bebas senjata nih bahaya anjrot. Bye. Nih lihat nih beginian.
At the exact moment the door shuts, he lifts up his head to observe his surroundings. His behavior completely shifts once he believes no one is watching. If we look at his demeanor a moment earlier, we can see the contrast. He went from being detached to alert. His behavior changed as the environment changed, which is a recurring theme throughout this interrogation. It shows us that his mind isn't wandering off during these moments of apparent disconnection. He is in fact fully present and very aware of what's going on around him. As he looks up, his eyes immediately lock onto the camera. He now knows he is still being watched, and his following gestures will resemble that of someone with suicidal tendencies.
You watch too much TV, kids.
At face value, these externalized suicidal thoughts may seem genuine to some, but when framed with the rest of his behavior throughout this interrogation, they are exposed for what they really are: an act, a calculated attempt to garner sympathy and paint his character in what he believes to be a more positive light.
All right, how you doing, Nick? You all right? Gotta be able to speak so I can hear you. All right, I just need to ask you really your name and date of birth just to confirm I got it right, and then I'm gonna see you want a glass of water or something. What's your first name?
This is a situation where the proof against the suspect is already conclusive. He is without question responsible for the crimes under investigation, making the pursuit of a confession not essential. The police know he did it, but they need to know why he did it, which would already require a complex strategy in order to obtain the correct information. But the suspect's first recorded statements upon his arrest have now made the procedure considerably more difficult.
What's going on today, bro?
The demons, man.
Demons?
Voices.
Yeah, no problem. Voices and demons?
Where's the voices? What happened?
Shut up. Just be quiet, man.
Shut up. Demons, man. Voices.
These two words have now forged the primary stratagem of his own interrogation, which is to cut through deception under the guise of supportive examination. The questions will be designed to lock him into a specific narrative about his alleged psychosis, while simultaneously giving him the impression that his responses are for his own benefit. Anything he says now can be used to refute any amendments he might come up with at a later stage. We all know that after this interrogation, he will have significantly more time to think, study, and even seek guidance from professionals about how the legal system interconnects with mental illness. Yet the majority of this forthcoming knowledge could be useless to him depending on what he says during these moments. The more details he gives away, the less options he will have for his defense later on. But pursuing this objective is complicated, as there are two very common scenarios for when this type of suspect gets interrogated. And just to be entirely clear, by this type of suspect, we mean someone who is 1. Pretending to be insane, and 2. Not fooling anyone. Their most common response is to simply shut down. They regress into total silence or some type of catatonic state, and the interrogation never gets off the ground. The other common response is the exact opposite. They erupt into hysteria or supposed delirium, and everything from that point forward becomes incoherent. The lead detective, John Curcio, must not allow either of these scenarios to transpire, and this makes the first 2 minutes absolutely crucial. He needs to create a positive first impression and resemble the furthest thing from a threat, while at the same time maintain a presence of authority. His temperament will be easygoing and non-confrontational, but also encouraging when extracting a response. His role at this moment is the ally. He needs to be liked, respected, but must not be feared. Not yet anyway. Going off the suspect's initial demeanor, the detective will know that he is far more likely to regress into a state of silence at this opening stage. And if he can prevent that from happening within the first 2 minutes, he is over the first obstacle.
All right, how you doing, Nick? I just need to ask you really your name and date of birth just to confirm I got it right, and then I'm gonna see you want a glass of water or something. What's your first name? Come on, Nick. Huh? Spell it for me.
Okay.
Come on, I'm old. You gotta talk so I can hear you. N-I-K. O. Okay. A-S. And what's your middle name? Come on, man. Speak so I can hear you. Jacob, J-A-C. What's your date of birth? Okay, you need to relax, because I'm the last detective or policeman you're going to have to talk to. So right off the bat, that should be somewhat comforting to you to know that I'm the last guy you got to talk to. But the thing about it is, look at me. I got to be able to hear you. Okay? So all I want to do is get basic information from you.
Okay, Jordan, thank you banget ya udah nemenin. Thank you.
What's your date of birth?
Sleep well.
January.
Thank you. Thank you juga ya udah mampir, and
9 September.
thank you
The
banget udah
investigation team already
promosiin.
know the answers to these basic questions. Their
Thank
only purpose are
you.
to initiate a response,
Sleep
and their
well.
non-threatening nature make it more likely for the suspect to engage. They are essentially the opening wedge to get the two-way dialogue flowing. And although the suspect is still partially committed to his catatonic state, as we can clearly see, he is still responsive, making it unlikely for him to regress into complete silence from this point forward. Everything up to this moment has gone to plan. The detective has one foot in the door, and he can now develop the relationship from a more secure position. He goes about this with a standard method of rapport development, the offer of food and water.
All right, let me do this. You want cold water? You don't know if you want cold water? Thank you. Well, I'm going to bring in 2, because I want one. It was hot, and then if you decide you want to have it, that's fine. You sure you don't want something to eat? Okay.
The refusal to accept food and water is a familiar response which you may have already seen on this channel. It's a glaring manifestation of shame. This is not to be confused with guilt nor remorse, both of which require the acceptance of responsibility, which in turn directs our focus outwards on the feelings of others. Shame, on the other hand, shifts our focus on the perceptions of others towards ourselves. The subject is afraid of how it will look if he accepts the offer considering the circumstances. He instead wants to appear as if he's so negatively affected by the events that he's unconcerned with meeting his basic needs.
Muncul dong. Kamu mah traktir tapi tidak muncul.
Alright, I'll be right back.
But thank you. Jangan kayak L deh. Jangan kayak L.
Once again, his demeanor abruptly switches when the detective leaves the room. With his head buried in his hands, it's anyone's guess as to what is going through his mind at this moment. But what you are about to see next is extremely revealing.
Wait, what?
No.
Cruz was a left-handed shooter. The surveillance at the school would confirm this, and if you pay close attention to the movements of his hands in the next moments, although very subtle, you can see that he's reimagining holding his weapon. But what's more telling is how his demeanor abruptly stops and then completely switches right before he looks in the direction of the camera. He goes from holding a rifle and beginning to smirk to then pretending to cry and reverting back to his suicidal mannerisms. This all occurs in under 4 seconds. It could be assumed that for a brief moment, he was not only recollecting the attack, but gaining gratification from doing so. He then remembered he was on film, giving reason for the sharp adjustment. His true self was reliving the attack and enjoying his work, while his false self was so dejected to the point he was externalizing suicidal thoughts. Complete opposites.
Maaf ngagetin. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Rai. Kenapa belum tidur?
His charade is one of self-harm. He first bites himself without drawing blood, or leaving any marks that were visible in his jail intake photographs.
Kenapa dia nggak bunuh?
He then scratches and squeezes at the 2 needle punctures in his arm from where his blood was taken at the hospital. At the very moment the detective re-enters the room, he will act as if he's desperately trying to conceal his self-injurious behavior.
All right.
Setting aside the glaring contradiction that he just murdered and maimed dozens of people while leaving himself without so much as a scratch, it's the frequency of these little charades that makes their deception so transparent. This is a person who is not self-injurious, pretending to be someone that is. But it's such a feeble attempt at feigned self-harm, it would almost be a comical moment if the circumstances weren't as horrific.
So if they're not bleeding anymore, you want them off, we can pull them off. I'll get you a garbage can. You want them off? Just put them on the throw them on the floor in the corner. Alright, this one is mine, because I already opened it. This one's yours in case you change your mind.
The next 4 minutes are the extremely tedious process of getting the subject to engage further through basic questions. The topic of his phone will now be brought up.
What about your phone? Do you have a phone?
I lost it.
When did you lose it?
Answer, bitch.
Today? Okay. What kind of phone is it?
I don't know.
Okay, is it a flip top, an iPhone, a Samsung? It's a phone. What's the number?
I can't remember.
Okay.
He will now begin to feign a state of hysteria, which then morphs into a simulated panic attack and fake hyperventilation. The detective will need to refute the act immediately as to not let the subject gain confidence with it, but he also has to maintain rapport and avoid confrontation. He essentially has to tell the subject to knock it off, but in the most passive manner possible.
I can't remember, dude. I can't.
Okay, Nick, calm down.
Okay.
You've already been medically cleared. I know what's going to be talked about is difficult, but again, you don't remember your phone number. How long you had the phone? How long have you had the phone? Nick, the doctor's already looked at you.
Okay.
Okay, you're fine. You're not having any problems at the moment, and you're perfectly fine. So calm your breathing down, all right? And I want to believe certain things that you're going to tell me.
Such a bad actor.
But, you know, if we're getting to where you're going to hyperventilate over a phone number.
Such a bad actor.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So what's your phone number? Huh?
954.
Okay, 954.
The manic episode is somewhat curbed, but the subject is still clearly committed to it.
954-821.
2007.
2007.
1007.
1007. And again, going back to what kind it is. Do you know if it's an iPhone, a Samsung?
I don't know.
How long have you had it? Every kid knows what the phone is, man. I got kids your age.
Ever since my mother died.
I know, I heard about that. That's what I was going to talk about next.
This is a turning point. Cruz's adoptive mother had indeed passed away the year prior from pneumonia. The topic is sympathetic towards himself, and it seems to have stopped the feigned hysteria in its tracks. Compared to his neurotic behavior in the minutes leading up to this moment, he all of a sudden appears calm. He is clearly receptive, and thus responsive, to the cue of compassion when it's directed at himself. The detective recognizes this, and although he said he would talk about the subject's mother next, he instead focuses on it immediately to keep him engaged.
Alright. So, but you had, since your mom died, how long has your mom passed?
I can't remember, I think.
Okay. This year or last year?
November.
November? Okay. Okay, when your mom passed, were you living with her? Okay, what city was that? Parkland?
The subject drops the act and becomes more engaged in the conversation. The detective inquires further about his mother for roughly 3 minutes before shifting the discussion. It focuses mainly on the subject's background, and he first declares that he was depressed for the majority of his childhood. He then reveals his history of drug use, which consists of marijuana and Xanax. After that, he claims to have attempted suicide by alcohol poisoning 2 years ago, but in his own words, was able to sleep it off. He then states that he was employed at the Dollar Tree for the last 2 years working as a cashier.
So you've been able to hold down a job for 2 years, that's pretty good, right?
Uh-huh.
Other than Dollar Tree, where else did you ever work?
Sambil ngemil ya guys.
Lawnmower? Oh, okay. Alright, when you tried to kill yourself with alcohol, your mom was still alive. What were you depressed about back then?
Loneliness.
Loneliness?
Loneliness.
Friends? No friends? Or What kind of loneliness? I mean, everybody gets lonely.
Solitude.
Solitude? You don't have a lot of friends?
No.
Okay. Today, when I say today, starting from last night when you went to bed to this morning, did you do any kind of drugs at all? Any Xanax, any marijuana, anything like that? No? Okay.
The subject reveals that he has a biological brother whom he was adopted with. He then claims to have been making $1,200 a month at the Dollar Tree. The discussion now lands on what his aspirations were.
When you weren't depressed, what did you want to be when you got out of school? A ranger, an army ranger?
Ranger. Oh.
Did you ever apply, fill out any paperwork to try to go to the army?
I took the ASVAB, failed.
Okay, why'd you fail?
Because I was stupid.
You what?
I'm stupid.
You're stupid? Okay, were you going to take it again?
I was afraid to take it.
Okay, but you had aspirations to do something with your life. You wanted to be that's a hell of a thing to want to be an Army Ranger.
The discussion moves on to the subject's gun collection, which continues for roughly 4.5 minutes. The attack on the school is yet to be mentioned, but the last gun to now be discussed was his choice of weapon to commit the massacre.
What made you choose out of all the guns to want to buy an AR-15?
Cool looking.
Cool looking? Okay. Now when you bought it, I mean, it was a legitimate purchase. They gave you a receipt and everything, right? So you bought it legally, right? Did you fill out those forms and everything? Okay, you remember those forms? Okay.
The detective now shifts the topic onto his former high school, the same place he carried out the attack.
Now, 3 years ago when you went to Douglas, and obviously you stopped going there, why'd you stop going there?
My depression worsened.
Your depression worsened? What was going on? Did you just stop school on your own, or did some incident happen where?
Yes, some incident.
Well, what was the incident that happened?
Fought a kid.
You fought a kid? You remember the kid's name? Ian. And did you guys both get in trouble for the fight, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what did they do? Suspend you?
They suspended me.
Okay. And what happened from there? After you got suspended, you go back to school?
Ngaco banget ini.
Why'd you stop going there?
Captionnya. Subtitle.
You felt embarrassed because you got suspended, or you felt embarrassed because of why? Okay. Well, what was embarrassing about the fight? What were you guys fighting over?
A girl.
A girl? Well, what was embarrassing about it?
Because you fight a girl? What the fuck?
I mean, did Ian get the better of you? Was that what was embarrassing, or he got the better of you? Okay.
He has just provided the state with a solid argument for a motive. Establishing a reason for an offense is critical when dealing with claims of insanity. It can not only indicate premeditation, but also calculated malice in connection to the crime, something considered absent in the mind of the criminally insane. He also asserts that he was lonely and depressed while attending the school, all of which can reinforce the argument that he was exacting revenge upon the community in which he felt ostracized.
Alright, so you go back to school. What ends up happening? You just stop going to school out there, or you got into more problems?
Got into more problems.
What was the more problems?
Failing class.
Okay.
Not going to school.
Okay. And this was all while your mom was still alive?
Yeah.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you just stopped going there, or they expelled you?
Or I just stopped going, and then transferred me.
Sama juga ya ini.
Around
Around 28 minutes more.
Okay.
30
As
menit
we
lagi.
know, the suspect has made the claim about hearing a voice which he labeled the demon. The detective will now attempt to get a detailed narrative of these perceptual disturbances. He will do so by asking a series of open-ended questions, and then continuous follow-up questions thereafter. This will lock him into specific claims about what he was hearing. The more information he gives away, the less he will be able to amend later on. And the more questions that are posed, the more likely he is to make contradictions that can be used against him. The suspect believes this is some type of clinical evaluation for the sake of his own well-being, and this misconception will become glaringly apparent later on. He, at this moment, is oblivious to the fact he is giving information away that will be used to cut through his own defense in years to come.
You go to the hospital, the doctors clear you, and you're talking about demons. What are the demons?
Voices.
Well, tell me about it. What are the voices about?
It's another voice, the evil side.
Okay. And how long has that voice been going on?
Years.
Did you ever tell anybody about the voice?
Years.
Never? And what does the voice say to you?
Burn, kill, destroy.
Okay, burn, kill, destroy what?
Anything.
Okay. But have you ever burned, killed, or destroyed anything? What have you burned, killed, or destroyed?
Burned, just fire, set fire.
To what?
In a pit, fire.
Oh, a fire pit. Okay, well, I mean, the voice told you to burn something, you built a fire in a fire pit. What's destructive about that? That's what fire pits are made for. What else did the voice tell you to do that's...
Kill animals.
Okay, have you ever killed animals?
Yes.
What kind of animals?
Birds.
Birds? Wild birds or people's pets? How do you kill them?
Birds.
How do you kill them?
Wait for them, kill them.
Oh, can't catch them, so how are you waiting for them?
Out in the grass. Wait for a bird to come up.
There's no way, man. I'm a bird lover. There's no way. You can't catch a bird, Holmes.
No, I mean like...
with a pelican? Oh, okay. Where's your pelican?
It broke.
Okay. Alright, so the voices tell you to hurt animals and start fires in the fire pit. When was the last time you heard the voice?
Yesterday.
What time was it yesterday?
It was at night.
Okay. And where were we at?
Work.
You're at work? So you're at Dollar Tree. And what's the voice telling you?
Hurt people.
To hurt people. Hurt people at Dollar Tree? Or hurt people?
Hurt people in general.
Okay. Doesn't say specifically who? Alright. Can you tell how old the voice is?
My age.
Okay. Do you have a good voice too, or just a bad voice? Is there a voice inside you that says, do good things?
The detective will now start getting confrontational, and the subject's behavior will shift once more in response. You will see him get defensive as he attempts to protect his narrative, and his responses will become much faster. He will even cut the detective off multiple times. Keep in mind that he was barely saying anything at the start of this interrogation.
No?
So it's bad.
Can't be. You held down a job for 2 years. If you were doing things bad, you wouldn't be able to hold a job down for 2 years, right? Okay. I mean, look. Everybody has...
It's me and then my bad side.
I understand. Everybody's got a, quote, good and bad side. There's people...
No, it's a voice. The voice is in here. And it's me. Just regular me. Just trying to be a good person.
Okay.
Set aside his contradicting behavior for a moment and focus solely on his storyline. In his ideal scenario, we are to believe that he was battling these supposed voices and, in his own words, trying to be a good person. Yet he was unable to reveal or seek help for this internal struggle until the very moment of his arrest. It was quite literally the second he was confronted with his comeuppance that his supposed demons came to light. Now that he is in custody, with the atrocities already committed, he is somehow able to maintain control over the force that was previously keeping him silent. But a deleted video that would later be extracted from his phone would tell a very different story.
Hello, my name is Nick, and I'm going to be the next school shooter of 2018. My goal is at least 20 people with an AR-15 and a couple tracer rounds. I think I can get done.
Stupid.
Location is Stone Douglas in Parkland, Florida.
The point is, if you wanna kill, don't fucking video in yourself ya. Tolol anjing. The stupid things ever happen, goblok. Why? The question is why? Dia ngevideoin diri dia sendiri. It's sudden confess gak sih? Sudden confess anjrit. Stupid ass.
Big event.
Stupid.
And when you see me on the news,
Kenapa
you'll know
sih?
who I am.
There are no signs of perceptual disturbances.
Big
There is
brain.
no anguish, doubt,
Yes,
hesitation,
that's
or
true.
uncertainty when announcing his intentions. By his own narrative, he claims to have continuously fought against the evil intentions of the voice. Yet from a visual standpoint, there is no conflict in this video whatsoever.
It's me and then my bad side.
I understand. Everybody's got a quote good and bad side. There's people.
No, it's a voice. The voice is in here.
Well, di sini kita bisa lihat he's not a psychopath.
Okay. But obviously, again,
He's not a
when you
psychopath.
say it's a voice, it's
He
you.
isn't.
It's all you. The voice is you as well.
Yeah.
The voice didn't force you to do anything, right?
No, the voice did. It's two voices. There's one half that's the good and then the bad.
Yeah.
His rapidly interchanging behavior
Hello,
has
good
now
morning,
gone from
good morning,
catatonic
Andre.
to manic to
Welcome.
hallucinatory to now highly attentive and cautious.
Okay, well, the voice tells me to go to lunch and not pay for my meal, but I pay for my meal because I know that's the right thing to do, right? Okay, let's talk about it. Did the voice didn't tell you to take Uber, right?
Yes, it did.
It did?
Yes.
The voice said take Uber. Did
The voice is in me.
You're the voice.
No,
There's
in here.
Okay, it's in your head.
Yes.
What is it, a male voice or a female voice?
Male.
Male?
The subject was beginning to panic, but the detective dials it in for the time being and switches the discussion back to more trivial matters. It seems that he wants to consult with the investigators outside before maximizing the pressure, and he reestablishes a certain level of trust before leaving the room.
Let me go. I'm going to go back and see what everybody's doing as far as what they need me to do.
You're not a psychologist or anything? Or?
No, I'm not. I'm a 59-year-old man who's raised 3 children, so I guess that makes me somewhat of a psychologist.
Think you can give me a psychologist here?
I can certainly ask.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a psychologist before?
No.
Okay.
The subject scratches his arm for another 2 minutes. He then switches to a hallucinatory state and appears to be seeing things in the room.
Thank you. Right. Thank you.
The detective will once more dismiss the act by pretending to not see it. He will then pose a question to the subject, and the charade will cease immediately.
What do you do with the water? Will you put it back over here? You definitely don't want the water, huh?
It's very interesting to observe his facial expressions at the exact moments he abandons fake behavior. These are the very brief junctures in which his true self appears to surface. It's easy to get distracted by the present situation as he sits there in a hospital gown chained to the floor, essentially helpless to the cunning devices being used against him. But in moments like this, we are reminded of what we're actually dealing with. A very short time ago, he was not helpless at all. He was the one preying on the helpless, offering them none of the sympathy nor mercy of which he is now trying to garner for himself.
Thank you, Rai, for the track here.
The psychologist you want to talk to. Obviously, I would have to tell him what you want to talk to him about. So, what exactly do you want me to ask him, or why do you want to talk to a psychologist?
Find out what's wrong with me.
Well, what do you think's wrong with you?
I don't know.
The detective in this next segment will attain further information about the supposed voices, only he will no longer have to tread carefully in order to maintain a friendly connection. He will still secure useful information, but also get confrontational as and when he pleases. The risk of frightening the suspect to the point where it stops the interrogation is no longer a concern.
When you hear the voices, are the voices like outside your head or inside your head when you hear them?
Inside.
Okay, so it's not like you don't hear a voice from that corner talking to you. It's inside your head. And is it always the same voice, or is it only one voice?
One voice, same.
And you said it's a man's voice? Yeah.
Yes.
Does it sound like anybody you've ever met? Anybody you ever seen on TV? Can you tell, like, by an accent? Is it What kind of, is it an old man, young man, white man, black? Young man? About the same age as you think?
It's fucking
There's
yourself.
only one voice you ever hear, right?
Yes.
Do you hear the voice when you're in bed at night sleeping?
Yes.
Do you ever see anything with the voice? Like yeah, like, you know, some people say, oh, I see a person sitting in the corner. You don't see anybody sitting over there, do you? It's just me and you, right? All right. Do you always obey what the voice tells you to do?
I try not to.
Okay. Well, how many, on any given week, how many times do you think you hear the voice? All the time?
Once every day.
Once every day? Morning, afternoon, night? Always the same time?
Usually in the afternoon.
About what time?
Kalau dia detail di sini.
Why do you think it's those hours?
Ha!
I don't know.
How did you know it's fucking 11 or 12?
You talked about demons. And then you talk about the voice.
That's the demon. The voice is the demon.
The voice is the demon. So there's not
the person, whoever it is.
Hello, I'm a demon.
Does it have a name?
Hello.
No name.
Does it ever say,
Bapak
hey,
lagi nonton apaan sih?
My name is Nick.
Bisa baca tidak?
Somebody else's name.
Psychology crime documentary.
It's a voice with no name.
NGCS criminal psychology.
Did the voice tell you to buy that AR-15?
Yes.
Did it tell you, hey, buy that gun, it looks cool?
No.
Did the AR-15 get picked out because it was similar to the gun that an Army Ranger would carry?
No, it's because of the voice.
What do you think?
Such a
you
stupid
didn't buy it. You say, hey,
criminal.
It's too expensive. What do you think the voice would have done to you?
Well, we can approve that he's not a psychopath.
How would you hurt yourself?
Cut.
You're a cutter?
I'm a cutter.
All right. When was the last time you cut yourself?
Earlier.
Earlier when?
When I was fishing.
Earlier today or
earlier today?
Where were you fishing at today?
Orang pura-pura gila. That's true.
Okay. Before the school shooting?
Yes.
What did you cut yourself with?
Knife.
Those little scratches on your arms? Let me look at them. Come on, man. I get worse scratches weeding my flower bed than that. You weren't trying to hurt yourself.
Yes, I was. It wasn't sharp enough.
Wasn't sharp enough?
No.
How many knives do you have?
Psycho.
4, 5.
How long have you been cutting yourself?
Years.
Years? You ever cut yourself where you had to go to the hospital and get stitches?
Well, the facts when you cut yourself,
it's
supposed to have
a. Just told you to cut yourself.
Itu pasti ada tandanya,
And
bekas lukanya segala macam. But
talk
I think
or you didn't listen to the voice, then you were going to be alone because your voice was your only friend. That's kind of what you're saying. Even though you have a biological brother. Since me and you have been talking, have you heard the voices? What's it said?
Saying cut yourself.
For you to cut yourself. Does the voice like me?
Huh?
Does the voice like me?
He doesn't trust you.
Why doesn't he trust me? I'm pretty relaxed, ain't I?
I'm trying to figure that out too.
Well, what doesn't he like about me? I mean, I'm kind of grinning because I want to know what the voice's problem is with me. What doesn't he like about me? I treated you fairly. I've given you water. I talked nice to you. You know.
You're too nice.
I'm too nice. Yeah.
Even the demon say he's
How
too
many
nice.
times does the voice talk to you while we've been in the room here together?
But
does the voice say jump out of the chair and do anything bad to that policeman?
Saying kill yourself now.
I don't really believe there is a voice, to be honest with you.
There is a voice.
No, I don't think there is.
I'm telling you the truth. There is.
No. I mean, I feel you probably want to kill yourself because of what happened, but...
No, the voice is telling me to kill myself.
Okay, but... the voice is telling you that the AR-15s is... You like guns, man. You wanted to be a ranger. You like guns. It's alright, there's cops like that. There's cops who got 50 million guns. You didn't buy guns because the voice said, hey, today I like Mossbergs, tomorrow I like AR-15s. You like guns.
Can you call the psychologist?
I've already got the questions from some of the psychologists. Some of the questions I asked you were from... Yeah.
I see.
That's the ones I asked you. You already...
No.
The questions were obviously from the investigation team and not a psychologist, but the suspect doesn't know this, and it's fascinating to observe his reaction when he sees the questions are not sympathetic in nature. He perhaps thought a psychotherapist would be asking him about his feelings and affording him some type of reassurance after he committed mass murder, and he becomes very unsettled once he realizes the procedure won't be quite as sympathetic.
Voices, are the inside or outside of your head? What do the voices say? These are all questions I asked you. How many voices? You said one. Whose voice do you think it was? You didn't know.
What's wrong with me?
I don't know. I don't understand why you can't admit you like guns. You want to talk to a psychologist. Why didn't you talk to a psychologist when the voices started?
The voice is telling me not to, and I listen.
The voice was telling you not to talk to a psychologist?
Yeah, but myself, I wanted to.
Do you ever go to church?
Yun.
It's...
No, I'm saying ever in your life.
So pag mo
Do you believe in God?
Such bad actor.
I believe in God.
What do you believe in?
I feel like there's something.
Okay. But if you believe in demons, do you believe in angels? Angels is the good. Demons are the bad. When you say the word demon, you think it's an evil spirit? Or what do you think it is?
A voice.
The subject had earphones in during the mass shooting. The topic now lands on the music he was listening to.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we don't like the same music. What kind of music we listen to? Name the group.
What was it? Mark Green.
You have to help me. Mark what?
Mark something.
What was the song though?
Sad.
That's the name of the song? Sad?
No, Salad Days.
Salad Days?
Kenapa sih ini ngagetin anjir? Kampret.
Hold on one second.
What else?
Oh, you listen to more than one song? What other song you listen to?
Just a lot of sad songs.
Alright. Did you pick the music yourself? Or did the demon pick the music?
The demon, and then myself partially.
Alright, which ones did you pick?
The demon loves
Which
song.
ones did he pick?
The evil ones.
The evil ones. Give me an evil one compared to a sad one. You already gave me a sad one. What's an evil
For
one?
your information guys, demon juga bisa pilih lagu loh.
His or Minch?
Woohoo! Nice song.
And what does that say?
I don't know.
I mean, there's no lyrics to it?
Oh, no. There's lyrics, but I don't know what it means.
But is it in English?
Itu psikolognya dalam arti nge-cringe abis maksudnya. Dia bukan psikolog, ini detektif, bukan psikolog.
No.
Then how do you know what the lyrics mean?
I don't.
So they could
Demon
be
of culture, yes. The demon has a culture, I guess.
Well, again, you don't because you can't speak it.
The demon chose it, I didn't choose it.
But you have one.
The demon can choose the music. Oh my god.
Okay, so
Di
you
neraka
listen to
ada
them
playlist
a lot of
guys,
times?
jangan lupa pakai Spotify.
So you had a playlist of music that the demon helped you pick out, but you picked out some of them.
Gue ngagak anjing. Bentar. Secara gak langsung dia ngomong, gue punya playlist sendiri. Demon juga punya playlist sendiri gitu loh. Jadi playlistnya gue nih the mix with fit demon. Demon langganan. Anjing, bener juga. Langganan dia. Oh enggak dia ngomong gini ke si Nick ini. Cuy, langganan Spotify dong. Anjay. Gue mau denger lagu ini nih. Mantap kan? Goblok.
I'm just having a tough time understanding this demon thing. Well,
it's fucking
the Xanax you were talking to me about earlier. Where'd you get the Xanax? On the street, or so you used to buy that? Other than Xanax and marijuana, what other drugs you never tried? Vodka, PCP, cocaine, heroin.
Go broke.
No.
Okay, Xanax. How many of those did you take when you used to take them?
5.
Okay, 5. What size bar? How big? I mean, what color was it?
Half, sometimes full.
Okay, what color? They all
White.
White. All that was off the street. Did they help you sleep?
Made me drowsy.
Okay. Did it make the demon go away?
Yeah.
When was the last time you think you did Xanax?
A long time.
So if the Xanax helps you get the demons away,
marijuana does it better.
Marijuana does better? When was the last time you smoked marijuana?
Last week.
Last week?
Ooh,
You're making $1,200 a week. Why didn't you smoke marijuana every day to get rid of the demon?
Illegal.
It's illegal?
Yeah.
It's illegal. It was illegal whether you do it once a week or once every 5 minutes. So
well, pasal
why didn't you
berlapis sih
choose
itu
to
pasti.
get rid of the demon by doing it?
Oopsie.
Anytime you heard the demon, just light up a blunt.
Pasal ganda. Pasal berlapis.
I didn't want to do wrong, but he wanted to do wrong.
Okay. So the demon wanted you to do wrong, but then your good side didn't want to do wrong by smoking marijuana? Even though it made him go away.
Gila sih. Ini detektifnya tabah banget anjir.
Then you had anxiety problems, and marijuana and Xanax cured your anxiety and made the demons go away. It seemed like an easy fix, man. If that's true. You sure you didn't like the demon voice?
Sorry.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Then why didn't you
How
go to
about
a doctor
me? My voice. I'm a demon too.
Why, well, forget that for a second. Let me ask you another crazy question.
Well, I'm a devil.
Was the demon there that night? Ian beat you up on campus?
Huh?
Was the demon there that day when Ian beat you up on campus?
Yes. He told me to go up to him.
Okay, so who did Ian beat up? You or the demon?
Me.
Okay, so why didn't the demon do something to stop it? Huh? I don't know. That's a good question, because the demon's telling you to do all these bad things. Why couldn't the demon get you mad enough to
kill him?
Get the best of Ian.
Good question, sir.
I don't know.
I don't know either. It doesn't make any sense.
Mungkin demonnya kayak bilang, gebuk aja lah ya, gebuk aja lah, gak usah dibunuh, gebuk aja dulu.
I don't know. The demon's this
I don't know why.
all-powerful thing that tells you to do bad things, and you're afraid of it. Why didn't the demon just take over right then when Ian was getting the best of you and get the best of Ian? Well, why did the demon not do that?
Demonnya lagi nggak kepikiran tuh.
What do you think?
Thank you. Lagi mager. Oh my god,
I can't figure it out either, because I don't think the demon exists.
Love your voice. Huh?
I don't think it exists.
No, like.
Arigato.
Am I able to like think to myself about it?
Arigato.
That's all I'm asking.
Hey, you can think all you want. I'm just
thinking about the demon.
Well, you want me? I'll leave you to think for a while. And
Gue
talk to you.
sebagai anak buahnya demon nggak setuju sih.
Demon as an excuse.
I'm not.
Lu pakai suara demon
demon
biar lo dikira gila gitu.
You could stop the demon
Gak bisa
by getting a prescription for Xanax. You could have stopped the demon by illegally doing marijuana, which you were doing anyway. You could have stopped the demon by doing Xanax illegally, which you were doing anyway. You could have stopped the demon anytime you want. You didn't want to stop the demon.
Betul.
The subject seems to be coming to the realization that he's not going to be treated as a victim. As he begins to meet this reality, you will notice him exhibit signs of fear. You will then see him attempt to escape the confrontation by feigning a state of psychosis once more. The detective will recognize this, but this time will not afford reassurance. He will instead apply further condemnation, and a visibly frightening realization will engulf the suspect from that point forward. It's essentially the very beginning of retribution. The detective introduces him to the rest of his life at this moment.
Ooh.
You didn't. You could have. I've given you 4 ways you could have stopped the demon, man.
Kasian demon gak salah apa-apa.
Betul.
Demon juga males anjir disalahin begini.
Relax. You're just acting like that because I'm making sense. Calm down. I'm making sense, and you don't like when it makes sense.
Yes. Confront
because it
that.
doesn't fit into the story you're telling.
I'm telling you the story. It's true. It's
well, why are you looking at your arm now?
I'm trying to understand why.
Well, why didn't you want to stop the demon?
I don't know.
Because I think you like the demon.
No, I don't.
Why didn't you stop it then?
I don't like the demon. I don't like the demon. I don't like the demon.
Yes, we don't like you too, bitch.
Demon even exists.
Can I get an attorney or something?
You want what? An attorney?
Yeah.
Did the demon or the voice just tell you to get an attorney? Okay.
Shit.
We tell the voice
Detektifnya
don't hit
pinter
yourself in
anjir.
the head because the attorney the demon just requested I will
Jahat sih
stop talking to
detektifnya.
you.
I'm scared.
You're scared of what?
Scared of
You.
Why
What?
wouldn't he protect me, man?
I don't know.
Why wouldn't he protect me?
All right. Well, again, your demon wants an attorney. Does the demon know an attorney? Any name in particular?
Demon apaan ini tahu lebet aja sekarang skin lo betul.
Well, just relax. You're done
Betul.
talking to me.
Hi Kay. Welcome Kay.
I grabbed the wrong key.
Hello. Bentar anjir. Gue lagi disalahin. Bentar anjir.
Alright, do me a favor. Stay seated. Put your hands, kind of sit forward in your chair. I'm going to put handcuffs behind you. Since you keep talking about hurting
Demon juga manusia enggak sih?
Kita bukan
manusia anjir.
I don't want to make you that uncomfortable.
Why don't you want me to hurt myself?
Because what did the demon say about me? I'm a nice guy.
Detektifnya, gue salut banget sama detektifnya. Dibawa-bawa terus demon-demonnya. Except the camera. Such a bad actor. Sempet pada nguap lagi. Goblok.
Nicholas Cruz was taken to the Broward County Jail, where he remains in isolation to this day. His trial date is yet to be scheduled.
The 20-year-old has been held without bond since last year's mass shooting that left 17 people dead. His attorney said he would plead guilty in exchange for a life sentence, but prosecutors rejected that offer and are seeking the death penalty.
Fucking stupid anjir. Gue kesel sih. Tapi at the same time gue seneng karena si detektifnya tuh bawa-bawa ini terus bawa-bawa demon terus karena si Nicknya itu kan bawa-bawa demon kan. Tapi sumpah actingnya jelek banget. But we can say dia bukan psikopat. Kalau psikopat beda banget cara dia ngebohong, cara dia jelasin. Psikopat itu dia bikin skenario tapi lebih bagus, ngerti gak sih? Dan itu udah termasuk ke mental health, I guess, harusnya. Anjing, tapi gue gak cakep banget sih kayak. gue ngefans banget sama detektifnya. Demon bilang kan gue orang baik, gue sebagai bawahan demon kayak yes sir, you did the right thing. Kami bangsa iblis tidak mau dia itu ada ya, tolong. Simulasi. Anjing. Seru tau nontonin beginian. Like, kita jadi tahu gitu loh cara-cara orang ngebohong gimana, cara orang panik gimana, cara gimana dia layer cerita dia, dan dimana kita bisa tahu ada hole di dalam ceritanya. Lagi The Killer Virgin, The Delusional Case. Interesting. Kita free talk aja dulu ya. Nanti lagi. Hap. Nah. Anjir sih gue ngakak parah anjir. Ada ya, astaga Tuhan. Cara orang gagal acting. Gimana ya? Ya gue bukan actress, but I was play in theater. Gue main teater. Ngelihat acting kayak gitu jelek banget anjir. I'm like so hard. Guys, kenapa kalian belum tidur BTW? Bentar kita setel OST dulu ya. Salah. Aduh, kebelet pipis lagi. Gimana nih? Walaupun gitu tapi menghibur emang sih anjay Mbak. Nana anak teater new. Yo mantan anak teater. Biji. Cotto matte ne. Menghibur banget sih, menghibur karena kebodohan yang dia buat. Like, kenapa sih ada orang sebodoh itu gitu loh, kayak ya no offense ya, kita tuh kalau misalnya ngebohong ya, pasti kan kita layering gitu loh, you know what I mean, kayak ya pasti kita numpuk kebohongan gak sih, kita cerita apa aja gitu yang ada di otak. Karena ya biar gak ketahuan, tapi ya tetap aja ketahuan. Dan buat gue itu sangat bodoh. Oh, udahan kah? Seru juga. Seru anjir, ini mah seru banget. Mau lanjutin? Aku cuma takutnya kalian bosen aja gitu nontonin begituan. Kalau kalian mau nontonin bisa sih kita ini nonton lagi. Maukah? Yo emang stacking, iya bener, like kita nggak, ya namanya defensif ya, defensif buat diri kita. Berbohong kayak lu minjem duit 100.000 ngakunya 1.000. Ya gitu deh. Pagi Nanami, pagi Hiseta. Kok belum tidur? Sabep, yaudah gas, kita nonton lagi ya. Anjir ada yang 2 jam kalian. Oh nih, Jennifer Solution. Ini kalian harus nonton ini sih. Gue udah nonton BTW. Kalau Nanami belum ngantuk, gila, saya mah belum ngantuk sumpah. Aku sih gak ngantuk orangnya. So yes, let's continue this. Okay, let's go. We gonna watch this. Nih, keren nih, The Sociopath. Gila, Chris Watts. Ada part 1, part 2, part 3-nya anjir. Kalian mau nonton yang mana nih? Justru baru bangun, ini lagi ngopi dulu. Selamat pagi. Kita lihat ya, Sociopath nih.
On the evening of February 24th, 1986, 29-year-old nurse Sherry Rasmussen was found by her husband lying dead on the living room floor. Her face was severely beaten and disfigured to the point that she was unrecognizable, and the injuries were consistent with being hit with a muzzle and butt plate of a gun. She also had 3 gunshot wounds to the chest that were disclosed as the official cause of death, with the medical examiner asserting that any one of the 3 bullets could have killed her. Perhaps the most disturbing discovery during the autopsy was that most of Sherry's injuries were inflicted upon her after she was killed, which was concluded due to the lack of hemorrhaging and inflammation of the injuries. This included most of the victim's facial injuries and even a bite mark on her left forearm. Even after Sherry had taken her last breath, the assailant was still inflicting an inconceivable amount of damage to her body. She was buried in a closed casket 7 days later. The homicide detectives assigned to the case immediately associated Sherry's murder with multiple break-ins that had occurred that same night on the same street. Another woman had even been assaulted and was able to give a description of 2 assailants, and this description became the sole focus of the investigation into Sherry's murder. The prime suspects were now 2 middle-aged Latino males of medium height and build. They were never found, and the case went unsolved for 23 years. By 2009, crime in Los Angeles had declined enough from its earlier levels that detectives began looking into cold cases to increase their clearance rates, which is when the Rasmussen files resurfaced. It stood out from the rest as new methods of genetic analysis discovered that the DNA found at the crime scene pointed to a single female suspect. The 2 previous male suspects were then invalidated, along with the original theory of a burglary gone wrong. The investigation into Sherry Rasmussen's murder was then reopened, and the newly appointed criminal investigators started from scratch. It was soon discovered that a statement given by Sherry's father, of whom he thought to be the prime suspect, was quickly brushed to one side, as the person in question was a serving LAPD cop from the exact department who were investigating the case. The person in question was a woman by the name of Stephanie Lazarus. She was a 25-year-old police officer at the time who had been with the force for 2 years. She had dated Sherry's husband, John Rutten, in an on and off relationship throughout college and for a short time after. It was even discovered that John had slept with Lazarus after he became engaged, and the 2 even dated for a while after Sherry's murder. She was now a 25-year veteran of the police force and had worked her way up to a senior detective of the Commercial Crimes Division. She was essentially in charge of all art-related investigations in the city of Los Angeles. The investigators went with a gut feeling and decided to make Lazarus the prime suspect, with the collection of her DNA being the very first task. Attaining it through a warrant would have let Lazarus know she was under investigation, so it had to be discreetly collected instead. Within 24 hours of becoming the prime suspect, a coffee cup she discarded while off duty was received by police. A DNA sample was then taken, and it came up as an exact match to the DNA found on Sherry Rasmussen's bite mark. There's a stigma around police interrogation tactics being secretive, and how knowing this information can somehow help the guilty in deceiving their way to freedom. Yet these tactics have been public knowledge since their inception in the 1940s, and the following interrogation is a legitimate testimony into how watching an interrogation is a world apart from being subjected to one. You can know every technique in the book and each specific strategy and subtle scenario that goes along with it, but ultimately, you have no idea how you're going to react to a specific situation until you're actually in it. With that being said, knowing these tactics can still give an individual some form of advantage with regards to awareness. The investigators knew that their initial confrontation with Lazarus could in no way resemble a traditional interrogation, nor be officially classified as one, and there were 2 reasons for this. The first was that Stephanie would be wise to the fact that her best option would be to request legal counsel right away and end the procedure immediately. The second was that Stephanie was not about to be read her Miranda rights before being asked questions related to the investigation. A defense team could easily make anything she divulges inadmissible in court. Yet this was classed as a simple discussion between 2 parties, and the footage that was captured on a hidden camera was able to be submitted as evidence under surveillance footage rather than interrogation footage. The detectives created a ruse, inviting Stephanie to come in and advise them on a case involving stolen art. Knowing they were dealing with one of their own, they rehearsed and prepared for the interview more than anything they had done before. Their plan of attack was to keep the conversation as casual as possible for as long as possible, and carefully waited for the key moments to initiate the confrontation.
We're gonna watch this. You know my partner.
Hey, great. Hi. Stars, nice to meet you.
Guys.
How's it going?
Good.
Milling around.
Well.
29 tahun case ini dibuka lagi akhirnya.
Because I don't know who people are listening, and if we go to my
Everybody's always wondering what everybody else is doing.
No problem.
Okay.
The first thing the detectives do is set up a compatible tone with the suspect. She has just stepped foot inside an interrogation room, and the detectives negate the negative implications of such an environment through a friendly disposition. Consultative meetings, such as seeking advice over an art theft, can take place anywhere, and the last place detectives would choose to spend more time in would be an interrogation room. The reason they give the suspect for meeting in such an unusual location is to not spread rumors or innuendo. Yet the real reason is that all firearms have to be checked in before entering the area, and they needed the suspect to give up her gun without alerting suspicion.
But like we're talking about being busy and stuff, we've been assigned a case that we've been looking at. Okay. It's a new case, and as we're doing the case, there's some notes to see as far as your name being mentioned. Do you know John Rutan?
Try and imagine for one moment that you savagely murdered a love rival in a jealous rage. Over 2 decades had passed since the act. Then all of a sudden, you're brought to an interrogation room and sat directly opposite 2 senior investigators who bring up the name of the man you committed first-degree homicide for.
John Rutan?
Rutan.
The investigators already knew how to say John Rutan's name correctly. The mispronunciation was a simple strategy to see how the suspect would react. Setting aside the element of the murder, John Rutan was the second longest relationship in Stephanie's life, and a psychiatrist later stated that this pause was 4 times as long as it should have been. She was already being deceptive by acting as if she hadn't thought about that name for so long, giving reason for her prolonged reflection, when in reality, the name John Rutan was engraved in her memory, and even when slightly mispronounced, it would have most likely taken milliseconds for her to realize exactly who the detectives were referring to.
Right. Oh yeah, I went to school with him.
You did?
Yeah.
How long did you know him?
Gosh, I went to school in, let's see, went to UCLA in 1978 I started, and, you know, met him at school at the dorms.
She says she met him in the dorms, yet left out the fact that they had dated for 4 years and went on numerous holidays together. Even though she wasn't asked directly, a truthful subject would most often volunteer this information without having to be pressed for it.
Were you guys friends, close friends?
Yeah, we're very close friends.
Yeah?
I mean, what's this all about?
Well, it's regarding, it's a case we're working on, and it involves John, and in there, some of the statements we reviewed, you know, there's notes and stuff that he knew you and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, we good friends, lived in the dorms for, I lived in the dorms for 2 years.
You guys lived in the same dorm?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
Yeah, Dykstra.
Okay. Were you guys just friends or anything else, or?
Yeah, we were good friends.
Yeah. Was there ever any relationship or anything that developed between you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we dated, you know, I mean, what's this all about?
Well, it's relating to his wife.
It's unfortunate that Stephanie's face wasn't captured at this moment, because she would have no doubt been immediately struck by the psychological reaction known as fight or flight. Her brain would have just triggered the influx of a specific cocktail of hormones in order to prepare her to either stay and deal with the threat or try and run away to safety. Stephanie chooses to fight.
Okay.
Okay. Did you know her?
Not really. I mean, I knew that he got married years ago.
Did you ever meet her?
God, I don't know.
Do you know who she was or anything?
Well, let me think. God, it's been a long time ago. I may have met her. Geez.
The words gosh, God, gee are exclamatory remarks used to express surprise or strong emotion. You will see them used continuously throughout this interrogation, which is the suspect trying to insinuate a vague memory due to a lack of contemplation on the subject matter. She's trying to emit the impression that she would have had no reason to give any further thought to John or anything related to John, since they stopped seeing each other over 2 decades ago.
You know.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you. You said you dated John. How long did you guys date?
I mean, what, are you guys, is this something?
As we know, Stephanie is a cop and has been for 25 years. She will be wise to the fact that acting oblivious to the unusual development of the situation will be a glaring red flag in the eyes of the investigators. It's been shown time and again on this channel. Guilty suspects will often try and act naive to a blatant confrontation as a means to avoiding it altogether, whereas truthful subjects will address the confrontation and either refute it or, if it's subtle, want immediate clarification and transparency as to what was being insinuated.
I mean, you said I was going to interview somebody about art and how you guys are.
Here's
I mean,
Stephanie, here's the situation. Is basically, we knew that this when we saw this in this chrono that maybe there was some relationship there. That's what the chrono seemed to indicate.
The detective now subtly avoids the question altogether, but instead offers a deceptively reassuring response to the suspect. He makes a very sharp switch from the investigative subject matter to the previous topic of workplace rumors. He brings her focus back to the false perception of them being on her side. Stephanie had just asked what was going on, and now he essentially replies with, "We are your friends. We're doing you a favor."
And we didn't want to come up to you at your desk and ask those kinds of questions or do anything. You know how up there people can see what's going on if you go into an interview room or people are in there getting supplies.
Okay.
So we wanted to afford you some privacy, some confidentiality to talk about this because we thought it might be, something, you're married to someone else, obviously, and so forth, and that you may not want to, talk about these things in that setting where someone, we don't want the rumor mill or gossip or any of that kind of stuff to start.
That's fine. I mean,
so we did this just as a means to try and speak to you in just a confidential place where where your business isn't out there for other people in your division to know about.
Whether it be shock or the total reluctance to accept the situation at hand, Stephanie warily accepts the reassuring response without further inquiry into her initial challenge. She instead falls back into her agenda of having a foggy memory with regard to the incriminating contents.
God, that's been a million years ago. I mean, what year is it now? 2009? I mean, I graduated in 82. 82, yeah. We dated. I dated other guys. I'm sure he dated other girls.
Well, let me ask you, roughly how long would you say you guys dated?
Oh, jeez. I couldn't even say. I mean...
Okay, nice.
Notice how she now goes on to over-explain things that don't require an explanation and weren't even inquired about. It's a clear-cut indication of hyperarousal and a derivative of TMT, also known as terror management theory. The suspect will go off on unrelated tangents as means for gaining momentary relief. Going into detail about trivial things affords her a brief escape from the terrifying reality eventuating before her. This is a very common occurrence in interrogations where the suspect is facing serious charges, and psychiatrists believe it to be a subconscious coping mechanism.
I started school there in 78. I started UCLA in 1978. I graduated in 82. I don't even remember what year he graduated, if it was a year or two before me.
Okay.
I think he was a little bit older than I was. I mean, I can't remember if he was born, let's say I'm born in 1960. I don't know if he was born in 58 or 59. I mean, I knew his parents, I knew his sister, his brother went to Northridge.
She's
good. Spent the night at my house before. Obviously, I spent the night at his house before. He probably spent the night at my house before.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, because from what you're telling me, you guys dated while you were in college together, right?
Yeah, and probably after college. I can't. Geez, trying to think when I met my husband. I met my husband in. When did I meet Scott? Let's see. I was teaching DARE because I met Scott when I was teaching DARE up in Oregon. But we had long stopped, dating before that.
So you haven't talked to him for a long time?
Oh, I think I haven't talked to him in a long time. I couldn't even tell you when the last time I talked to him. I met Scott, I'm thinking in 92 maybe, April of 92. It was
Scott being your husband.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I was teaching DARE. Let's see, what year is this? We'll be married. I got married in 1996. I think I met Scott in 92. Prior to that, I couldn't tell you how long I had talked to John prior to that.
But since you met your husband, Scott, you haven't talked to him?
I mean, he may have called me once or twice before we got married.
Once the that woman died.
I moved to Simi in 1994 because I lost my house in the earthquake.
Oh, really?
Quite honestly, I probably keep in contact with a few people from the dorms. We all lived on the 10th floor, and there's about 3 or 4 people I keep in contact with. There's probably like 6 or 8 of us that were all really close.
And who are those people?
Oh, geez. Diana Basta, people I still keep. I haven't been in contact with her in a long time. I mean, what's this all
Such
about?
a social butterfly, though.
The suspect challenges the detectives for the second time, and once again the question is avoided, but this time in a more confrontational manner, as the topic is maintained with no reassurance afforded. The detectives are ramping up the pressure in a very subtle yet highly effective manner.
What ended the relationship between you and John?
You know, it was kind of a weird relationship. I mean, we dated. I can't say that he was my boyfriend. I don't know that he would consider me his girlfriend. We dated. We did things. I played sports in college. He played basketball. His brother played basketball. We just, it just didn't work out. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It was like I went out with other guys, saw other guys. I went on lots of vacations.
And once you guys split, were you guys still friends, or kind of,
I
problems?
mean,
Is it friendly, not friendly?
No, I don't think it was not friendly. I mean, we were friendly. I know that we went to Hawaii at one point. Yeah, I mean,
And you were saying that
it's 2009 now.
Had you ever met his wife?
I may have.
Do you remember her name or anything, or? Or what she did for a living, or where she worked, or anything about her?
The suspect was just asked 3 consecutive questions relating to the victim. She was supposedly in a reflective state during all 3 of the questions, yet her facial expression completely changed for the 3rd one. This is because she was pretending to be in a state of reflection for the first 2 questions, as she already knew the answers, whereas for the 3rd question, she actually was in a state of reflection and was genuinely searching her memory for the correct response.
Had you ever met his wife?
I may have.
Do you remember her name or anything, or?
State reflection.
The 3rd question is about to be posed, and her focus is about to switch from pretending to be thinking to actually thinking.
Or what she did for a living, or where she worked, or anything about her?
Well, I think I'm going to say I think she was a nurse. Man, I can't remember how he said he met her. I mean, it's been so long ago.
Well, let me ask you, did you go to their wedding,
No, I didn't go to their wedding. No, I did not go to their wedding. Couldn't even tell you what year he got married. I mean, it's been a million years ago. Again, I mean, what, I don't understand why you're talking about some guy I dated a million years ago.
Well, do you know what happened to his wife?
Yeah, I know she got killed.
You wouldn't need to be an expert in body language to recognize the unmitigated terror emanating from the suspect's face at this moment. She had just verbalized the victim's tragic demise for the first time in most likely over 2 decades.
What did you hear about that?
I saw a poster at work. I'm sure I spoke to him about it. I think I spoke to another friend of his about it.
And how did you first learn about that?
Jeez. Someone could have called me. I could have heard it at work. I think at one point there may have been a flyer or something. I know a good friend of his...
Were you on the job back then when that happened?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm sure I was on the job. That's why I would have heard about it with the flyer. He had a good friend, Mike Boldrick,
But being that you were kind of used to see John, was everything okay between you guys? I mean, there was never anything uncomfortable or anything between you and her?
8 separate witnesses testified that Stephanie had confronted Sherry at the hospital she worked at, while the 2 of them were reportedly in an intimate relationship with John. The confrontation was said to have been highly aggressive, and Stephanie had to be escorted off the premises by security. Reports stated that Stephanie was by far the more combative, and even made threats against Sherry's life.
I don't know. I mean, it's been so many years. I mean, uncomfortable. I mean, I can't even remember if we had a conversation. I mean, I may have I may have seen her at his apartment. You know.
Yeah, agak sedikit panik deh sih.
How many years ago is that? I don't even know what year she, got killed.
Where was his apartment?
Notice her passive disposition as she gives the following truthful response.
On Roscoe.
Okay.
Yeah, Roscoe and east or west of DeSoto. Either east or west of DeSoto.
Do you know where he moved after? Did he move after he got married, or do you know? Or
now notice how her disposition switches from passive to frantic as she once again pretends to have a vague memory.
I'm sure he did.
Did you know where he was living, or
somewhere in the valley?
Did you ever visit him and his wife?
No.
No, never went out to, get together, dinners, anything of that nature?
No. Like I said, his sister used to come over. His sister had come to my place. I knew his brother because his brother played basketball at Northridge. In fact, I was just coming across some pictures that I just scanned from. I take a lot of photos, like 10,000, and I just did a service where I scanned everything.
And after his wife died, did you talk to him again or anything?
Yeah, I mean, I did talk to him. I talked to him, probably his parents, probably some other friends. I'm sure I talked to him.
Yeah.
But you're not sure where he moved to after he got married?
No idea. I mean,
never went over to visit him or
I don't think.
meet
I mean,
his
I don't
wife,
think so. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I did. I mean, I know he lived on Roscoe for a long, long time.
Little bit panic.
After John's wife died, you said you may have been talking to him. Did your relationship start up again?
I would say
seru
no.
banget sih, BTW.
Such again,
we
can
can
you give me
see
a year?
the
I
true
mean,
sociopath.
this is like 2009.
It is.
He died in 1986?
Yeah, I think it was 86.
1986.
Okay. Like I said, I'm faintly remembering that I went to Hawaii with my friend Greg. Greg and I got certified for scuba diving. And I'm thinking that John met us there, meaning Greg and I.
After he got married or whatever, were you dating anybody in particular?
And that was what year? 1986, you said?
I think he got married in around 85, 86, something like that. Were you seeing anyone seriously, or?
Ini baru big brain, yes, bener banget.
I couldn't say.
Mungkin karena dia juga pengalaman kerja sebagai polisi ya kali ya.
Fireman.
Just about Mike, fireman.
Randy may have dated a gal that Mike was dating, and then Randy broke up with that gal. I couldn't even tell you the gal's name, if I'm even thinking of the story right. And then I started dating Randy.
Yeah.
So again, I mean, not like I was a huge floozy or anything, but
no.
As far as you recall, after John's wife died, did you start a relationship again with John, or dating casually or anything like that?
Like I said, he met Greg and I in Hawaii. What island did we go to? I think the Big Island in Kauai.
When you heard about
dia nggak menjawab
John's
pertanyaan dari detektifnya nggak sih?
What was your reaction? I mean, you thought you heard about it, what, through a friend or in a bulletin or
either
something?
A friend or a bulletin. I called the family. I called maybe some of his friends that I knew, and I mean, obviously it shocked you if I heard it at work, which I may have. I faintly remember a bulletin going around,
Do you know what the circumstances were regarding her death?
Geez, let me think back. I don't know if it was, if it was a burglary or something. It's been so many years. I can faintly think that I may have saw a flyer, may have had her picture on it. You know, that's why I say, if somebody had called me, I may not have known what her last name was. I may have, maybe if you told me, I would remember it.
Do you remember the first name?
Shelley, Sherry, I don't know, something maybe, like I said, it's been so many years, and
from all the years, as far as you can remember, do you remember ever talking to her?
Well, I said earlier, I mean, I may have, and now I'm thinking I may have gone to her and say, hey, you know what, is he dating you? He's bothering me, and so I'm thinking that we had a conversation about that, one or two maybe. It could have been three. I don't want to say I had 3 conversations with her.
Like at her work or at their house or.
No, I'm thinking that he obviously must have told me where she worked. I'm thinking it was a hospital somewhere in LA, and I could have been. Again, what year was that? Where was I working? 92 or 93. There was the big earthquake. No, when was the big earthquake?
He's not answering.
April of 92, because I stopped teaching DARE. I think I stopped teaching DARE sometime in 92.
When you said like, hey, he's calling me, he needs to knock it off or what have you. I mean, was that civil? Was there?
No, there was not. I don't think there was anything. If the conversation lasted a few minutes, I can't even remember. And what is it like? We went out to lunch or anything.
Right, but there was no like arguments or fights
I don't think
it didn't
so.
get heated or anything like
Not that I recall. No, I mean, I would think that would stand out. I would think. Now again, that's not standing out in my mind.
That's
what
the fuck.
So you didn't have any problems with her then?
No.
You didn't have any issues with her?
No, I mean.
But let me ask you. It seems like you didn't have any issue. Now, did she have an issue with you as far as because now you're telling her, hey, tell him to stop calling. Now, she's like, hey, you figure she'd be threatened by you.
I don't know. I mean.
From what you remember, as far as when you talked to her, maybe you didn't take it as serious, but maybe did she? Maybe she was bugged.
You mean like was she throwing things at me or something, or?
Well, no, just as far as you're trying to explain, like, hey, have him stop calling me. Stop playing games.
I tell you. If the conversation, I couldn't even tell you how long the conversation. If you said it lasted half an hour, it lasted 30 minutes, it lasted 20 minutes, I can't even remember.
Dia merasa kayak terpojokkan gitu.
So you would have gone, if it was en route to work, more than likely you would have gone to her work and had this discussion with her.
I mean, that's sounding familiar. I mean, that's now that you guys are bringing this stuff up. I mean, that sounds familiar. But again, I mean, what's this got to do with me dating him and her getting killed? I mean, I don't have anything to do with it. And you got something that's somebody said whatever. I mean,
well, like we said, we just literally got this the other day, and you're going through it.
Yeah.
And you see
and you saw me say,
your name.
It's next door.
Right. And so I mean, obviously, it's like we recognize the name, and we know that you work next door to us, and so. We're trying to get some background. We're trying to figure this out. I mean, this is from a long time ago.
Oh, I know. And
and things have been kind of slow for us. And so, Chief Beck has said, hey, I want you guys working. I don't want you just sitting around reading the paper.
Yeah.
So he's kind of pushing some older cases out even to the guys that work active cases because, and so we see this and we're just like, well, we want to talk to you about it. But of course, the only reason we did it here is because we're getting into some pretty personal stuff in your relationship.
My
kelihatan gak sih dia lagi building trust gitu.
We don't want to take the risk when one of those interview rooms, and even when the door closed, someone's going to get supplies and sees our monitor hears or whatever.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, I appreciate it. Like I said,
that's where people go when there's orals. When they're doing orals, guys will go in there and try and watch. And what are the answers to the questions?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So we just want to afford you the most privacy and confidentiality we could.
No, I appreciate it. And like I said, I mean, this goes way back, and I mean, it was very sad. Obviously, I haven't, when we were in college, some of us would go down to his house in San Diego. I went down to his house with him. I made detective, I think, in 93.
Let me get back to as far as when you said that John was calling to see you. And during that time, you felt that he was felt he was either seeing her, was he engaged or married? Did you know?
Couldn't say.
You don't remember?
I don't know. Well, let's see. My husband.
But during that time that you were seeing John, was he acting kind of squirrely or kind of sneaking around when he'd hook up with you or anything like that? To make you think, hey, yeah, this guy.
He probably was. I mean.
Well, after he hooked up with Sherry, do you know where they were living?
Buset bule, you know mulu.
You asked me that already.
Kalau gak, I mean.
And I said, well, obviously they were living in Van Nuys division. I may have known. I mean, again, did he ever give me the address? Maybe.
Manipulatif
gitu. I don't remember. I mean, I don't know.
Kata pengganti untuk kayak gitu loh.
I don't think I've ever gone there. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to say, no, I've never gone there, and then you say, oh, I was at a party. Because I don't, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Like I said, we've got these friends, we have parties.
Because I know you went to talk to her at the hospital regarding this issue with John. To, kind of like, hey, what's going to happen here with this thing? But would this ever have followed up to her house when you went to talk to her to say, hey, you know what?
I don't even know that I knew where they lived. That's what I'm saying. If I knew where they lived and I'd been there, if it was for something social, I would, and I can't see how many times I saw her face to face. He lived on Roscoe. Did I ever see her there? I don't know. I mean, I may have seen her at his apartment on Roscoe.
Mm-hmm.
I may have met her there. I mean.
But you didn't have any issues with her, right?
No, I mean, obviously, if he was dating me and dating her, I probably said, hey, pick or something,
fair.
Back
That's
then.
I mean, would you remember if she snapped on you and just like, hey, man, it's my man, you leave him alone, blah, 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 that kind of stuff?
Dikonfront, ini mulai dikonfront sama detektifnya.
Would you remember an incident like that? I mean, because that would be like, what?
Well, and maybe that happened. I mean, gosh, it's been so long ago. I mean, that's not ringing a bell.
Mm-hmm. Because the times I've seen you around at our office,
I'm crazy.
But you're always kind of like real. I mean, you seem kind of bubbly.
Oh, people think I'm really hyper. But I can get upset. And then I forget 5 seconds later. How guys razz you and you go, I mean, I've done that in the office, but it's like, and then I'm, and then I'm,
Tipikalnya dia kayak gitu.
Yeah, I mean, it's like people think I'm crazy, and then they think I'm crazy at home, and I'm a hyper person at work. I enjoy my job. I get excited. I enjoy the job. I've always enjoyed the job.
Okay.
And then the guys that lived across from me, Jim Jaskell and Roy Sakabu, something like that.
Well, one of the concerns I had looking at some of the
captionnya
notes
berantakan banget.
Some of Sherry's friends said that you and her were having a problem because of the John situation.
Well, number one, I don't know who her friends are, because again, I don't recall if he did tell me where he met her. I don't know even who these friends are. A problem. Like I said, if I spoke to her, I mean, I'll go on as far as a limb, and I don't even want to say I spoke to her 5 times because that's probably not even true. I can't even remember. Again, did I meet him at her place when he lived on Roscoe for I think quite a while, but I couldn't tell you how long he lived on Roscoe. And the only reason I remember the place now is because it's like a huge dope place now where they, it may have been back then,
but terus ketahuan gak sih kameranya?
I could have met her there. I could have, I don't even know that I met any of their friends. I can't say that. I don't know that that's a true statement.
Well, that's what I'm reading is that you guys had problems with each other and words were being exchanged, and it's all relating to John.
Di confront lagi nih sama
You know what? I can't say.
You can't say?
No, that doesn't even ring a bell.
So I mean, it seemed like, yeah, you would recall something.
Hidden kah? Iya, ini kameranya hidden.
I would think. I would think.
From what you're telling me is when you guys met at the hospital, I mean, you guys talked, but it wasn't, from what you recall, confrontational.
Ronda malam. Hai bebek. Udah subuh BTW.
I mean, I'm trying to, turn my memory back, and I'm trying. I can't even picture the conversation. I mean, I can't even picture the conversation.
Well, let me ask you. I mean, at the hospital, it never got to the point where people were going, hey, everybody go to your own corner type of thing.
I don't think so.
Nothing like that.
I don't think so. I mean, I really don't. I mean, if you say people said that, that's not ringing a bell to me at all. I mean, it's not. I mean, that's not ringing a bell to me at all.
Was there ever a time when you and Sherry were talking and John had to maybe go like, hey, you guys relax, or anything like that?
I think so.
About, ever going to her house and having a dispute like that?
Hi,
biawak sama. Hi, biawak. Long time no
see. I met her ever at his apartment. Maybe. I mean, maybe I could have met at her apartment. I'm thinking that
ini
the hospital thing, that sounds familiar. That I met her there.
Criminal psychology.
I can't say that again, was I there with other people? I don't know. I don't think I ever met her there or him there, meaning one or the other. I don't think so.
I guess basically what I'm asking is, were you ever welcome to the house? Like, hey.
Oh, come over?
Yeah, come on over. We're having a barbecue, a dinner party, Christmas party, whatever.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think. Like I said, because there were so many of us that I have 10,000 pictures, okay? I'm a picture nut.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask, when you were seeing John, would you... I take it he would pick you up in his car, you go in her, your car, things of that nature, when you guys would go out?
Well, yeah, I mean...
Do you remember what he drove?
Well, I know at one time he drove either a 240 or 260Z.
Any other cars that stand out in your mind?
I don't know how long he drove that 240 or 260Z for. And the only reason I say that is because I think
Nanami
I may have a picture of it with him in it.
What kind of car did you have back then?
Let's see. What year?
Or are you like one of those young cops that's like, oh, I got a paycheck and bought a new car?
Oh, no. I've only had like a few cars in my whole life.
So what'd you have when you came on the job?
Okay, well, my first car was a 68 Chevelle.
Well, like I said, as we were looking at the case, and
senyumnya creepy betul.
From
Mukanya makin mirip psycho sekarang.
Sherry's friend saying,
actually dia pinter mainin facial face, but
the reason we're asking you is
menurut aku ya, ini justru bikin dia sus.
They've also told us that an incident at her house occurred.
Karena dia bikin cerita. Gue benci ekspresinya. Same thing. Karena dia seperti nge-gain trust gitu loh.
You know what? That's just not sound. Again, if someone says that I was at her house and I had an incident with her, that just doesn't sound. Was John there? Did John say this happened? And other people were there. I don't recall. I mean, it just doesn't sound, familiar.
And this is an incident where you showed up. You weren't supposed to show up, and things got heated.
At his house?
Yeah.
That just doesn't sound familiar. I mean, no. It's not sounding familiar.
So
not at all.
Now you're saying not familiar because it's just something you remember, or it's just.
You know what? I'd have to say I don't remember, because I don't remember. That doesn't sound familiar.
I mean, would you remember something like that in your life?
Well, I would think, but
sort of drama involving, the other woman type of thing.
Did you ever fight with her?
You mean like we fought?
Yeah. Did you ever duke it out with her?
Dikonfront lagi sama detektifnya.
You'd remember that, right? That would be pretty.
Yeah, I would think so. I
pretty
mean,
specific.
Yeah, like I said, I mean,
dramatic.
obviously.
Iya, saat terbata-bata ya.
I mean,
Kiss, yes.
it just doesn't sound
Betul.
familiar. I mean, what are they saying? So I fought with her. So now I mean I'm getting the jump, the leap. Excuse me, I haven't eaten. They're saying, okay, I fought with her, so I must have killed her.
This is known in psychology as reductio ad absurdum, or appeal to extremes. It's a form of argument that attempts to disprove a statement by showing that it leads to an absurd or impractical conclusion.
I mean, come on. I mean, that's, I don't even know who these people are. I can't even say I met any of these people. I mean, it's insane.
Would it be something you would remember? I mean, because I don't know if any other intense incidents in your life that have occurred, I mean, you'd recall those, right? I mean,
well,
like a use of force at work or a car crash, something you're involved in, you'd be like, yeah, I remember.
You would think I would remember. I mean, I would think if it was something that crazy. I mean, I can't say, you say, how many fights have you gotten into, in your life? I mean, a few at work.
Well, fights at work are kind of different because we've all had uses of force or whatever. But
well, I haven't even had even a lot of those. I mean,
right, but if you're actually,
I mean, I played.
Like if Dan and I got mad at each other and we threw blows in the squad room, I mean, 20 years later, I would remember it. I mean,
I would think I would remember it, but
unique.
that's what I'm saying. That's not sounding familiar to me at all.
I'm looking at the notes and these people are kind of, I mean, they're pointing the finger at you.
Well.
And.
I mean,
udah mulai
that's not ringing a bell to
dia
me.
ini.
So, I don't know. It's I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that just sounds crazy to me.
Yeah. So you offhand, you don't recall ever going into her house and having words and physically,
No.
attacking her attacking you.
No.
Nothing like that.
No. I mean, that's no.
Nothing.
No. Not at all.
Well, on some of the, on this case, this occurred in '86, right? Detectives processed the scene, things of that nature. They did fingerprints and all that stuff. You know the standard stuff. I mean, you've been doing this longer than I have.
Well, not about that.
Kasi ini ngebahas tentang DNA.
Going on 26.
Bite mark. Yeah.
But, as they processed everything, they did the best they could at that time, and they looked at a lot of people and different things in this case. And you're right.
I mean, if you guys are claiming that I'm a suspect, then I got a problem with with that. Okay. So, if you're doing this as an interrogation, you're saying, hey, I'm a suspect. Well, now I got a problem with now you're accusing me of this.
Karena udah dipojokin soalnya.
We're trying to figure out what happened, Stephanie.
Well, I'm just saying, do I need to get a lawyer if you're accusing me of this? You
don't have to. I mean,
you're
here of your own free will. I mean,
no, I know, but
I mean, you're not under arrest. You can walk out.
You can leave whenever you like.
Well, I'm trying to give you some background of how I knew him, and now you're telling me that somebody's saying that we had this big old fight, and I don't even know what you're talking about. And I don't want to get in trouble for something that I didn't even do, or you're saying I did something.
Okay.
We understand.
I mean, how would you guys like it if the tables were turned on you?
I understand. No.
No, that's what we're telling you. I mean, you're free to go whenever you want. If this makes you uncomfortable and you want to,
now you're starting to make me uncomfortable.
The thing is, I mean, detectives did what they could at that time on the crime scene. Okay, and the burglary thing you're talking about, that is an angle that they looked at. But now we're looking at everything else on the case because nobody was ever arrested on the case.
I don't know that or not.
Okay. Now, what we'd like
Udah
to
panik
do is,
soalnya. Panik.
obviously you know about all the DNA stuff and things of the nature that, gets done on cases nowadays. If we asked you for a DNA swab, would you be willing to give us one?
Maybe. Because now
because
now I'm thinking I probably need to talk to a lawyer.
Okay.
I mean, because I know how this stuff works. Okay, don't get me wrong. You're right. I have been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
And I wish I had been recording this because now it sounds like there's you're telling these people say I'm fighting with her, and now it sounds like you're trying to I've been doing this a long time.
panik.
Yeah, we know.
Mulai
Okay,
panik.
and now it almost sounds like you're trying to pin something on me.
No,
now I got that sense.
Well, what it gets to on these cases, and you know it as well as I do, our job is to identify and eliminate suspects.
I can't believe this.
So if we ask you to the point to give us a DNA sample, a buccal swab, so we can identify or eliminate you, would you be willing to do that?
Maybe. Because I know this.
Well, that's where we're at too. I mean, because right now, from looking at the evidence, it's it's possible we may have some DNA at the location.
That's great.
And
It's your fucking DNA.
And your name's in the book. These people are pointing at you for whatever reason.
I don't know why. That's just crazy. I mean, that's absolutely crazy.
And it would be irresponsible on our part not to look at it.
I know. You guys have to do your job, and I guess I'm gonna have to contact somebody. So.
That's fair.
I mean, because I know how this stuff works. I mean, I just can't believe it.
I mean, we understand that. I mean, if we were in your position, I mean, we would feel the same way.
I just can't even believe it. I mean, it's just, I mean, I'm shocked. I'm really shocked that somebody would be saying that I did this. I mean, we had a fight, and so I went and killed her. I mean, come on.
Well,
that's true.
All right.
Well, thanks for giving me the courtesy. I wish I recorded that.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Stephanie, take care.
All right.
Lol, I like so hard. Bodohnya adalah evidence DNA itu udah pasti kuat sih. Evidence DNA.
This is absolutely crazy.
Have a seat, Stephanie.
This is insane.
Okay.
She's harassed. Bangun, maksud Anda belum tidur. Now you need a lawyer.
Okay. Stephanie, you know you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes.
Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have the right to the presence of an attorney before and during any questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you free of charge before any questioning if you want. Do you understand?
Yes.
You want to talk to us right now?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay.
This is crazy.
Okay.
This is I'm like in shock. I'm totally in shock.
Dia bebas selama 25 tahun.
We are back on the record in People versus Lazarus. Shortly before noon, the jury announced they have a verdict. We will take the verdict at this time.
People of the State of California versus Stephanie Eileen Lazarus. Case number BA 357423. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Stephanie Eileen Lazarus, guilty of the crime of murder of Sherry Rasmussen in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony, as charged in count 1 of the information. We further find the murder was of the first degree.
Your Honor, I'm John Rutten. Thank you for the opportunity to speak during this hearing. There are really no words that can describe the loss of Sherry and the whole of this experience, so it makes no sense to talk very long. It suffices to say that the Rasmussen family, my family, and Stephanie's family have been thrust into a bizarre world of disbelief and indescribable sadness. Sherry Rasmussen had a profound impact on so many people. I was proud that she agreed to be my wife. It was impossible not to notice Sherry when she entered a room. To me, her physical presence was startling. I can clearly remember the first moment I laid eyes on her. Sherry Rasmussen was a physical presence, and my heart still races when I look at pictures of her. But Sherry was extraordinary, more for who she was than the way she looked. She was a hard worker, a consummate professional, a leader, a diplomat, forgiving, tough, and a kid at heart. Sherry's loss, the way she died, and the trial 25 years after her death has had a profound impact on many others. The effects are broad and span a generation, creating pain for those whose lives should have never been touched by this tragic event. Again, words are feeble tools for describing these impacts. But there are so many moments and so very many tears. And the fact that Sherry's death occurred because she met and married me brings me to my knees.
Stephanie Lazarus was sentenced to 27 years to life for the murder of Sherry Rasmussen. She is currently being held inside the maximum security unit of the Central California Women's Facility.
Oopsie.
Any other cars that stand out in your mind?
Shit. She's crazy AF. Istrinya yang dibunuh. Anjing, kaget gua. Anjing! Shit! I hate this! Why? Anjing. I'm scared. Shit. Anjing. Kenapa ada jam sekarang begini sih kan? Anjing. Binatang. Sama anjing, kaget. Bangsat. Tapi mirip sih. Iya, anjing, kaget. Kampret. Tapi jadi eksorsis anjing, ya kan? Kaget anjir. Tapi guys, bentar aku baca chat dulu ya. Menangis mau diet bikin sereal malah susu dan kau habis. Pakai susu UHT dong. Bodohnya dia itu kenapa dia pakai gigit segala, tau gak sih? It's time to that last move. Apa sih maksudnya? Gila, gue masih gemeteran anjir gara-gara goblok. That last move in martial arts, right? This is one. Huh? Which one? This one? Bentar, gue masih gemeteran. Masih gemeteran anjing. Masih gemeteran. Kaget tuh. Yes, the number one.
Today I'm teaching you the deadliest self-defense move known to man. However, this move is only for life or death situations and not to be messed with. This move was created by Yeltsin in 1987. However, it was immediately banned from all karate competitions due to
Okay, no jump scare, okay.
was violent nature, which is why once again I urge you to use caution. Step 1 is to make a fist, ensuring that your thumb is on the outside of your fingers. If it is on the inside, it can break your thumb during impact. Do this with both hands. You now want to place your fists halfway between your chest and your hip. Once you're at this point, move them slowly from side to side, and eventually the momentum will end up with you.
I knew it, right? Fail. Freaking failed. Kasusnya aneh sih, udah mati masih digebukin digigit. Udah pasti udah bukan maling doang. Awal kasus cuma dikira maling kan. Bener. Foul attempt. Sorry Bapak Kopi. You're failed today. You're failed. Makanya guys, bacalah comment before. Oke, kita bahas yang tadi ya. Sebenarnya dia udah ngehajar aja. Itu udah oke. Udah pinter. But bodohnya kenapa digigit tangannya? Which is itu bisa diperiksa DNA yang gigit itu loh. Meskipun di tahun 92 ya tadi. 92 kan kasusnya. 92 itu kepolisian udah apa? Kayak detektif gitu pasti udah bisa periksa DNA, ngerti gak sih? Nggak kayak tahun 18 sekian abad ke-18, ngerti gak? Tapi dia dibiarkan bebas selama 27 tahun, which is tidak adil, ya nggak sih? Tapi gue masih kaget anjing sama jam scare-nya, kampret, kurang ajar. Now read comment and see time lapse. But she still watch it, ya. Karena penasaran aja. lagi. Okay, no jump scare. Let's start the video.
Today I'm teaching you the deadliest self-defense move known to man. However, this move is only for life or death situations and not to be messed with. This move was created by Yeltsin in 1987. However, it was immediately banned from all karate competitions due to its violent nature. Which is why once again I urge you to use caution. Step 1 is to make a fist, ensuring that your thumb is on the outside of your fingers. If it is on the inside, it can break your thumb during impact. Do this with both hands. You now want to place your fists halfway between your chest and your hip. Once you're at this point, move them slowly from side to side, and eventually the momentum will end up with you.
Well, masih live. Iya, kita habis ngebahas another psychology crime with jump scare. Anjrit, gue masih gemeteran BTW. Well, tadinya mau main SMC, cuma tadi mood jelek. Terus abis itu ya udah kita nontonin crime scene lagi. So yeah, why not? Nontonin mukbang kali ya kali ini. Gue takut di jump scare lagi anjret. Benci gue di jump scare. Pak Lur kok bangun, Pak Lur. Thank you. Anjing. Stop. I'm scared of my fucking voice. I'm crying. Rai, thank you. Biasanya jam segini tuh jam-jamnya kita nontonin mukbang gak sih? Apa nih? Man got catfish. Shit.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 제가 오늘 준비한 먹방은요. 이렇게 랍스터 꼬리를 30개 준비해봤어요. 근데 너무 적어 보여요.
라가이.
간에 기별도 안 갈 것 같은데.
Hello.
먹어보도록 하겠습니다. 잘 먹겠습니다.
잘 먹겠습니다.
아니 오늘
dan gue pengen lobster tiba-tiba. Dan saya habis makan. Jam-jamnya push rank, bener sih. Look at this, the fucking lobster. I want it so bad. Look at this lobster. Apalagi tuh pakai bumbu ini, tau gak sih? Bumbu pakai bumbu asam manis anjret, atau enggak saus padang. Anjing, I like it. Buset, lobsternya agak keracunan apa sebanyak itu? Enggak deh, dia tuh mukbangers. Gimana sih ngomongnya? Dia tuh makan bisa lebih. Wah, kalian harus nonton dia makan. Wah, gila. Dia makan beneran banyak banget, guys. Like, really. You can see. Jam-jam segini enaknya kaya raya, betul sih. Bukan jam-jam segini aja. Semuanya pingin, setiap jam saya pengen kaya. Hello, hello Arkan. Look at this lobster. Shit. I wanna eat that so bad. Sedot terus mbak. Sedot.
이것도 나쁘지 않네요.
Aduh, I want it. Gue suka lihat orang yang kepedesan. Gue pengen makan lobster intinya.
마요소스가 맛있다.
Anjing. Tapi makan sebanyak ini enak juga nggak sih? Tapi ngeliatin orang gini gain appetite banget. What the fuck?
이거 오븐에 구운 거다. 오븐에 구운 거는 너무 딱딱해서 이게 안 빠질 것 같은데. 한 4개인가 5개 정도 있어요.
Halo Arkan, welcome to my live stream. Orang kaya, yes. Dia pernah ngabisin $600 di Swiss buat makan daging. $600 buat makan daging doang.
와. 오븐에 구운 거 엄청 짜요.
I want it, bitch.
근데 얘도 다 살이 부서졌다. 안에 다 부서져 있어요, 살이. 이런 건 대충.
Ada bulbat. Makan kalau nggak pakai nasi mah nggak kenyang. Bener banget. Tapi belakangan ini gue jarang makan nasi sih. Ini enak banget aja ngeliat dia makan tuh. Like anjrot. Arata on. Ini nih kita nontonin orang nge-live, kita datengin. Parents hit daughter's body inside the walls. Disturbing 911 calls. Interesting. Udang-udangan ada racunnya, kalau makan dikit gak kerasa, tapi kalau kebanyakan baru. Yang biasa alergi seafood bukan alergi seafood, tapi karena racunnya. I see. Guys, inget, enggak, bukan kalian sih. Pokoknya suatu hari enggak tuh? Pada suatu hari di Discord server seseorang, sekitar jam seginian lah, kita nontonin bukan mukbang, daging goreng, dan nontonin potongan ikan. Yes, yummy. Temen ada yang makan banyak langsung keracunan dulu. Surprise, makannya ada yang makan sebanyak itu. Mungkin ini sih tergantung lah ya, badannya orang-orang kan beda tuh. Mungkin dia ada kompilasi alergi apa gitu yang dalam udang kalau kebanyakan ikan, kita who knows. Ada Ismo gas Pitran dipecat lagi. Tadi udah saya pecat. Nih guys, buat kalian yang haram ya makan babi, nih nontonin aja dah.
진짜 또 오랜만에 집에서 하는 건 진짜 오랜만인데 전 통수육이랑 이렇게 제가 매운 건 잘 못 먹지만
Mengerikan. Main game OKR Nami, gue donate kalau tamat.
통수육 4개인데 2kg 정도 해요. 여튼 잘 먹겠습니다.
Gue udah tahu endingnya OKR sih. BTW. Bunuh diri ujung-ujungnya anjing. Tapi enggak deh, maaf. Psikologi gue nggak kuat. Guys, babi guys. Dan bingungnya tuh dia kurus banget loh, gak gendut.
통수육에다가 김치를 이렇게.
Coba lu tengok, orang Korea tuh kimchi must banget gak sih, harus kimchi. Anjing, jadi lapar kan gue. Gila, itu segede raw. It's a raw. It's raw. Abis makan dimuntahin itu. Entahlah. Who knows? Sniff. Wangi, 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 wangi. Like. Nih, lihat. Dia makan 3 kilo ostik. Meninggal gak lu? Tajir sih dia BTW. Oh, ini nih yang tadi kita lihat yang dia beneran orang gila nih. With a mental illness. Metabolisme tubuhnya cepet maybe. Iya, bisa jadi. Bener bisa jadi. Lihat, ini pakai keju mozzarella. Meninggal anjing. Nggak boleh, nggak boleh. Waduh, muncrat. Pengen. Ew. We gonna watch this Jogo.
표정 봐.
단건 뭐야?
맛있어 보이지, 당근이야.
Gak ada yang bisa ngalahin daging biawak, men. Is it good? Lucu banget sih. Gemes, aing. Oh. Look at his face. Look at his face. Oh. Lucu. Tung ya. Anda masuk. Hah? 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 Siapa masuk? It's a Pushiness version is Kyoho Jelly. Ini jelly, guys. Lucu banget ya anjing ini. Golden. Pengen punya anjing, tapi saya sudah punya satu, manajer saya. Mantap. Fun fact, Anda suka makanan pedas, Anda sudah bisa dikategorikan masokis. It's you, Sir Dre. It's you. Kawaii. Kawaii, 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 kawaii. What is this? Oh, ini kalau nggak salah yang tentang anaknya ini deh, di dekat Frozen, kulkas Frozen gitu. Ini bukan sih? Anjing. Kalian kenapa belum tidur, JB? Wah. Look at this cheese. Fuck. Damn it. Damn it. Gila, keju sebanyak itu, weh. Anjing. Coba lu bayangin gue dikasih keju sebanyak itu sih. Gua gadoin anjrot. Lah, Desri juga belum tidur. Cause I drink 3 cups of coffee today. Gila, gila. Coba lu tengok keju. I want it. Mozzarella kakak itu. Elsa? Do you want to be the snowman? Come on, let's go and play. Jeez. Can we... Mana sih? Gila. Daun bawangnya banyak banget. It's not cheddar BTW. Cheddar warnanya kuning oren. Cheddar tuh oren.
안녕하세요. 흥삼이네 식구 여러분들 반갑습니다. 흥삼입니다. 흥삼이 엄마입니다. 흥삼이 아빠입니다. 네, 오늘은 치즈 돈가스 이걸 준비해봤습니다.
Family
어저께
mukbang.
사실 만들어봤는데 처음 만들어 본 거라 가지고 좀 실패를 해서 오늘
Kenapa sih
재도전을 했는데
espresso keju enak,
그래도 이게 쉽지가 않네요. 그래도 어제 먹어봤는데 맛은 엄청 맛있더라고요. 한번 야물딱지게 먹어보도록 하겠습니다.
Yes, bapak gercep banget bapak. Oh shoot. Oh yeah. Pull that string. Oh yeah. Dosa goblok. Dosa ya. Enak tahu keju. What do you mean? It's freaking delicioso. The Ghost Town at the Fulter Mine. Ini kayaknya ini udah pernah kita nonton gak sih? Belum. Sorry. Video game addiction murder. Berhati-hati ya guys. Be careful. The real daging buaya anjrit. Wait, daging buaya bisa dimakan? Hah? 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 Gesundheit. Gesundheit? What is that? Daging... I'm shook. I'm shook. Oh, boing. Intruders, hide and seek. Boy try to survive home invasion. I don't like it. Daging buaya mirip daging biawak. Daging biawak bisa dimakan. Wait, seriously? Mot itu apa ya? Mot itu apa sih yang suka di lampu bukan sih? Apa laron? Yomi Dia waktu itu yang buat kopi kan. Astaga, kenapa sih kamu lucu banget. Kenapa sih ini game horor semua anjir. Nggak tahu. Tebak agama VTuber ini kurang ajar banget ini. Ini kurang ajar banget anjir, tebak agama VTuber. Semua hewan yang punya daging bisa dimakan asal doyan. Gak boleh tahu guys, gak boleh makan temen. Ew, what is this? Thank you. Anjing, babi saya kaget kan. Rai, kebiasaan deh kamu ini. Tolong. Wah, anjing gede banget. Thank you for the donation. (12 kilo)
제가 오늘 준비한 먹방은요. 이렇게 랍스타를 5마리를 준비했습니다. 랍스타 5마리랑 여기 안에 가리비, 전복, 모시조개, 새우까지 같이 있어요. 그래서 해물라면 끓여 먹을 거예요. 진짬뽕에다가. 얘가 6kg고 1.5 이렇게 해가지고 총 12kg예요. 라면 먼저 넣어볼게요.
12 kilo. Coba lu tengok. 12 kilo. Sister.
잘 먹겠습니다. 일단 뭐부터 먹을지 진짜 모르겠다. 큰 거는 살짝 이따가
미쳤어?
일단 조그만 거 다리 뽀사진 거부터 먹을게요. 여기 다리를 이렇게
Saya ketularan seseorang.
깨먹어야 맛있는데.
L 2.0 nih.
됐다. 근데 엄청 조그맣다. 이야, 됐다. 짠.
Kayaknya gue nggak boleh nonton beginian deh malam-malam, pagi-pagi, subuh-subuh. Like.
라면 국물에 적셔서 먹으면 맛있어요.
I want it. 12 kilo masih pakai mie. Hai Nebula, welcome. Matsubu, iya Matsubu.
하나 더 있는데 분리된 거 여기 있다. 이거 하나 더 먹을게요.
12 kilo. Coba lu tengok.
와 아프다. 와 얘 진짜 이거 얘한테 물리면은 그냥 훅 가겠는데요. 아이씨 다 부러져 버렸다.
Tapi enak anjir.
와 이것도 크다. 한 마리. 일단 집게부터 먼저. 와 이거 되게 크다. 짠. 오.
What the heck?
Wah.
Girl. Gue juga mau bisa makan banyak gak gendut. Tolong. Dia sekali boker berapa lama ya pas habis mukbang? Gak tahu deh.
이거 맛있어. 짜지가 않나 하나도?
Gak tahu. Pusing gue. Aduh. Pusing gue.
미쳤다.
Yes, it's insane, sis. Gitu makanan banyak tuh tumbuk-tumbuk, gimana caranya? Wah, jangan tanya saya, karena saya cuma nyeruput kuah Indomie sekilo naik. Mohon maaf.
Wah, 맛이 달라.
Perut kuburan hewan. Enggak gitu sih konsepnya.
Wah.
Sedot terus sis, sedot. Asu.
국물 한 입.
Tapi dia emang gila sih. I'm sorry.
안녕하세요 여러분. 제가 오늘은 회전초밥이 오랜만에 너무 먹고 싶어가지고 왔거든요. 안양에 있는 엔터식스에 있는 회전초밥집 갈 거예요. 가보자. 제가 지금 진짜 배고프거든요. 왜냐면은 어제 건강검진 한다고 위내시경 때문에 어제 9시부터 굶었어요. 위내시경 하니까 지금
bikin
속이
semua bikin
꾸물꾸물 뭐라
I
해야
still have my
말을
rice
모르겠어요. 약간
cold
속이
rice
이상한 것
btw di
같아요.
sini
스시로 회전 초밥 스시로 제가 지금 진짜 위내시경을 하고 와가지고 어제 저녁부터 굶어서 너무 배고프거든요. 근데 약간 이게 위가 약간 좀 이상한 것 같아요. 가스 찬 느낌? 그래서 많이는 못 먹을 것 같고 한번 적당히 먹어보겠습니다.
dan boyku mengeluh lihat ini wah nggak ngerti lagi.
종류가 여기가 없는 게 아니라 여기 레일에 지금 아무것도 없었는데 지금 다 새로 깔아주시고 계세요.
Jadi pengen sushi anjir.
이거 먹어야 돼.
Nikmatnya. I will the same energy if I eat sushi like that. Cantik banget warnanya. Hepanggung. Guys, you guys watching mukbang at 4:39 a.m. Well,
여기 약간 저만을 위한
well.
같은데요?
Nice.
다른 데서 맨날 빨리 짓기 바빴는데 이제 빨리 안 지워도 돼요.
Feel the same, sis.
여기 일단은 음료수.
Feel the energy, bitch.
명란 내기도로 황새치 대뱃살도 먹어야 돼. 이거 뭐야? 버섯튀기. 그렇군. 4개까지밖에 주문이 안 돼요. 일단 4개만 하겠습니다.
Memang sushi begituan betul. Tapi dia ada deh pernah mukbang $1 per piring dan dia makan sebanyak 112 piring.
약간 내가 아는 메카도로 그 딱딱한 맛이 아니라 좀 참치 가까운 맛인데 쫄깃쫄깃한 거?
Udahlah ya, capek gue, lapar. Mending kita cari yang lain aja deh. Ketahuan banget gue nyarinya apa. Remove dulu anjir. Remove. You see nothing, guys. You see nothing. You see nothing, guys. Ini perut gue kenyang tapi mulut gue pengen makan. Same energy. Choke me lagi. 1.600.000 rupiah. Buset dihitungin gak tuh? Choke me like you hate me, that you love me, low key, you wanna date me. $100 buat mukbang, mending kasih aku aja buat beli PC baru. Gak usah PC baru, buat gue beli mikrofon aja dah. $100 tuh gue bisa beli apa? Anjir, beli apa aja anjir. Ini game. Aduh, kenapa ini game-game horor sih? Stop it. I don't want to watch horror thingy. Orang yang selamat dari maut, anjir. I spent a day with multiple personalities. Oh, it's kind of interesting. Kalau nggak salah ada film Korea yang tentang apa? Ini nama disordernya apa ya? Jadi dia punya multiple, kalau nggak salah 6 atau 7 kepribadian gitu dalam diri dia. Dan menurut aku itu keren. Tapi ini 22 alter ego lu, ada 22 anjrot. Thank you. Anjing. Serius. Maybe next time I will change. I will change my traktir. Anthony Padildo. Anthony Padildo. Ini dari tadi belum ke live stream, belum join. We're just done watching a psychology crime thingy, I guess. Oh, last photo with disturbing backstories. Yang ada di thumbnail ini, kalian tahu siapa ya namanya? Aku lupa. Jadi dia itu cross dresser btw. Dia tuh suka hal yang kinky, which is collar, baju maid. Oh yeah. You're bad to me, so bad to me. Oh girl, you like caffeine. Wait, jadi selama ini Ciel adalah burung? Hah? Ciel, selama ini kamu burung? Kamu burung gagak? I didn't realize that. Stong Eroy. It's creepy, right? Well. Nih, baru dia omongin Tan Boykun langsung keluar kan dia. Mukbang kaki kari domba. The Ritual. Ini game kah? Guys, you must sleep, dude. And who just woke up? Good morning. Ayo. Oh, nih. I wanna watch this. Escape from Naraka. Ini game yang gue mau beli tapi belum beli. Haha. See? Meow aku udah mainin. Should we mau nonton kah? Hah? Outlast Iceberg? Hah? Really? Play horror game. Tidak, terima kasih. Panjang umur Tan Girl Child. Bentar lagi masak. Ya udah masak dulu sana. Sena. Oh, Tante Kontra. Pilih Tante. Wife lived with her husband for 35 years unaware of who he was. Jadi dia nggak tahu lakinya tuh siapa. Ayo nobar Bang Regi. Game latih kesabaran itu, iya pengen coba mainin. Main hall footage. Horor. Dick big. The hardest ghost in Phasmophobia ever, level 4650. The fuck? Siapa yang main Phasmophobia sampai level 4000-an? Like, gila udah pro banget sih pasti. Astaga. Icing cookie. I wanna watch this. Kawaii. Random banget ya tontonannya. Solid. Stained glass cookies. How did you make this? Candy? Can I watch this? Dadakan banget. Iya, dadakan dari berapa jam yang lalu. Hai tema FFL, welcome. I really want it though. This cutie. Udah dadakan random lagi. Jangan lupa guys, 300 subs nanti aku bakalan voice act, tapi masih lama. Haha. Thank you. Rai. Thank you. Thank you. Kirain podcast, bukan ini cookies. Cookies. Icing cookie. Lucu kan? Bikin kawaii desho. 300 ikzo. Ditunggu ya 300. Masih lama sih, tapi gak apa-apa ya. Lucu banget. Gemes gak sih? Gak tahu ya, kalian yang cowok-cowok tuh suka banget gak sih nontonin beginian? Gak mungkin sih. Salah nanya guys, maaf. Tapi mungkin ada kali yang suka nonton. Lutu. Sarapi gitu lagi. Sayang nggak sih kalau dimakan? Like you did an effort gitu buat bikin, terus dimakan, like my arts. Kawaii. Kawaii deh. Kalian mau ASMR aja? Yaudah, ini aku kasih. Oopsie. Mentok-mentok yang pancake gambar muka. Oh iya ada sih. Hello baby, are you there? Yes, I'm here. Sup boyfriend wants you to use him. Ini yang tanda kurungnya danger ya, danger. Oh yay. Gimana? Apa ini? Apa nih? Anjing geli banget. Anjing. Weh. Itu thumbnailnya anjing banget thumbnailnya. Oh yes, Mang DF. Kita cari ya, kita cari. ASMR boyfriend takes care of you. Period comfort. Seijin loh, Seijin. Oh my god, Seijin. I'm counting on you.
Hi baby, I'm home. Baby? Hey, what's wrong? Oh, no, shh, it's okay. It's okay. Can I hold you?
Yes. Gak boleh guys. Mantap. Seijin, gue suka nontonin si Seijin soalnya live streamnya maksudnya. Apa nanti bikin sesi ini kali ya, review ASMR boyfriend. Coba kita update di Twitter dulu ya. Kita update Twitter dulu ya. Pengen deh. Pengen live stream review ASMR boyfriend. Wow, ide yang berbahaya. Oh, betul. Dangerous for me and dangerous for me. Of course, for me. I will do after I receive some feedbacks about that opinion. Oh yes.
So do you want me to teach you Indonesian language? I want to learn about Indonesian language, but I have to English study more. I have
long time no see Chiho. Thank you for the donation. Ya, nggak kelihatan tadi siapa ya. Thank you for the donation. Raymond, suffering is coming. What do you mean? What do you mean? Udah lama gak dengar si Chiho.
English study, so I can learn about that.
Inggrisnya dia bagus buat orang Korea loh.
Interested in Indonesian language because I really my friend Rai and Taka I like Indonesian members, so I like Indonesian all members, so I'm really interested in interested in Indonesian language, but Nanda, because I have to English study for my servant. So
terdistraksi sih. sorry. Emang gitu, saya suka ke distract gitu ya, Shy, gomen, mianeyo, 죄송해요. 지호 senpai, 지호 선배, 지호 선배. Blah blah blah. Sudden confession. Hikiko. She's so cute.
1, 2, 3.
Lucu. She's active in Twitch. Saya tidak bisa nih melihat yang loli kawaii gitu. Shit. Loli is the best. Yeah, Loli is the best. You know. Hyena kan ini? Hyena. Ini maksudnya hewan yang ada di thumbnail. Ya enggak sih? Shit, my alarm gonna matiin alarm dulu. BTW, hayo. By the way, good morning everyone. Good morning. Good morning everyone. Ohio. Have a nice day. And happy Wednesday. Hari ini sebenarnya aku gak ada schedule sih, but who cares? I'm gonna live stream. BTW ini aku live stream dari jam berapa ya? It's been 4 jam ya? 4 jam gak sih? Alarm jam 5 Sasuga. Actually jam 6. Tapi aku pasang pengingatnya 1 jam sebelum jam 6. Bingung gak lu? Bingung lah, masa tidak? Mantap. Oh ya, 4 jam kayaknya. Iya udah 4 jam ini. Jadi tuh tadinya mau berkunjung ke Twitch teman-teman aku yang mungkin ada yang live stream di Twitch, cuma nanti aja nih, nanti kapan-kapan aja deh. Kita berkunjung ke Twitch my cinku, oke? The most hate man on death row. Nah, what is this? Apa ini anjing? Titiu, ini titiu. Titiu Janayo. Thanks God, selama gue main Pasmo tuh gak pernah ngeliat hantunya asli, ngerti gak sih? Ini jam berapa, Skubus? 5 a.m. I guess. It's freaking 5 a.m. And welcome Alif. Toste. Nani. Sakura mochi. Ooh, looks good. She's so pretty. Fly me to the moon. 90% fur and 1% cat. Gimana? Fuchiose di RL gitu? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. Halo Pudidi, istri Anda lepas lagi. Hey, please. I was everyone's wifey. I'm everyone's baby. So what? And I love make someone jelly, I guess. Bukannya mau perang sama Illinois, saya ketinggalan. Udah kok perangnya udah tadi. Udah tadi di live stream Goose. Untitled Goose Game. It's already done. There's no war. Tidak ada perang. Oh, there's a lot of my friend. Cats climb into baby crib, enjoys a nap next to baby will play with mobile. Feels good, man. Kenapa jam segini rame banget? Saya tanya. Nyanyi, kita nyanyi. Oh iya guys. Tanggal 7 aku di servernya Rere bakal ada collab aku. Jadi aku nggak buka POV, tapi aku bakal ada di servernya Rere. Kita bakal ada karaoke stream. Tapi aku nggak buka POV ya. Nontonnya di channel Rere. Semoga voice changer saya berguna ya. Terima kasih. Ntar ini lagi copyright. I'm low. Karaoke di Minecraft. Enggak. Karaoke di live stream. Live streamnya Rere. I stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know when the time. Touching is my line, never deny. Namanya voice changer suara laki. Ya mau dengar kah? Nggak tahu nih bisa atau enggak. Laki. Oh, aku reveal suara asli aja nanti ya. Suara laki. Guys, sebenarnya aku cowok, guys. Sebenarnya aku cowok. Tapi ya titiw aku portable, jadi bisa dicopot pasang. 걱정하지 마세요. Lagunya KDA itu kena copyright gak? Setahu aku lagunya KDA nggak copyright sih, nggak kena copy kanan btw. Tapi ya you must put some credits. Ya attitude-nya sih gitu, put some credits, right? How to draw Twitch emotes. I'll stay so deep inside. Kaze. cowok, wah saya ditipu sama boing-boing. Iya, gue cowok, laki banget. Titik zaman sekarang beda emang, iya. Tapi sekarang lagi di charger kok, tenang aja guys. Oh iya, we have berita duka. Salah satu UTIT, sesama teman VTuber, meninggal dunia karena COVID-19. Jadi buat kalian stay safe ya. Corona itu beneran ada, bukan konspirasi ya. Thank you. Anjir, boros. Apa ini yang boros? Aduh, sebutan Shay. Bukan lautan, hanya kolam susu. Rest in peace. Yes, rest in peace tuh. Ya makanya kalian harus jaga kesehatan. Terus kalau misalnya emang urgent banget keluar, terus minum vitamin. Well, actually I can say this, tidur yang cukup, karena saya tidak tidur yang cukup sih. Tapi bener guys, maksudnya iya tahu COVID itu gue bukannya kasih false information ya, tapi udah banyak kejadian kan ada yang meninggal karena COVID gitu loh. Dan juga mungkin kalau kalian ada penyakit bawaan gitu, kalian juga harus lebih hati-hati lagi kan, karena apalagi dibarengin sama adanya COVID itu pasti akan memperparah gitu loh. Dan sekali lagi ingat, vaksin itu bukan untuk mencegah COVID, tapi untuk nambah imun biar amit-amit nih kena COVID, tapi gejalanya tuh nggak parah, ngerti gak? Bukan berarti lu abis divaksin lo akan jadi Titan Amor, ya. Mohon maaf nih. Bukannya lu tiba-tiba jadi anti koronce, ya. Lu dulu suntik apa sih? Suntik imunisasi itu yang waktu bayi, ya. Pas lu gede nggak sakit parah-parah banget kan akhirnya. Ya nggak sih? Sama kayak COVID. Yang konspirator udah digelitikin, bukan digelitikin, dibisikin Dajjal anjir. Karena gue Dajjal gitu ya, jadi gue kayak anjing, kita ya SMR ya, anjing, mohon maaf nih, koronce say, ye, koronce, jangan main-main, ye, keluar pakai masker, kan, bawa hand sanitizer, se-easy itu. Habis divaksin jadi pemancar wifi. Ada kan tuh yang konspirasi katanya dimasukin chip. Mohon maaf, selama kita masih disuruh fotokopi KTP itu chip gak bakalan ada di badan, anjrot. SMR, iya gue SMR-in anjrit. Halo, anak anjing gitu. Jadi gini nih anak anjing ya, gue kasih tahu nih. Kesenangan dulu fisiknya konspirasi. Iya juga. Enggak juga sih. Iya kan, waktu itu ada yang sempet bilang tuh katanya ada cap-cip. Selama lu disuruh masih fotokopi KTP, gak usah cap-cip dah. Cokocip. Cokocip yang mana nih? Enggak cokocip juga sih BTW. Ntar kita setel lagu dulu lah. Ntar kita kecilin nih background sound. Right. Kayak bukan anak anjing. Gimana mau buat chip, duitnya aja dicuci betul. Nama doang iktp tapi ngurus apa masih dimintain fotokopi. Nah, that's the point. Buat apa gue waktu itu lepas offline buat dicek sensor mata anjing. Thank you. Rai, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bentar, ini gue pindahin dulu nih. Traktir. Mana deh box ini? Misalnya mager. Moderator sesat mulu, kekurangan main ini. Weh, main apa nih? Main bola. Tapi serius guys, sumpah. Konspirasi, kalian boleh ada konspirasi, cuma disertakan bukti-bukti konkret gitu. Jangan asal jeplak aja kayak. Suka emosi gue tuh denger ini apa ya? Bodohan manusia yang ada di bumi ini. Ya gue tahu gue juga bodoh gitu ya, cuma gak make sense aja gitu. Gede banget aing. Mainnya kurang jauh. Ya gak sih? Udah gede belum? Kurang gede kah? Kawan dong, saya bolong. Nanami, jangan lu istirahat ya. Jangan. Anda juga jangan lupa istirahat. Ngomong konspirasi mintain jurnal sama bukti, ini plonga-plongo. Iya bener. Giliran minta bukti konkret pasti kayak saya dengar dari pesan WA. Anjing. Bodoh kuadrat emang. Asam gede banget. Oh ya, of course. Tidur cok, Sunzu 1985 goblok, Dre. Gak bobo saya. Frau, good morning. Morning, Frau. Baru bangun kah? Habis sholat kah? Mie goreng enak. Sorry, gue masih kenyang sih. Gara-gara basreng. Can't sleep, I know right. Aku juga gak bisa tidur BTW karena aku minum kopi. Terus tadi 4 jam yang lalu nontonin Psychology Crime. Belum mau diboboin dia, Frau. Gak tau lah, gue bosen. Bosen diboboin. Tuh Basreng menggiurkan. Mau SMR kah? SMR Basreng kali. Diboboin gak tuh? Ya nanti kayak sayang bobo ya, sayang bobo. Anda basal diboboin mampus. Frau, saya angkat Anda menjadi moderator. Itadakimasu. Diajarin Nanami bahasanya. Mana ada gitu. Apa yang kayak disuruh apa tidur? Can't sleep cause in found bintang video. Frau, tadi tuh aku mau review ASMR boyfriend sih, tapi itu buat next konten aja. Hey, hai Kamishiro Saki. Sesat Nanami ternyata moderatornya polos. Bohong. Dia itu manipulatif. Bahasanya bagus. What do you mean bagus, Astrid? ASMR boyfriend, wah Pudidi gimana? Gimana ya? Milikku bukan hanya Pudidi saja, anjay. Dia Stephanie Lazarus, dia yang mana nih? Padahal udah janji kan nonton ASMR. Frau, nanti datang ya ke review ASMR boyfriend aku. Cheer moderatornya kenapa lucu banget? Oh iya, mereka kan entire circus. Like you. Ini kenapa biru-biru saya? Gak apa-apa biru-biru. I like it. Buset, simpanannya banyak bener kata Elnoir. Benar kata Elnoir. Saya takut saya menjauh. Well, you're not my type. Jadi sorry, nggak tertarik. Ke band ntar ya sama boyfriend. Enggak lah. Kita carinya yang aman lah, jangan yang 18 plus anjrit. Jangan yang 18 plus. Sekarang aja boleh gak review tipis mumpung orangnya bobo? Dengan senang hati. Dengan senang hati. Bentar ya. Wah. Ketahuan lagi buka apa. Jadi gini. Bentar, pause dulu. Jadi gini guys. Jadi gini. Stream yang hari ini gak akan aku publish dan akan auto aku delete. So yes. Kamu mau yang mana? SFW and sleep, cuddles you to sleep kissing, comfort, sleep with you, kiss you not talking, kiss you to sleep not talking. Saya siap cepu, saya siap membantu Anda. Mau yang mana nih? Spicy Azeru. Kita cek ya orang ini ya. Tapi ini agak want me on top of you. Yes, bitch. Yes. Pagi Nami, baru bangun. Selamat pagi kari ayam. I know right, the thumbnail is freaking. Yang ini juga. So which one? Which one? Iya ya. Itu kayak Pak Risotto anjir. Kayak Om Risotto. Tapi bukan kok, ini bukan Om Risotto. Anjir. Pagi Nami sayang. Hai, siapa? Yang Lope Depil. Ini kah? Frau? Oh yes, bitch. Listen to this. Salah buka. Anjing. Gedein.
Time. Time is it? Don't put an alarm.
I don't care. I hate. Thank you. Thank you. Dying. I know right. Ya bapak-bapak, yes, I love bapak-bapak. Yes, I love it. Fix diputusin. Are you sure we're not broke up with me? Yes, babe.
Just 10 minutes more.
Okay. I know, bro. I know.
This is so nice.
Yes, I miss you too. Well, actually, panas ya. Ini nih yang bahaya nih, yang ini nih. Hot chick Professor ASMR 18+. Aduh, gak ada yang adegan ini.
Turn off the alarm.
10 menit. Nami nggak lapar atau ngantuk? Enggak dong.
Good girl.
Good girl. Yes, I'm a good girl.
Such a good girl.
Yeah, I know.
I just sleep so good. No, I don't know.
Please, Noah.
I kept waking up and stuff.
I'm a good girl. Yes, I'm a good girl. Soon ya guys, mic baru ya guys, ditunggu ya mic baru. Nanti saya juga bales ASMR. Noah Bangsu, I know, right?
Next to you makes it a lot better.
Gak boleh, udah bahaya guys. Panas. Ini yang kayak Bapak Risotto, coba kita dengar suaranya.
Baby.
What?
I think that's my last movie for the night.
Review coba Mbak Nana.
Sorry, it's... No.
Suaranya
okay.
sih
Just...
oke lah. Ikemen.
Really tired. Yeah, but like... It's the good kind of tired. Where... Like, it's gonna be so comfy when I go to bed. Yeah, I'm probably gonna sleep in for a while.
Aneh kan konten sleepy yang bikin melek? Absolutely yes.
Don't have work tomorrow. Yeah, so...
Suara 6/10 yang ini...
Stay in for a while.
Aduh, whispernya oke.
Yeah, I mean... What are you doing staying up so late?
7 lah. 7/10 ya.
I mean... Didn't you have an early start?
Nanami hati-hati, dia gak berbaju. Karena dia gak berbaju. Oh! I think I know. This one. Let's... Yang tadi 7/10 ya, bodo amat. Why? Terus deh. Gak bisa disetel anjing. Ya ketahuan nih, udah ke play dikit. 1 hour anjrit, 1 hour tolong.
Oh, you look comfy.
Kaget gue.
Mind if I...
Kaget gue.
Slide in.
Chill, bro. Are you okay?
What you watching?
Hentai? I mean TikTok. Mang pagi, hi Rai.
Cool idea. How about you? Look at me instead.
Whispering soundnya oke lah ya. Anjing.
What you been up to?
Panas ya bun.
That sounds fun.
Gak bisa gue di whisper begini, tolong. Bang, halo guys. Halo Irai, welcome.
Busy day. Not really, I've just been loafing.
Gimana? Aman BBC? Aman? Tukang bakso.
What?
Kasih nilai dong
Kissing
Mami.
your soft cheeks, what do you think I'm doing?
8/10.
Something else.
8/10.
Stop, let me lay on you. Comfy little muffin.
Muffin. That's a cute nickname.
Your tummy is so soft.
Tidur lu. Seven. Halo Seven, gue gak bisa tidur. Ntar dulu ah. Sibuk nih.
I was saying something, wasn't I? Loafing, playing video games. Did a little bit of work, but
podcast saya sholat 4 jam sih.
Yeah. No, it was smooth then.
So. Hi Bin, welcome Bin. Aduh. Kissnya oke lah ya, kissnya. Sakitnya tuh di sini. Di dalam hatiku.
I know what it's like. Come here.
Cause you never give me an ASMR. Suara gue dari mana nih, ada bisik-bisik. Close your eyes, give me my hand, darling.
Just like you.
You never give me this kind of ASMR like you did it to everyone before me, you know?
I'm not cold.
I see that. Tapi benar sih.
My hands are not cold. They're pretty warm.
Nanami, kenapa sih gak cukup sama Pudidi? Why not?
Where have you kept those? Oh my god.
Danger ini. 8/10 guys, 8/10. Kita denger ya suara yang dia ini gimana.
Hey.
Aduh.
No.
10/10. 10/10. Like, subscribe. I love you.
I said, get off of me. Baby, it's midnight, okay? I know. I don't want to play video games with you. I want to sleep.
Kenapa lah napasnya gemeter? Wah, gak tahu deh saya tuh gemeteran kenapa.
Leave me alone.
I don't want you.
Ice. You know what? Here.
I know, right? BBC, I love you.
Now leave me alone.
I don't want to.
Baby, I'm being dead serious about this. You know that, right? I really want to sleep, and right now you're not helping.
What do you mean?
Have I ever told you how annoying you are?
Yes, I know, I'm annoying.
Clingy, annoying, and please, just let me go to sleep.
10/10.
Okay, you know, if you insist on sitting on top of me like that, I'm just gonna have to do this.
In the name of Jesus ya. Kali ini tuh gue sebut Jesus aja.
You look surprised.
I'm not surprised at all.
Mind telling me why you look so surprised?
No, I'm not.
What? So, do you have a problem with what I'm doing to you right now?
It's kind of dangerous when he uses English
like
though.
to move around so much in the middle of the night and be so annoying. I figured maybe pinning you down onto the bed like this might just solve that problem. Oh, see, now you got me wide awake. How am I supposed to go back to sleep after this?
Just fucking close your eyes, bitch. What do you mean?
How am I supposed to sleep after all of this?
Panas ya. Minum.
No, I'm not. Babe, I am not gonna let you go. No.
Let me go. This kan kayak gitu biasanya.
No.
What's wrong? Let me go. What's wrong with you? Like
You're
that.
really blushing right now.
I'm not. I'm not blushing at all.
Why are you blushing?
I'm not blushing.
Oh, well, yeah. I guess this is, the first time I've done this to you. But you telling me that you like it? Maybe I like it too.
Aduh, gatel. Kayak gue butuh mandi deh.
No.
Apa ini nonton kampret?
Just gonna keep my arms here.
Mandi nih.
I'm not gonna let go. I'm not gonna give you a hug. We're not gonna cuddle. None of that. I am just gonna keep you pinned down right here until you learn your lesson and stop.
Yes, I will stop. No, I want more, bitch. Fuck me. Aku sih yang pertama 10 out of 10, yes.
What are you gonna do about it?
Fuck me lagi.
Yeah, baby. I don't know how many times I am gonna have to tell you this, but struggling is absolutely pointless. Yeah. And I don't know if you remember, but I think out of all those times we've had playful wrestling fights and pillow fights.
Let's go, bitch. Gak boleh. Ini obeng biru cewek semua. Just check it then. Bubar jalan. Frau, okay. If you have something to tell me, okay, Frau. Okay. Kita coba Azeru. Kita udah dengar Azeru belum tadi? Udah kah? Kenapa pas?
Be quiet. Okay. If anyone hears us and finds out that we're in here together like this, stuck in this situation.
Love you too, Frau.
You know it's not gonna be easy for either of us, right? It's not gonna end well.
Not my type.
And no matter how you put it, no matter how
not my type. Not my type. But I kinda like it, but not my type.
you say it, it's not gonna be easy to explain why you and I are stuck in this locker together in the first place. So, just be quiet, okay? And don't move around so much. It's already cramped up enough in here as it is.
Ngapain? Pertanyaan gue, kenapa kita bisa nge-stuck di locker?
Hey.
I thought your type is me.
This wasn't my idea in the first
place. Yes, it is. Aduh, gak bisa gue. Gak tahu ah. Kita denger. Aksen penjajah. Gimana ya? Aksennya oke, cuma kalau buat suaranya not kind of my type, so skip. Weh, Kento Nanami, hey, my long lost daddy. Tapi nanti ya.
Okay, so to quickly summarize your next module for the term, there will be weekly updates of your core texts on Moodle, a class related to that reading each week, and at the end, a portfolio of your essays with Harvard referencing. There will also be a literature list of texts you might find useful for your arguments, and if any more are found, they'll be added to the list. If you have any questions later on, you can contact Chris, who helped with curating the module. Only email me for emergencies.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
Yes. Me, sir.
When will we get our marks for our last assignment?
So you'll get your marks and feedback in the next couple of weeks. But I will say there were some great topics and discussions raised. And I have found interesting articles for a lot of you to expand your knowledge on the subject. I'll email them to you throughout the week, so keep an eye out for that. Any more questions?
Date me, sir.
Okay, that's it for today. The first core text is already uploaded, so give it a read and we'll discuss it tomorrow. Yes. Failing to do so results in falling behind, so study hard. Oh, not you. I need to speak with you for a few minutes.
10 out of 10,
It's about your recent submission. Well, actually, all of your submissions over the course of the years.
Oh, yeah.
They're concerning. I haven't mentioned this to the other tutors because of the sensitivity of the issue. Your interpretation of each material is rather refreshing, but they all seem to revolve around the same subject. Now, for your first submission, you were asked to analyze a chosen text from the 12th century in relation to a sociological context in which it was written. Most students chose Lancelot, Percival, the Tale of Igor's Campaign. But you chose the Letters of Abelard and Heloise. A notable piece, but the direction you went, suffice to say, I remember it well. You made some great arguments and backed them up using examples of such forbidden relationships during that time, which is what was asked of you. Your second submission, yes, was about the dynamics of controversial relationships in fictional literature and how they have advanced.
Gue kalau punya dosen kayak begini, gue pepet anjing. Nilai gue harus A. Mohon maaf. Ketahuan dong ini anjing. Ganti. Aduh, danger ya, Bun. Anjing, kaget gue. Sorry. Jealous boyfriend keeps you on his lap. Did I have a boyfriend that's really jelly? Yes, dynamic of section lecture, my kind of subject. I made some mistake, guys. Stay with me. Agar-agar, bukan agar-agar, anjrot. Kiss me and fuck me, ada nggak sih? Kiss you to sleep, not talking. Nah. Jelly? Nah. I hate this. Comfort? Maybe yes. Say someone who jelly over comment. I do not. Reckon and you. Let's hear this. Enjoy! Suara napasnya kedengeran ya, Bun. Kodoku no Nanami. Inilah gambaran secara nggak langsung ya. Waduh, kanan. Aduh, anjing. Kanan, gue benci banget. Cuma sebelah doang. Daskete. Itu napas kirain hujan. Ini sambil hujan ceritanya. Aduh anjing. Gak bisa gue. Kenapa cuma sebelah doang sih?
Did you miss me?
Yes, I miss you.
Cause I missed you.
Aduh anjing. Gak bisa gue kalau cuma sebelah gini dong.
Well, we haven't seen each other for like
I'm fucked up guys. I'm fucked up. Like ini ya. For your information, gue paling benci itu dibisikin. Ada orang yang deket di kuping gue itu kesel banget gitu. Mendingan gue bisa denger dari dua kuping gue daripada cuma sebelah doang. Ngerti gak sih? Dan untungnya dan gak untungnya, kok untung sih anjing, ini sebelah kanan doang. Kayak anjing lah. Can I suffer this? Anjing, capek. Sampai disubrek gak tuh ya wajib.
10 hours.
Wait, did he say you slept for 10 hours? Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, 10 hours. Mm-hmm.
10 out of 10.
No, actually. I didn't have any dreams about you.
I already have.
Hey.
Kenapa sih di kanan doang anjir?
When I have you here, right in front of me.
Kenapa harus di kanan?
That just scored pretty high in my book.
You said, did you miss me? You've been sleeping for 10 hours. This is kind of relate things, right? It's kind of relate things.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, that's me actually. That's true. It's kind of relate of me.
No need for us to rush, I suppose. It sounds like it's storming outside.
Gue gak sukanya tuh. Jadi kuping kanan doang.
To sleep in and cuddle weather.
Shit. Yuki! Welcome, Yuki! I supposed to suffering for 16 minutes. Only for the right fucking ears. Hi, Yuki. Good morning. Relate banget ya, I know right? So just imagine, is this you?
I wonder what it is about the rain that makes us so relaxed.
Aduh. Fix anda homo. Oh shit, my neck.
I like to think it's evolutionary. Think about it. Our ancestors, the cavemen, I bet when it rained, there wasn't much they could do.
Jesus.
Besides huddling inside, getting all close, keeping each other warm, and just taking the day off. Something like that.
Anjing. Buset 5 jam. Hai tolong.
Calling me weird. You don't think that's it? I think that's a perfectly reasonable hypothesis.
Oh, that's a cute thing. I like this. I like this. The way he like ay kawaii desho. Like so cute. I like this. The question is why it's on the right fucking my ears, like 100 out of 10. That's true. 100,000.
There is no denying, though.
Shit.
Something about the rain. Just being here with you. This safe feeling.
Fuck me.
I don't know. It's really good. It's really
Kan kalau hujan-hujan terus cuddle kayak gini, siapa sih yang gak mau anjrit? I want it. I want it.
You know, these are the moments I would daydream about in school.
Like I can smell his college, his perfume.
These quiet
like,
moments. Just me and the other person.
Maybe segitu amat. I know right.
Just lying there.
Corona mengacaukan segalanya. Shit.
Not expecting anything from the other.
So why you wanna cuddle?
Just being a couple. You know? I don't know. This just feels right.
Kaget. Oh my god. Hello, Momski. Good morning.
I just don't know when to stop saying dumb shit, do I?
I'm just make a dreams.
I know you're thinking the same thing, though. I see you smiling. Even if it's still a bit dark.
Tikus. Mom, I'm still streaming though. Aku masih streaming.
Yeah.
Aduh, kanan, kiri, bekerja.
You are mine.
Aduh, kata-kata pamungkas sekali ya. You are mine, like hak milik Jin, hak milik.
Mine. At least for right now.
Gila. 291 orang yang gak suka ini. Shit, I It feels like he kissed my fucking right ears. Tolong banget nih. Tolong banget. Aduh gak bisa gue. GWS bu. Ini buat cowok-cowok ya. Kalau punya pacar nih. Ya. Gak usah mikir yang apa-apa deh. Gak usah yang kayak nganu gitu ya. Kayak lu sama cewek lu kalau berdua tuh jangan mikirannya nganu doang. Tapi tuh kayak begini aja ya, langsung kayak anjing gitu lah. Anjing. YouTube Indonesia masih saya pantau. Punten. Punten nyonya. Yang dislike gak kuat, ya bener. Dislike dari pacar cewek yang nonton ini. Bisa jadi, bisa jadi. Anjing. Anjing. Ini gue gak kuat. Aduh. Gak tau ah, kesel gue. Pantau aku YouTube. Please YouTube bikin aku 300 subs. YouTubeku nonton dari awal. Betul. Betul anjir.
You're so beautiful.
I know it's bullshit. Kalau cowok tuh ngomong you're so beautiful. Tapi tuh seneng dengernya. Meskipun kita bare face, bau asem gitu ya. Terus dia ngomong you're so beautiful when we're cuddling like anjing.
I mean it.
Anjir, dijawab dong.
No. Especially with your bedhead.
Dijawab guys tadi ya, cukup.
Because I mean, how many lucky guys get to see you like this?
Kalau cewek udah nyaman gitu ya, dia tuh akan kasih lihat sisi lain dia gitu. Misalnya nih di foto Instagram tuh cantiknya badai banget gitu ya. Tapi kalau misalnya kayak lagi cuddle begini, bare face, muka buteknya, panda eyes gitu ya. How many people who watch you like this? Only you, motherfucker. Ya. Cuma elu nih yang bisa lihat gue bare face, mata panda, bau asem, rambut berantakan gitu. Only you, bitch. Kecuali kalau gue punya putus jadi sama orang lain, ya mungkin gue akan bilang mantan gue sih. Tapi anjing. Tapi ya kalau misalnya udah putus, kalau misalnya putus ya, amit-amit putus nih, jangan nanti lu umbar-umbar kayak iya anjing jelek banget mantan gue, waktu tidur tuh udah kayak mayat hidup gitu. Suka kan kayak gitu biasanya.
That's right. Just me.
Ini siapa sih namanya? Reckons. Gue benci sama lu tapi gue sayang sama suaranya. Ih, gemes.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
Screw you. Don't get quiet when I ask you something like that.
Panas dingin bang.
I'll tickle you. Don't think I won't. Tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle. Okay. Alright. Okay. I'll stop. Sorry. Okay.
Gemes ya suaranya.
I swear. You've just got the most dangerous fingers around.
Kan anda bangsa tapi lanjutkan, that's sure. That's why I subscribe game.
Why, thank you.
Anggap aja Pudi dia
I'll take that compliment.
Maaf, saya menolak banget.
I do pride myself in being quite handy. Sorry.
5 menit lagi kayaknya. Bisa yuk.
We should really get out of bed.
I don't want to. Aduh, napas dulu. Anjing. Aduh. I hate this.
Come on, babe. Alright. 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes.
I'm staying on this side now.
Kaget. Thank you. Ini apa?
But if you're not out of bed in 5 minutes, I'll force you out of bed.
Force me, bitch.
By any means necessary. You can pout. But I want to get stuff done today. We have some laundry to do. We should go on a run. Be a little active for once.
Secara nggak langsung dia menghina gue sih, tapi beneran.
Aside from that kind of active.
Yeah, babe, I know, right? Nah, babe pindah ke kiri dari sekarang.
What are you thinking about?
Relate banget anjir. Tapi jujur ini relate banget ke gue. Jadi gue mendalaminya tuh relate gitu.
You're not thinking of anything.
Pudi siapa? Mantap aja, subscribe apa?
Naughty.
Maksudnya? Oh, typo. YouTube Indonesia bisa typo, guys.
Babe, come on. We have plenty of time later.
Relate.
We gotta get up.
No, it's quite relate for me because I sleep almost 10 hour plus.
Come on, babe.
Mampus kan lu pindah-pindah.
Get up. Come on. Let's get going. Come on.
Napasnya berasa bentar banget anjing.
Princess.
I'm not your princess. I'm a fucking queen, bitch.
Rise and shine.
Rise and shine.
Alright. No, give up. We can spend just a little bit more.
I know, right? I know, right?
We can do whatever it is you want to do to start the day.
Ini sih sebenarnya gue agak benci ASMR tuh begini, deket kuping banget. Aduh, gak bisa gue. Apalagi kalau di video.
So, what is it? What is it that my little bunny wants to do?
Aduh, Emang danger ya. Danger aja. Nggak sampai jam berapa nih? Udah jam 6 anjir. Bentar lagi deh. Bentar lagi guys. Habis nih soalnya aku mau tidur. Mimpi indah anjing gua. Gak bisa gue dicium kupingnya. Astaga. Pengen.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Nanggung.
No, you don't have to get up. Don't get up. No, like I said, don't get up. I missed you. So much. Oh, you have no idea. Hold on, okay?
Ya aku boboin.
Just let me get changed.
Wait, is he ganti baju? Fuck. Jesus.
Okay. That was the longest trip of my life. Oh. I promise. For both of our sake, I will never go on a trip that long ever again. At least not without you.
Aduh, kamu bau matahari yang mandi dulu sana. Gue rusak banget anjir. Gue rusak banget anjing.
Isn't it obvious what I'm doing? I missed your smell.
Tapi kamu bau matahari yang.
There's nothing better than it.
Nanami nggak ngantuk, enggak. I'm fucking nggak ngantuk anjir. Kamu bau matahari sayang. Mandi sana.
I'm so lonely in that cold and cramped hotel room. I know we texted and FaceTimed like almost every night, but it's just not the same as this, you know.
Napasnya, Allah.
I forgot how warm and safe this feels. Lying next to you.
Itu suara apa? Suara orang.
You're like my little guardian angel.
Bullshit.
My how do I put this as nerdy as
Gue abis
possible?
ini nyebut-nyebut Rere. Gue aduin, gue screenshotin semuanya.
You're like my Patronus. Oh, don't say that. I don't ruin the moment every time.
Ini 495 orang yang like. Are you kidding me?
So how about you? You missed me so much that you could die, right?
Enggak juga sih. Tapi kalau kamu mati ya jangan juga lah.
Come on.
Jangan nanti saya kasih Angela. Dasar.
Let's break through that hard shell of yours. And just admit you missed me.
Anjing. Pas. Gini guys, headset gue headset murah nih. Cuma pas dia menghembuskan napasnya tuh berasa adem kuping gue. Tolong nih, maksudnya apa?
You missed me so
Anjing gede banget.
that your body hurt.
Hati-hati sebelah kamar orang tua. Chill.
You don't have to admit it.
My mom gets my dad's ASMR.
But I know.
Oopsie.
Hmm.
1.648 views.
I know the truth.
Lagi headset mahal, buku kuping. Anjing. Gak suka gue. Anjing. I think I should cut my nails. Oopsies.
You know how I feel about this side of the bed.
Wah, Nanami mulai lasting. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Do you mind if I swap over to that side? Let's, you know, it's just a habit. Oh, thank you.
Aduh, anjing dicium dong. Jangan makan gue, Din. Karena ada bebek. Oh ya guys, bener. It's Modius, anak kiriannya Rere. Gak tahu di proof Rere atau enggak. Aduh anjing. Bisa gak sih bang, gak usah napas-napas di kuping. Tolong nih.
Would you mind if I asked another favor?
Apa nih?
Do you mind if I pull the covers over us? No, I'm not planning anything. It's just a little too chilly to keep my face exposed. If you know what I mean. Thanks.
You're welcome. Banget bang tidurnya. Ribet lu. Aduh astaga.
Much better. Much cozier. Wouldn't you agree?
Nah, yang bubuk yang. Ceweknya kasihan kayak bantal guling. Cewek tuh suka lo dijadiin bantal guling.
Oh, so
Aduh astaga.
this is totally random, but do
Do you want to hear about the dream that I had last night?
What is that? What are you dreaming about?
Okay, so it's really weird, but basically it's the setting is it was this post-apocalyptic zombie world, and
well, actually we are in coronavirus thingy.
And it was just around the time that I think things were starting to settle down a little bit. But the two of us, we were basically broke, and we were looking for ways to make money or something. And so you pulled out some eggs from the back of your pocket and threw them on the ground, and out came my
well, buat teman-teman yang muslim jangan lupa untuk sholat subuh ya, atau udah selesai sih sholat subuhnya, ya pokoknya gitu lah ya. Sebelum kita mendengar ini lebih lanjut, ingat Tuhan guys. Cewek ditindih gitu gak pegel apa? Gak pegel tapi sesek, cuma berasa ada yang ngeganjel aja gitu.
Minecraft chickens. And you said we could just become chicken farmers.
Sini semua main sama Om.
There's only one problem.
Diingetin sholat sama demon. Bacon gue. Fallen devil, okay? Fallen devil, sir.
Just kind of knew where I was supposed to get the seeds, and so I dashed into some sort of town.
Dude, what did you expect about Fallen Devil?
Ran down this spooky, dark alleyway. And I had to talk to some strangers.
Iblis Pesantren MUI. Udah ada cap halal ya, guys.
Seeds to feed our chickens. Or Minecraft chickens, to be specific.
Kamu mabuk ya, Yang?
Anyway, yeah, that's about all I can remember. What do you mean, thank God?
Thank God it's only on
You
your
know,
dream.
for a fact, that as far as my dreams go, that one was on the tamer side.
I cut my
Oh,
nails too short.
you're tired and you just want me to shut up, is that it? I can't see your face, but I can tell you're smiling,
No,
which means I'm right.
Cowoknya kayak abis minum. Oh anjing, kuping.
I could whisper instead, if you'd like.
Stop it. I hate it. I hate it, but I love it too. Can you say this as the love hate between being whispered? Buset nih, Reckon lagi toh baru nyadar. Iya si Reckon. Fucking sweet talk. What? Well, not gonna lie, cewek tuh suka banget sweet talk kayak gini. Even it's fucking cringy, but everyone likes this. Every girl probably will like this.
Get close.
Aduh anjing. Kikirain this piece.
I could whisper about
Alright.
how every time you laugh,
Skidayo.
it makes me fall deeper and
Thank you so much for the last sebelum tidur. Thank you, Rai. And I was like, najis when I flirt with her, but she's butterfly stomach. That's true. That's true. Actually, sebenarnya gini guys, Ri ada MVP. That's true. He was an MVP. Mengganti L. Mengganti si L nih, spamnya satu. But thank you, Ri. Right. I probably say.
I think tonight is the first night in a long time.
10 out of 10 anjing reckon.
Just right.
Mumpung awal bulan lah ya. Thank you. Simpen.
No. Don't get too ahead of yourself. We can save the fun stuff for the morning.
What do you mean by fun stuff?
Tonight.
Good night, babe.
We can just go to sleep.
Aduh. Allah.
Good night.
Good night. I love you.
My sweet princess.
No, I'm not a princess. I'm a fucking
It's almost
queen.
like you're expecting it now.
Dude.
Maybe I should make you work for it. Good night.
Saya tidak bersadar emosi.
Good night.
Iya, good night. Udah, bubar anjing. Bengek. Enggak bengek, sesak napas saja. Astaga. Tolong aku Tuhan. Speechless gue anjing jadinya gimana nih? Segitu dulu ya. Kita tadi abis review psychology crime. Terus anjing gue lupa mau ngomong apa. Terus habis itu kita nonton orang mukbang. Terus habis itu nontonin ASMR ya. So, good night. Kok good night? Good morning. Buat yang belum tidur, ayo kita tidur. Ayo kita tidur ya, semuanya ya. Yuk tidur yuk, bisa yuk. Ya. Keluarkan roh. Saya sudah menjadi Earl. So, oke deh semuanya. Buat yang belum tidur, jangan lupa tidur ya. Gak bakal ada ASMR ya. Ini sekali lagi video ini gak akan gue publish. So, yes. Segitu dulu ya semuanya. Thank you banget yang udah nemenin dari jam 2 tadi. 2 atau 1 sih tadi. Pokoknya sekitar jam segitulah. Kalian emang luar biasa ya para kalong. Yang baru bangun juga selamat pagi. Ohayo. Ohayo. Yakin bisa tidur? Bisa. Bisa kok, bisa. Bisa tidur ya. Dan apalagi ini, pokoknya thank you buat Raya yang udah tadi donasi, meskipun satu it's okay, sangat berharga banget, bisa ngebantu aku buat beli new microphone and new mouse. Thank you banget. And good morning for everyone. Ya abis ini lanjut lah dengerin ASMR sampai tidur. Oh yeah. So thank you so much for watching everyone, and see you besok, which is hari Kamis. Aku ada collab sama Moe, Bening Moe, main hand simulator. Aku nggak tahu ya, ntar malam aku bisa juga stream dadakan karena aku nggak tahu jadwal juga di sana. And thank you banget buat kalian yang udah nemenin. Kalau kalian yang belum tidur, please tidur ya abis ini. Even you sleep for 2 hours or 3 hours, itu sangat membantu. Jangan sampai kalian gak tidur ya, karena apalagi kalau kalian ada aktivitas yang berat-berat gitu, jangan lupa untuk tidur. Minum yang banyak, makan yang banyak. Oke, segitu dulu semuanya. Bye bye, thank you, and see you next time. Bye bye, Otsunami. Dadah. Dadah semuanya. Sleep well yang belum tidur, dan selamat pagi yang baru bangun. Love you.